Whoops, good morning. Hello, everyone. All right, good morning. Okay, you should see me and hear me and want to be me. Just kidding. Good morning. Hello. All right. So much discourse over the last few days about discourse. So we're going to talk about it today. Just want to say, and this is what's important here, is, humans gonna human, as we say in this channel. And the humans are humaning, we're flawed little biological creatures evolved over millions of years, and we are egotistical to the max, okay? And there's just like a lot of hurt feelings. And it's interesting that everyone is so sure Trash Discourse is the only one having hurt feelings, when the way these comments are, guys, we're going to go on an adventure today. You and I together, there's a few people today. We're going to read their comments and I'm going to block them. And then we're going to block them. Okay. Because, I wanted to just, listen. The reason I block the hell out of people on this channel is because I don't want these people even thinking, okay, that they can comment on my shit. Okay. So we're going to read some comments and we're going to block. Okay. And, this isn't just, this isn't just because of whatever they said about trash. This is because I know their opinions are trash. And that's the problem. Okay. You're not ready for this class. Okay. You're not ready for this class. Okay. Now, if you guys don't know who I am, my name is Brittany Simon. I do philosophy through pop culture. And I've been on the internet a really long time. And I've met a lot of people and I've collabed with a lot of your favorites. And the one thing I've learned about this space is it's just like anything else in the world. It's high school with money. We're adults who need therapy. Okay. We're incredibly flawed and we are no better than most of the people on the planet, but we certainly think we are. We certainly think we are. Okay. And that's a big part of the problem is we certainly think we are. There's no humility in this space. And look, I'm not a wise person, but I'm fucking trying. Okay. And that's to be earned. Okay. I probably won't be a wise person. Maybe I'll die an unwise person. But if I have noticed one thing about the world is that it's an incredibly unwise place. Okay. So we're going to talk about it and we're going to go through some of these comments. So, okay, the last few days, Trash Discourse content creator, they, them, made a video. Wasn't a well-made video. Obviously, we all agreed on that. But the way people reacted to them is the issue. Taylor Lorenz calling them delusional. They're not delusional, they're wrong. There is a difference between someone being delusional and wrong. Now, I say this because I understand our want to call like religious people like psychosis. They're not in psychosis, they're wrong, right? Like not all religious people are undergoing psychosis, yes, but some religious people get psychosis. The problem with our language in our own spaces is that we actually can't get to the bottom or root of any of our problems because we're using the wrong words to have these conversations. So when you call Trash Discourse delusional, you're Taylor Lorenz, who's a journalist, who, you know what I mean? I was a big Taylor viewer for like a hot second there. And then I fell off Taylor really fast when I realized like she opens her mouth and says some fucked up shit too often for me to be like, nah, Taylor, it's over, girl. Okay. I don't think Taylor's delusional. I think she's wrong. Okay. So when you go on a video and you step into something and you join the circus that's going after Trash Discourse and you call Trash delusional, you're playing into a lot of microaggressions and insinuations that because Trash is what? Trans? Are they them? Has an opinion? Didn't like your favorites? Like, what is it? Like, what is it that makes you want to be like, this person's delusional? And it was like, this person. First, they misgendered Trash. And then when corrected, wrote this person. You're othering Trash. You're saying this person, right? Which is your prerogative. You can do that. The same way I'm about to block half these comments because of the way you fought so hard for men in the comment sections. Oh my gosh, the way these people fought so hard for men in these comment sections. I can't believe you guys are worried. Brittany's just worried about siding with white men. Brittany just wants to side with marginalized people because what? It's a black person, so they're correct. Literal comments I saw in my comment section. Like people misread me as some liberal white woman who wants to just side with black people because black people are always right, instead of realizing that like, no, bro, we just know white men have a pattern of utilizing their privilege to stay ignorant. And we know that they technically do not deconstruct fast enough. So marginalized communities are often more right than them, just generally speaking. And I have a hesitation in trusting white men over marginalized voices when these white men haven't deconstructed. Not to say that, oh, we hate these white men for being white, but to say that all men born under patriarchy are misogynistic by default and have to deconstruct. So to sit here and be in these comments tells me they're liberals. They're liberals who think they're progressives. And this is, quote, BE's community, Bad Empanadas, or Cavernacles, even though Cavernacle did say don't go after trash or their viewership. You know what I mean? Like, there's like this, okay, listen, and I know Bad Empanadas viewers are the ones with the problem, which, by the way, we're going to talk about Bad Empanada too. Just because I don't like him does not mean, you know what I mean? Like, girl, I never said you had to like strawberries because I like strawberries. But the way you try to push this man. And so this morning, I double checked my bias and went to go watch Bad Empanada videos. I just don't like him. I don't like his energy. It screams patriarchy to me. As much as he claims he's not, it does. It screams male focus on like violent rhetoric. I tried again this morning to watch him and I was like, no, there's no wisdom in his content. Okay, I'm trying. I just don't like him. Now, listen, I won't even say he's a bad person. I'll just say, like, yeah, dude, like, not my favorite. And you guys still get mad at me. I didn't even say he was a bad person because I don't know him like that. I literally just said, I don't like him. And you're all like, what do you mean you don't like my favorite? Like, what? Okay, look. This comment here says, the only reason you don't like Bad Empanada videos are because he doesn't have costume changes, though. If you scored his videos on quality of information, you'd like his content. That's not how that works. There are better content creators than Bad Empanada, and I could get the same information. Okay? Like, that's the part that people are missing. Like, okay, like, again, you're doing this thing where it's like, well, you would like him if you understood him. And the reason they said that is because I said this. I think what they're saying is better because they're doing costume changes. I am fully convinced that the reason Lindsay Ellis and ContraPoints is so popular is because you guys like the way they film videos. I stand by that. They are huge content creators. But Brittany Simon, do not dislike Bad Empanada because he doesn't have costume changes. I literally said in this video, I will watch the most like little effort video as long as the quality is good. And even then I will watch it. So obviously I'm not the one saying this, but for them to be like, well, that's literally what you're doing. That's literally not what I'm doing. Okay. I'm literally not doing that. Okay. Now, I don't like Bad Empanada, and I'm allowed to not like him, just like people are allowed to not like me. Your egos are too big in this space. People are allowed to not like you. This audacity of people saying like, oh, like, you know, you're not allowed to, you guys got to get over that for real, okay? Okay, next, let's see. How about this one? This one says, excuse me, but what the fuck are you even on about? This just got posted. In regard to misogynistic or transphobic comments left on Trash's video, I looked. I couldn't find any reactionary comments. The comments are either saying videos trash, calling the creator CIA op, or criticizing them for the same reasons you did. Even when you in this video on your own goddamn stream didn't manage to find any of those comments you were looking for. Okay, come down there, buddy. Come down there, buddy. Okay? Come down there. Going after their vocal fry, transphobic, okay? Misgendering them, transphobic, okay? Calling them crazy, delusional, misogynistic, okay? Like, don't even fucking come at me. And my favorite comment right here, girl, I actually, because my Discord and I were screenshotting things and sharing it with each other, I didn't think to screenshot every comment I saw, but here was the one that I was like, Bad Empanada fan. Bad Empanada fan over here, okay? Here, let me grab it for you. Here we go. Okay? Comment says, you don't watch his content, yet decided to make a 15-minute video talking about said content you know nothing about. In all caps, by the way. All caps, B word, you're a Yankee. The fuck you talking about regarding other people's colonizer accent? Now I'm at Bad Empanada for putting your shit on my radar. Why'd you leave this comment? Why'd you even wake up today and leave this comment? That's the crazy part. Why'd you even... So first you came out with a slur, full on. Okay, misogyny, bullshit. Okay, second, why'd you even leave the comment? Don't these commenters know you don't have to comment? Nobody is forcing you to leave a comment like this on somebody's page. Imagine you go to somebody's work and you yell at the barista this way. How progressive is that to yell at the barista this way? Okay, Again, it's one thing to make content they don't have to watch, but if you write comments in their comment sections, trash is going to see that comment. And trash shouldn't have to see that comment at work. You shouldn't have. That's why I do not leave angry comments on people's videos. It's one thing for us to make content, which I think is fine, because I don't have to watch that content. It's another thing to go into Trash's comment section. It's another thing to come into my comment section and act like I'm not going to see this comment at work. Okay? So what are we even talking about? Ridiculous. Discord said Bad Empanada is also from a colonizer country. So Bad Empanada is Australian, from Australia, now lives in Argentina, from my understanding. He's Turkish, Greek, and Australian, and now lives in Argentina. That's my understanding of his, tell me if I'm wrong, right? But like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you don't understand that I think it is unethical. I think it is bad for society to have to leave angry comments that aren't just like genuinely trying to understand the situation. Okay. Like, it's, again, you can make as much content as you want. I mean, don't like harass people with it. You know what I mean? But like, going into people's comment sections is a part of the problem. You're acting like, oh, these comments never existed. They did. You act like Trash didn't delete them, or we don't censor our comments because it's hard to read. And also Trash made it so their comment section is subscriber only now. Right? So like, that's the other part of it, is like, you're acting like, you know, so, okay, this person blocked because you're just like not ready for this class. You can't stay on my video. You're not ready for this class. Okay. Let's see. Next comment. Hello? Okay. So then this person writes, Cavernacle has too much privilege behind him for me to trust what he says. Every time his commentary comes up, I end up side-eyeing him. Comment says, edit, hot damn, y'all are batting for this man. I literally said I side-eye him, and y'all are going to war for this white man. Please relax. Now, listen, I liked this comment because it was so funny to me. Listen, I get that your knee-jerk reaction, because you are not deconstructed, is to hear this comment and to think like, oh my gosh, I can't believe people are distrusting white men for just existing. I'm sorry, are you not progressive? I'm sorry, have you not understood that white men as a collective group are literally in a position of power, who are literally in charge of the reason that half the world is being genocided right now? Like, again, I like Cavernacle. I like him. But to say that I can't side-eye him when he says things or double-check what he says because he is a white man is so funny to me. And by the way, men in general, don't even try to pretend like men as a group aren't an oppressive group, especially in this climate. That's why I appreciated the way Cavernacle tackled the video, because he acknowledged how some of his commentary could be coming off very badly, right? It was like a good way to acknowledge like, oh yeah, like I could see why that could be. And again, all men are raised under patriarchy, misogynistic. You have to deconstruct, right? Okay. So these comments you scroll down the comments like this, wait, scroll. Okay, this one right here. Well, first of all, hold on. Okay, this one, okay, first of all, the original, commented and said, do you know why I specifically call him out by his privilege? Because of right now in America, the BBB passed and millions of people are about to lose their healthcare or skyrocket to about $4,000 a month for healthcare, projecting up to 50,000 Americans are dying. Like, I speak from a very, very deep love of my country, and yeah, we're suffering. So it doesn't help to see a white European man sitting there and saying tut tut us when we're literally fighting for our lives. Like, obviously, they're criticizing anyone in a position of privilege, which Cavernacle is in, like in comparison to, you know, and engaging in, but Cavernacle does a really good job at using his platform for relatively good things. The problem is that he's getting lumped in with Vosh, who I love how none of us even care about Vosh. We're all just ignoring that he exists. And Bad Empanada, who I don't think is like the greatest. Like, I don't know why you all love his like violent rhetoric and think it's a form of liberation, except to say that you guys are kind of dreaming through his like, I don't know, his fantasy of playing to the patriarchy strength of telling men to be violent. Like, I don't know, something about people's love of Bad Empanada makes me raise an eyebrow at people, but I understand Bad Empanada's criticism of Hassan and other people because I think a lot of it is warranted. I just think like he's not the answer. Like, I think there's no wisdom in his content. So, okay. So then this person who I'm about to block said, I don't think you chill. It says, I don't think you chill anybody talking about like that, miss. First of all, why are you calling her miss? They're criticizing your premise for not, not defending Cavernacle necessarily. The second you naturally dip into generalizations, you trigger people's self-defense mechanism. By saying you stopped watching him because of his privilege and didn't specify what takes actually made you leave, you left no other way for people to see your statement other than you didn't watch him because he's a white man, which just inverts systems of oppression while also perpetuating the ones that target you. That's why people are mad and replying at you. Did you just reverse reverse racism in my comment section, bro. Yes, you explained her comment to her, but you reverse racism in the process. If your brain goes to reverse racism, blocked. If your brain goes like, what, are you not watching white men because they're white? Reverse racism, blocked. Okay? That's the problem. That's the problem that I feel like people aren't understanding. If your whole brain, and listen, Chad says Bad Empanada is a known troll. Taking him seriously at all boosts his ego and reinforces his importance in the space when he started as a troll. Listen, I don't know what Bad Empanada is doing here, but I'll tell you this much. All of these men have got to stop trolling. Cavernacle, Ethan, Bad Empanada. If you want to be serious in commentary, you can't troll. I'm saying it right now. Listen, I make jokes all the time that do not land, and I have to pay attention to like making sure people know like that's a joke, that's a joke. But you cannot be out here saying you want to fight for things and then also being like, oh, also, I'm trolling. It's like, that's what I'm saying about Taylor Lorenz. Are you a serious journalist or are you fighting with people on Twitter? Are you a serious journalist or like what's happening right now? And again, I understand the world is shit and the Trump administration is making everyone act like petulant teenagers, but like there's got to be a standard set, and that's why I don't like you. I don't like you because you're out here like lecturing Republicans. Well, you are literally getting down and dirty with them, Kyle Kulinski. I'm so bored by all of you. There's no wisdom here. And all I'm interested in doing is wisdom. That's why I don't answer these people's DMs. It's why I'm not interested in collaborations. It's why I'm so over it. Now, let me just get into this, okay? Because I think this is important. Also, I blocked people who misgendered trash by leaving the longest comments in the world. I blocked you automatically because I literally specify pronouns for everybody I talk about in the video in the first 2 minutes. And if you are so lazy that you can't pronoun trash correctly, I'm blocking you and I'm not giving you a chance. It is so fucking easy to know their pronouns are they, them. It's on their profile. It's literally within the few seconds of my video start. It's so obvious. So like if you misgender them in any capacity, boom, blocked. Okay? Blocked. Thank you. Okay, now. This person says, Brittany, are you being ableist by using the word autistically? Bro, I mean it literally. I am autistic. When I say like I'm into YouTube autistically, I mean like special interesty. Like it is my love. I don't watch Bad Empanada, but I've seen like 10 or so of his videos. I think that's enough for me to decide I don't like somebody. If you can't capture my attention in 10 videos, you failed. I usually give people, if they're like, obviously, if they're like a Nazi, I need to give them 2 seconds. But if they're progressive, I try to give them like at least like 10 hours before I decide I hate them, or 1 video to decide I like them, right? If I see 1 video from you, I'll subscribe because I'm like, oh, I liked this video. But if I'm like, ooh, I didn't really like this video, let me keep watching them to decide if I like or hate them in general, right? Like that's the problem, is I have a standard for myself that I don't think other people have. And again, I try really hard to understand first where they're coming from before I decide I don't like them. But I just, you know what I mean? That was like last year. That was like whenever Hassan was being heavily associated with Bad Empanada, that's when I checked them out. So I don't know if their content's changed. Hopefully it has, you know, because everyone should be changing. I don't know. But you know what Bad Empanada gives me? Bad Empanada gives me Jet from Avatar: The Last Airbender. There is a misconception and a forgetfulness about people who love Jet from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Just a reminder that he was about to flood and kill civilians. Okay, just a reminder that Jet was literally going to kill civilians, which I understand for some people's perspectives, they don't believe in civilian concepts, which by the way, is a very prominent male patriarchal belief, right? There's a patriarchal belief that civilians don't actually exist because everyone's on the side of the army, the opposing army, or the opposing force. And that's the problem. That's patriarchy, baby. That's why I hate that shit. That's why I hate it so much. I hate it so much because you guys are obsessed with patriarchy. You're obsessed with violence. You're obsessed. And then you're like, oh, why don't people trust me or like me? Okay, now, with that said, let me show you this. Let me show you this. Hold on. Boo, baby, ba, da, da. Wait, that's not right. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. Is this one? No. What? Where is my hello? What is this? I want to, no. There it is. Okay. Let me bring this up for you girls. So first I want to go through these comments that I found. Okay. And then I'll explain it to you, and I'll end with answering a comment from somebody who had a good back and forth with me over violence and liberation. Okay. So first, this comment. This was on Trash's video. It says, I hate YouTube drama, which Cav is more guilty of than you, to be honest, and nobody can make me pick a side. I'm going to be watching both of you. Trash says that's fine. He's definitely not the worst of the three. He could also turn around since he's just spewing his own unexamined biases and not being unintentional stop on the right wing pipeline. In my opinion, I think he could easily learn about his own internalized sexist and other biases and stop putting them in his videos if he wanted to. I just wish like Trash would give us examples of this because I didn't understand where they were coming from. But I also agree that generally speaking, men who have not deconstructed are more likely to engage in casual misogyny without knowing it, like calling trash the B word, like calling people the B word, because you know for a fact that like even using the B word towards other men is misogyny. Because what is a bitch? What is it? Okay, the only time people can use the B word towards each other is when they've deconstructed the use of that word enough to have it be a liberation word, like the N word, like any other, like the F word. You can't just go around using those words, and you know what I mean? Like, what do you think that is? Okay, so thank you. Next comment, also on Trash's video. This is a good video. Speaking on the issue is incredibly important, but it's just not enough. So it goes on. It's a kind of a long comment, but the point I want to focus on is Trash's response. Trash says, I wasn't expecting anyone to watch it. Most of my videos are getting like 10K views. So this has been crazy. I understand that from Trash's perspective, they put out a video thinking nobody would watch it / not even thinking about it from that viral perspective. But also that's the irresponsibility of us as content creators when we are engaging in like very, obviously like it was going to trigger people in a sense, and that was the responsibility that Trash forgot to take upon themselves, was to remind themselves that like, hey, like you can't just put out content. Because I understand from your perspective, you were probably thinking, I'm upset about this, I want to talk about it. But the dilemma is like you went after people in a way that was naturally going to bring a backlash because these people are chronically online and like we all live here. So the problem is like it was way too triggering for people for you not to consider that people would watch it. And also we should assume, just like I do with every post I post on OF, that it will be leaked. Okay? I assume with every piece of content I make that it will stay on the internet forever and everybody could see it. I want to assume that with everything I make now, that like the whole world might see it, because you never know what's the video that's going to go viral. You never know what so I understand, because I used to make content similarly where I'd assume no one's going to see it but my audience. This is for us in this space. But then it also fucks you up because you start trying to talk to everybody in your content, and then it becomes like a bad video for your main audience. So what I always try to do is say like, here's the audience I want, here's who I'm trying to signal to. But if people outside of us see it, whatever. If they misunderstand it, fuck them. But also, I assume they might see it. So I'm ready for that backlash. But also that's why I'm a happy blocker. This is my channel where I come to work every day. I don't have to be yelled at by you. Okay? If you want to yell at me, you can go to my podcast channel where I don't really read the comments. But like you cannot come here and yell at me because Okay? Next comment. Okay, so then, hold on. Okay. This is also on Trash's video. Love you, Trash. Colonizer accent threw me off a bit coming from you, though. Trash said I was trying to be funny. A huge miss, apparently. So I don't know if Trash is autistic, but I did kind of feel bad that maybe they were literally trying to make a joke, but it didn't land. I've definitely done those things as well. But I would just like to say that's why I've had to start saying that's a joke. That's a joke. Because even my like well-meaning autistic audience is like, wait, Britt, is that a joke? Like they can't even tell, and they watch me every day. Like sometimes I will make a joke and you guys are like, wait, is that it? Wait. And I'm like, it's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke. And that's why like that's why you have to think about these things, because even the audience that watches you every day can start to forget like, because I think there's, as a content creator, especially you want to believe that even friends and family, like you want to believe that people will genuinely like understand you, or like don't you know me well enough to know I wouldn't do this type thing? But no, people don't know you. Okay, then there's this comment. Okay, hold on. I'm going to blow my nose for a second. Hold on. Okay, so this comment is kind of what I want to focus on too, in terms of the not trusting men for talking. This says, the idea that Bad Empanada is bad because he's a boy is crazy. hold on, I gotta move this so I can read it better. Like his videos are as well or better researched than whoever your favorite video essay is. Like the only difference between him and FD and Contra and Philosophy Tube is just the production value. Calling him slop is insane. I think Trash calling Cavernacle and BE slop is unfair because when I think of slop, I don't think of just anyone. I think of a very, very like low tier bullshit commentary video. I would never think of Bad Empanada as slop, but I also wouldn't say that BE or I wouldn't frame it this way because they're different videos. Okay, so listen, when I'm on my own, I like to watch commentary and podcasts, and when I'm with you guys on stream, I like to watch video essays. I feel like I watch Cavernacle on my own way more than I watch him on stream because he is how do I say this? Like it doesn't warrant a conversation with people. Does that kind of make sense? Like it doesn't, like when I watch an FD Signifier video, I don't, on occasion I'll watch them on my own. Mostly I watch his B-Sides channel on my own all the time, but his video essays feel like I can't just watch them alone. And a part of it is that he's throwing so much information at me that I want to discuss it with people. And the other thing is like, it's not chill. They're not chill videos. That's why my podcast, I try to make it like a commentary podcast with a lot of visuals because I want people to be able to watch it by themselves. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I can't watch a video essay by myself. I don't have the patience to sit through a video essay that's really well done with high production on my own. Do you know what I mean? Like, but so again, I like commentary videos when I'm by myself in my house getting ready for stream or something, because I just watched a Salem video about the Starbucks Bear cups. Great video for getting ready for stream. You know what I mean? Also a great video to watch on stream, but even better to watch on my own while I'm getting ready for stream. It's like, yeah, there are just certain things. So Bad Empanada is somebody you can watch maybe sometimes when you're getting ready, like his streams, or maybe his video essays are better, you know, with a people to have a conversation with. I don't know. Like you make that decision. I agree that generally they're all kind of the same, but also the way they're consumed is different. And that's what's, I think, throwing people off. Contra and FD, video essayists are just not commentary channels. They're not streamers. You know what I mean? It's just different. It's different. Chad says, do you mean chill videos are not like researched essays with multiple sources that synthesize different ideas to better discuss with others? Well, video essays are essays turned into videos, right? There's like a more formalized expectation of the quality. I don't want to sit down and read your essay. I want to read an article from the New York Times. I don't want to sit here and read your essay. I want to read this blog post. It's the difference between reading an essay and reading a blog post. I don't want to read your 20-page essay. You know what I mean? Like, damn, I'm not in my research mode. Do I look academic to you? Like, video essays are a little bit more academically inclined. So they're like higher brain power. You have to use more of your brain power. And like, they're a little less digestible. They're a little like, they're good, but they're harder to digest. You know what I mean? So for me, like, I love a podcast. I love people talking. I love the references, but like commentary channels can have tons of resources, but the way they give you those resources is much more digestible. It's much more like, I don't know, it's just easier to digest. It's like the difference between going to a lecture and going to an open mic event. It's just like, it's a different vibe. You know what I mean? Right? Chances they make you think, but commentary videos also make you think. It's how they're making you think. What's the barrier to entry? What's the formula? Like, can I walk away? Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, it's not that video essays are better or you're smarter for watching them. I completely disagree with this premise, and I think it's a completely elitist, which is why Nebula comes off elitist, because the elitist messaging of like our video essays are like better is not true. No, not even think deeper. No, I think ContraPoints videos do not make you think more deep than a regular streamer. I just don't think Lindsay Ellis's videos are that profoundly good. I do not think H Bomber Guy is profoundly good. No, I think they're just a different medium. It's just the medium. And the medium is like, it's purposely trying to be, I'm better than you. You know what I mean? It literally is trying to say there's a threshold to barrier to entry, even though there isn't, but there is. You know what I mean? Yeah, medium is the message. Exactly. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just like they're almost trying to trick you into thinking there's something powerfully different about this message. And so you're thinking through the whole thing like, oh, what is the greater message? What is the greater message? There is no greater message. The message is not greater. It's made in a way to make you think it's profound. And that part takes up so much more brain power than a commentary video that's not trying to be pretentious. You know what I'm saying? Yes, essays are a different performance of the information. Exactly. Right. So like it's too performative, which is fun. I love a performance, but the performance is like, you're doing too much. Just give me the information straight up. You're doing too much. But again, it's fine. So, okay, video essays are valid and beautiful, and I'm here for it. And I don't think they're any more, but the illusion. Okay, now I'm going to wrap this comment up into the Nebula commentary. First of all, FD has been in my chat very frequently over the years. Okay, I am very good with a lot of these people in a casual sense. Okay, I have nothing against Nebula and these people and FD and any of these humans. Like, I have nothing against these people, like, okay, at all. And I just want to explain why people can get frustrated or confused about the Nebula branding. So when I see people promote Nebula, okay, what I hear it as is a streaming service to watch YouTubers make content. And often FD, as an example, will say, like Lindsay Ellis, first of all, you're never going to sell me on anything if Lindsay's involved. And second, you're never going to sell me on anything if H-Bomber guy is involved. For Brittany, this is not interesting. Philosophy Tube, not interesting. I'm not sold. Okay? Now, if somebody I really liked, and there are tons of people I like on Nebula, was on that enough, I would be sold. But none of the people on Nebula are enough for me to be sold. Now, here's a question. If I was on Nebula, how many of you might be tempted to watch me if I made content just for Nebula? Would there be a temptation? Because I think with the right content creator, I could be tempted to get Nebula. But none of the content creators are enough for me to get Nebula. And that's just the truth. But I think there could be the right kind of content creators to get me on Nebula. So here's Nebula, right? It's a cool website. It looks awesome. I recognize a lot of the faces. I actually am subscribed to a lot of these people, but like, I don't want to watch Abigail Thorne act. No offense. I mean that with the most like love. I don't want to watch you do your thing. I'm not interested in short form, like skits. I'm not interested in acting. I'm not interested in that at all, right? Okay, so no. And then I scroll down, I'm scrolling, I'm like, okay, this is cool. I don't know who any of these people are, but I love that for them. Okay, this is cool, but like not interested. And then I scroll down and it goes, Culture, Nebula, Maggie Mayfish, Lindsay Ellis, and H-Bomber guy, all white people. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know who Maggie is, but I don't like Lindsay Ellis and I don't like H-Bomber guy, so not sold, right? The branding of Nebula is going to push away very hardcore progressives and or people who have already seen these people on YouTube and are just like are not interested. But then I went on their website to like see if like what could tempt me to buy Nebula. And like these videos, I know this guy, this glasses guy, he makes comedy videos, but like I don't care about his videos enough to watch them, but you know what I mean? And then like Etsy is dead, that sounds kind of fun, but also like who is this guy? I don't know him. And then can I find this video on YouTube, right? Like for free. And then it's like, okay, what is this? Like some of these look pretty good, but I don't know enough to buy Nebula to watch them. Like I definitely am intrigued, but like not enough for me to buy it. So then I'm like, okay, so who's on this website and why would I join it? Okay, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, love Foreign, but I'm already subscribed to both his YouTube channels. Love Tom Nicholas, but I'm already subscribed. So like, what am I, Tara, okay, like Tara, but I'm already subscribed. So like, why would I join Nebula? What is on Nebula? Look, FD Signifier. Okay, what is on Nebula that I'm not getting on YouTube? And is it worth my budget? Now, for the record, I make more than the average American, or I make like a middle-class living, and I still have to budget in all of my subscriptions. Nebula would have to be just for Brittany, and I don't have time to watch TV like that. The only reason I subscribe to independent content creators is to promote them directly. So I subscribe to two people's Patreons to promote them directly. The only reason I am on Netflix or Hulu or Disney is for work, because I otherwise wouldn't even have those subscriptions unless something came out I really want to watch. And no offense, YouTube is enough for me. So my partner and I budget in all of our subscriptions. And the only reason we even have those subscriptions is because I need to work, because people want me to watch Love is Blind or Mormon Wives or something like that, which is cool. And I love doing that. But otherwise, like, genuinely, I just wouldn't watch it. Brittany, like Simon, wouldn't watch it. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't care. And that's because I am a YouTube girly. I watch everything on YouTube. Everything I ever want to watch is on YouTube. And or we do like Luffy and we watch anime in a unique way. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't use Crunchyroll because they did a deal with Israel. But like, okay, we do our best to figure it out. We do our best for our personal consumption. So Nebula, the only reason I'd sign up for Nebula is if I could show the videos on stream or if I could react to them, which at that point would be unfair because I'm assuming that kind of is contrary to the work, right? And so like, I wouldn't do that. So like, again, like Nebula would have to be for me directly, and I don't care that much. I would just watch YouTube because like, that's how my brain works. So again, I'm not saying Nebula isn't good. I'm not saying it's not great. I'm saying, why am I buying a subscription for my own personal use that I am not tempted to buy just to support content creators? If Nebula, if somebody I really like is like, hey girls, I'm on Nebula, I would love it if you could support me there, I would be very tempted. It's just nobody I watch has tempted me enough to buy Nebula. Is that okay? It's not that Nebula is a problem. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't. So then there's this idea that like, oh, like, only like the elites get to be on Nebula. There's some truth to that in the sense that it's invite only, in the sense that like, yeah, I doubt my content would be quote good enough for Nebula, right? FD's been in my chat long enough. These people have been in my chat long enough. I'm sure I would have been invited if they thought I was good enough. And it's okay that I'm not, but it's also okay that I don't even think about it. I never think about it because, to be honest with you, I get a lot of anxiety over being a part of community endeavors. I do. I want to shut down and not create anything the moment I think of my creation as being like a part of something bigger, because I'm like, I feel like the sense of responsibility gets so overwhelming that I freeze. So I also would probably say no if I was invited, unless it was like a really big incentive, right? So again, like, I'm not trying to talk shit about Nebula. I'm trying to explain the psychology behind some of us being like, oh yeah, Nebula feels weird. Like, there's something about it that feels weird. You know, there's just like, I don't know, like, I don't know what it is, but again, it's not a bad thing. Okay. It just, you know what I mean? And look, I'm a YouTube premium viewer. I've been paying for YouTube for like forever. Okay. I'm a no ads girly. So I'm not even sitting here because people still get paid, even though it's premium. Like, again, I'm not saying any of this is bad. I'm saying you have to understand why people would rather buy YouTube premium than Nebula. And also why people would love Nebula, but not YouTube premium. Right? There's something about that. Okay, now, let's see. Okay, now, let me pull up this comment. Yeah, chat said if I was to get Nebula, it would literally be like donating to charity to support creators I like. Well, that's the other part of it. Am I buying Nebula to support creators? Then I might as well give to their personal Patreons. Because I think the illusion is like, oh, if you buy Nebula, you get access to all this content. I'm never going to watch it though. And they're probably saying, well, why not? I don't know. I would have to, it's like, have you ever used YouTube Music? Like, I've never used it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, you ever pay for something and you don't even really use it? Yeah, I've done that so many times in my life where like I just kind of pay for something to support it, but I never use it. You know, like even when I sometimes am people's like like I become members for YouTubers, I don't watch the extra content or use it. I just want to support them. Sometimes I don't even utilize it. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's just like, I don't know. It's all good either way. Like, I'm just giving it as an example. I'm not saying you shouldn't use it or you shouldn't like it. Like, again, all of it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I love YouTube Music. If it works, maybe I'll get on it. But like, the point is that it's not a personal jab at Nebula for at least Brittany and her audience, I think, not to like it. We're just like, okay, yeah, no, thank you. You're not enticing me enough, but maybe one day. But also, I don't like the way people came for trash, or the way they use misogyny or transphobic like comments to come for trash. I don't like the way people are having this conversation. Now, there's one more comment. Let me bring it up for you, girlies. Let me go over this really fast. Whoa. Okay. Okay, so first, I got this comment on my video, but we talked about it on chat. We cleared it up, so we're good. So as I read this comment, just so you know, the ending is a happy one. Okay, let's talk about it. They said, very rich. We remember in my video about trash and Cavernacle, we were talking about violence and liberation. Okay. And you know my stance generally, if you know it, that I think patriarchy encourages violence as the only means of liberation. And if violence is your only means of liberation, it's probably not the right form of liberation. Okay. So they said, very rich coming from a white woman. You want to explain to a slave when the appropriate time for violence is. You want to have that conversation. I'm fully understanding that the patriarchal elements of violence, and that patriarchy has created a system where power was attained through violence, and liberation is difficult without violence. Yes, this is the fault of the patriarchy. But do you think a slave that is in desperate conditions would have that conversation with you? You want to test that and go tell Palestinians and folks in Sudan? You want to tell the women in Sudan who've had to commit mass suicides to avoid rape by RSF when the appropriate time for violence against the oppressor is? Or perhaps you want to preach to the women who have had to use violence to defend themselves against RSF why this is patriarchal, or the folks in the Congo for that matter. You want to have that talk. Leftists and imperial centers, especially white leftists in these spaces, need to stop trying to dictate the method of time and timeline of liberation of the oppressed. You don't know their pain and their suffering. You're looking from a third person perspective. Let me see. You're trying to convince someone who has been starved for days to eat their vegetables. Like, yes, vegetables are good and we should eventually move away from the meat-based society, probably, but the starving person needs protein and other resources right now. So it's not so bad if we let them have a hamburger or maybe try to get them to eat vegetables later. I hope this makes sense, because it's frustrating as someone from the third world seeing white passing leftists trying to dictate the timeline and method of liberation adopted by oppressed groups. So, okay, first of all, like I said, we hashed it out in the comments and we're good. I think, first, I agree with the overall premise of the comment. I also don't use third world anymore because it's discriminatory. I use developing world. So that's interesting that people are still using third world in my comment sections. Like, did you guys not get the update? We're not using that anymore. But also, okay, that's fine. The comment generally is fine. If they watch me, they would know, that's fine. And they did correct it. I said to them, hey, I know you heard something I didn't say, and I think I think if you really heard me and knew my stance on violence, you would agree, or maybe not. But given your examples, I think you'll agree with me. I'll respond to this on stream today. I hope it clears it up. They said, fair. I took the approach I did because I interpreted what you said to be denigrating any form of violence towards liberation. Oh, shoot. I didn't put the whole comment in here. I forgot to read more. But basically they said, but upon the second watch, I heard you say only means of violence. And then we agreed, right? So we eventually agreed that it's when people use, so funny enough, the RSF and all of these male dominated armies that are causing women in the Sudan to commit suicide or kidnapping young boys to be soldiers are exactly the form of patriarchal violence used for the form of liberation that I'm talking about. Israel thinks their genocide of the Palestinians is a form of liberation. And that's why I say, no. Your form of liberation cannot be rooted in patriarchy, because you will justify the genocide of a population because that's how you've been taught under patriarchy to, quote, dominate the world. That's why in Asmongold will say, oh, Americans won a war. They won the native land from the Native Americans. The natives lost. That's patriarchy. And that's why I say, I'm critical. Okay, Tao Te Ching, avoid war, 31. Among all tools, weapons alone are cursed. All men come to despise them. Those who follow Tao do not need them. Weapons are not the tools of the wise. Only as a last resort do the wise use them. Peace and tranquility are valued by wise rulers. Even when victorious in battle, they do not rejoice, for they never exult over the killing of others. Those rulers who rejoice over killing others will never bring happiness to their people. The killing of others fills the people with sorrow. We lament with tears because of it and honor the victors solemnly, as if we were attending a funeral ceremony. That's my favorite. And that's the foundation of my beliefs. It's not that an enslaved person shouldn't kill the enslaver, right? It's that the enslaver cannot kill the enslaved because they own them in the legal sense, right? Like, violence is not a means of liberation no matter what, except when in a direct form of facing violence, it is your only and last resort. So what happens is Israel will say, what about October 7th? What about October 7th? What about it? October 7th is not a justification for the genocide of the Palestinians, but in their head, that's their form of liberation. But we know that's not true. We know that you cannot justify the genocide of the Palestinians for this reason, right? And this kind of goes with any form of violence where men get very excited to start being violent towards oppressors because they see them as oppressors. You cannot be violent towards your oppressor just because they exist in the oppressor's skin or the oppressor aesthetic. And again, you have to make a decision. This goes back to Jet versus Zuko versus Aang. A lot of people think it's unfair that Zuko got a redemption arc, but Jet didn't. Zuko wanted to kill people who were in Fire Nation because it was his belief system. Jet wanted to kill innocent Fire Nation people because he was traumatized by the system that he was born into. Aang wanted to liberate people from the violence by finding a means of taking down the Fire Lord without committing violence, right? They're different. And ultimately, the best version of them was Aang. The best version was not Zuko or Jet. They were both fucked, but, Jet is technically a little bit more bad by every ethical, empirical, measuring, in my opinion, because Jet, as the oppressor or as the oppressive, should know that the justification is not to then kill innocent people the way your people were killed. Like, you cannot kill other people's babies because your babies were killed. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not justification. You cannot go kill other people's grandmas because your grandma was killed. You know what I mean? That's not to say that if you are directly enslaved in someone's backyard, you couldn't take a knife and kill your slave owner and then get away and free yourself. It's not to say that if we're watching Vinland Saga, that at one point they didn't have the right to kill their slave owners and run away. It's not to say that in a direct circumstance, but we are not in that circumstance, so that comment is correct. I am not in that circumstance, which is why as an American living in Croatia, I especially cannot be using violence as a means of liberation, because what chains am I wearing? Now, obviously, if they start gathering us up in camps, we can have a conversation. And please note that the way the oppressors keep you from even acting up is by saying you acted out of turn and that's why you deserve to be arrested, which is why the way the ICE is picking up and kidnapping people off the streets is exactly the double-edged sword America has created for the oppressed. Oh my God, well, if you weren't fighting, if you would just go along with the police, they treat you right. Oh, well, but then the other myth Americans give white Americans is that you would know a bad guy when you saw it. You would stand up for yourself. You wouldn't let the police come and kidnap your mother, except when brown people try to save their mothers from being kidnapped by ICE, all of a sudden they're not acting accordingly. So I understand that we are in a crazy moment where we don't know the difference between liberating ourselves against a person coming to kidnap us and, quote, playing by the rules of the system that promises us if we're just good, they'll treat us well, which they won't, right? So again, when we have these conversations, they're so nuanced and we all have a different version of it in our heads. But the thing I don't like is when men co-opt liberation movements and feel like murdering people is the only way. Because I really feel like that is the crux of all the issues at hand. The videos I have seen out of Sudan, the videos I have seen out of Palestine, the videos I have seen, this is men. This is patriarchy. These are groups of men who think your only form of liberation is murdering people's family members. And I'm saying, can we please sit down and talk about this? And they're like, no. And I understand why they say no, because you feel like no one's giving you a choice, but they also think no one's giving them a choice, but they are the oppressors. How do you understand the psychology of an oppressor and then understand that no matter how nice you are to them, they'll still oppress you and then call it the way things are? I get it. It's frustrating. It's we can't talk this out because the oppressor never wants to. And also they don't care. They don't care about you. That's why I'm saying the world is a philosophically evil place. Okay. And I don't think people who claim to be pro-liberation should be engaging in philosophical evil because the oppressor is. That is not to say you cannot defend yourself. Okay. That is not to say you shouldn't stand up for yourself. That is not to say you can't fight back. It's to say that, oh, this is patriarchy. This is conditioning men to think that violence is the only answer. And if I'm just more violent than the oppressor, I'll win. All it does for a time is buy you a moment of peace to then hopefully educate the population. But do you do that? Are we, after every quote moment of peace, educating our population? So the US bombs Japan and goes, we did it to end the war, to save more lives. But where are we now? Nazis are back. They're in full fashion. What are we doing? They never disappeared. But what did that do? So we got a temporary reprieve for 2.5 seconds, and now we're back at it again. Another genocide, another genocide, another genocide. So this is what I'm saying, okay? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Chad said, why did I just get a pro-Israel ad? Because YouTube just did a deal with Israel, probably. YouTube also just did a deal with Israel. Everyone's doing a deal with Israel. I'm telling you, it is, talk about no ethical consumption under capitalism. We're all fucked. But this channel is to teach you how to focus on the reality that, like, we're all biological creatures on a planet. It's always going to be this way forever, and you still have to do the right thing. Everything will always be, life will always be this way. It will never stop. So get ready and take a deep breath, because it's never going to be different. And that doesn't mean that you shouldn't still try. It just means I want you to take a deep breath and understand, like, you're a biological creature on a planet, girl. You evolved. There's no God waiting for you. There's probably no aliens waiting for you. There's probably nothing magical that's going to come from the sky and save you. There's only the fact that we exist here. And so you have to do preventative care. You have to do preventative care. You have to really think about why you're having kids in the universe, what you're doing when you're picking partners, why we're so strict about who we trust on the internet, including white men with good intentions. You have to think about, what is the point? Like, is this person you're consuming actually aiming for wisdom or not? There was no wisdom in Trash's videos, but I certainly haven't seen one in Bad Empanadas either. Where is the wisdom? Listen, I'm very critical of Hassan. I'm very critical of these people. I'm less critical of them than conservatives, but that's the issue. Is like, why would I look at a Nazi and be like, oh, I should spend time criticizing a Nazi? Like, yeah, I should, and I try really hard to make sure my content is mostly criticizing the right, because I don't need more voices criticizing the left. And also, if I see misogyny from the left, I'm going to say something. Because again, I'm not interested in Kyle Kulinski calling women the B word. Like, no, you can't call Republican women the B word because, oh, they're the oppressor. No. Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, I'm saying you have to do the right thing even if nobody else is doing it. And that includes not calling people slurs just because they're the enemy. Okay? We're not talking about reclaimed slurs. We're not talking about conversations with your friends and family. We're not talking about when you're with your therapist. We're talking about in public, at work, as a part of your brand. Okay? I am not talking about you personally when you're hanging out with your buddies. Like, even then it should be deconstructed. But I'm really talking about people in positions of leadership. You know what I'm saying? That says, will you post this part of your stream? I want to share it. I will not be posting it. I'm not recording it right now. So you're going to have to timestamp it for people if you want to share. But no, I wasn't planning on posting this. Chad says, Bad Empanada does have a lot of wisdom. For instance, he has a video talking about why liberals can't handle conspiracy theories that were amazing. He also just beefs with people a lot. I'm sure Bad Empanada on occasion is wise, but I don't think he is a wise person. I also don't think I'm a wise person. So I just need everyone to sit their fucking egos down and remind themselves that I also don't think I'm a wise person. So any criticism I have of Bad Empanada is the same I would have of myself. We're at most wise sometimes. But we are certainly not like, you know what I mean? Like, sit down. Okay, same with Uncle Iroh. Before Korra, he was not a wise person. He was a person who was wise on occasion. But he was going through it, girl. Uncle Iroh was going through it. Okay? And that's what I'm saying. I think the internet just hates to hear anything bad about their favorites. And I get you. Like, I understand it. But also, like, it's, you know what I mean? Their favorites are the ones who should be holding their audience more accountable, but they're not. And that tells me they're not wise. Your content creators should be the ones reminding you not to bat that hard for them in the comments of other people's videos. To say, like, guys, I get it. You know, that's why I appreciate Cavernacle's response to Trash. But, like, your content creators should be the ones saying, don't go over to people's comments and defend me like that. They should block you if you do it. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, okay? All right. And also, like, look, at the end of the day, I was raised as a woman, formed as a woman. I have insight into the world that Ben Empanada just will never have, right? At least as far as I know. Vosh will never have, Kaepernick will never have. Like, men who are men raised under patriarchy, and I don't mean to like assume their internal gender relationship, like they won't have that relationship, right? So like when Trash gives an opinion or when I'm giving an opinion or we're having an opinion, we might disagree because being AFAB isn't a monolithic experience, but we're having different relationships with how we are brought up in the world, which makes us more aware and probably sensitive to like, is that misogyny? You know what I mean? And look, you can call us crazy. And I think depending on how we convey that information, it might feel crazy, but there is something to it. And there was something to it proven by the comments left on Trash's videos. The misogyny, transphobia was crazy. Even if it was veiled in some form of like bullshit speech, it was there. It was there. Now, and I still was critical of Trash's video. I was very critical of Trash's video. I even said like to my audience, like, I don't know why they posted this. I don't get what this video is. But you see how I didn't go for Trash the way other people did? I didn't say they were crazy or delusional. I didn't say they, whatever. I just said like, oh, I think they're wrong. I think this is confusing. I feel like maybe they're going through something, which is so valid. Maybe they'll have time to remake the video. Okay. So just a reminder. Thank you. Okay. Chad says, bad empanada reminds me of my ex who was autistic and never addressed it. The way that men are able to get away with bad behavior, for example, and femme autistics wouldn't get away with. Honestly, when I was watching Bad Empanada this morning, I was like, is he an autistic king, bro? I also think a lot of streamers are neurodivergent and don't know it. And these men think they're so fucking good because their sense of justice is so strong. I also thought that this morning, bro. I legit was watching this boy. I was like, this man don't blink. He was like this. I was like, the autistic eyes right there. And listen, maybe he is because his sense of justice is out of the world. It's too much, bro. And by the way, just for the record, your sense of justice as an autistic or ADHD person is actually a disability because it stops you from actually being productive. It literally can be a paralyzing situation. It literally put me in therapy because it is like an insane problem if you do not, understand it. So I do think a lot of these boys, like do have a high sense of justice and aren't getting the therapy they need, and or they just like don't like the fact that we don't like them. Like, I'm allowed to not like you. This audacity from these men being like, why can't you like me? I don't get why you don't like me. Why don't you like me? Bro, I'm allowed to not like you. That's what's so crazy. It's like, girl, if you don't like me, you don't like me. I don't care. That's okay. That's valid. But like the fact that BE fans are like, you would like him if blah, 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 blah. Girl, I do not like him. And I'm allowed to not like him. Okay? Crazy, bro. Crazy. You know what I mean? And again, like just the way they went for Trash, like it was on, again, I don't know. You do you, bros. You do you. But at the end of the day, what we're trying to do here is explain why things happen, is to explain why there is a disconnect and why some people are making points that other people are making. Again, I still don't understand Trash's criticisms, but I don't like the way people went for Trash. You know? And so it's like, I think for me, watching it from, even my audience, watching it, being like, what's going on here? Like, what are you guys doing? Feels like, I don't know what y'all are doing, but I'm going to comment on it, but something bad is happening here. And I think we got down to the root of it of like, there isn't enough like explaining. And I'm not sure that Trash making a new video would change people's opinions, but it would allow us just to say like, okay, I disagree. I can't even disagree with Trash's video because I literally don't know what they're trying to say. I don't think it was a very well-made video. I don't even understand the points. Like, I understand the points generally if I'm being very good faith and using a lot of my brain, but that's too much work to ask an audience to do in a 45-minute video. It should have been more concise. But even if Trash remade the video with very, like, receipts and an argument, we can still disagree with the argument. We're still allowed to say, like, no, thank you. When I made my Kyle Clancy criticism video, the people in my comments were so misogynistic towards me that I was like, you're proving the point. You cannot disagree with me without being misogynistic. You literally cannot disagree with me to just disagree. You have to go for my intelligence, or you have to literally say I'm a bitch, or you have to go for me in my comments. You can't literally just say like, oh, I think you're wrong. And here's why I think you're wrong. And obviously some people did that, but okay, just in general. Thank you. Crazy. Okay, now, da-da-da-da. Discord chat says, well, I like Bad Empanada. I wouldn't continue going on about him. A bad thing I've heard is that he does is having people gang stalked and harassed in real life. So be careful with that. Listen, if I had $1 for every man that used exactly that tactic to go after people, I'd be so rich. Destiny does the same thing. Ethan does the same thing. I'm not surprised if Bad Empanada does the same thing. That is patriarchy. That is how men make people afraid of them. They threaten your life. They threaten you with harassment. That is patriarchy. Yeah. So, not surprised. You know what I mean? You know, and if that's not what he does, then that's what it is. But like, sounds patriarchal to me, girl. Okay, now, like I said, I don't give a fuck if Bad Empanada DMs me. I'm gonna reject it. Don't comment on my videos, bro. Leave me alone. Okay, ready? Here we go. Let's talk about Scott Galloway, because I love talking shit on Scott Galloway. I just found her videos. This is Therese, smaller content creator, made a video criticizing Scott Galloway, and I am locked in. I love criticizing him. Okay. Scott Galloway, if you guys don't remember, is that white man who's going around talking about like saving men. He's trying to be the new Jordan Peterson. I dislike his work. I think it's incredibly reductive, and I think it is lacking like intersectionality so deeply. And though he tries very hard to admit that women have been oppressed over all of these years because of patriarchy, he just doesn't understand why men are suffering, even though he thinks he does. And that's kind of the problem. So here we go. Here's Therese explaining her issues with Scott Galloway. Let's see if we agree or disagree.
I need Scott Galloway to go away.
Go away.
Scott has a new book making the rounds, Notes on Being a Man. And like much of his commentary around men and boys, it is filled with contradictions, half-truths, and a whole lot of misplaced blame. It's just the same patriarchy rebranded as male self-help. Galloway argues that men today are floundering. This we know to be true. This is not news. He paints a familiar picture. Men falling behind in school, struggling with depression and loneliness, disappearing from the labor market, et cetera, and opting out of relationships. Now, Galloway claims he's not a red pill guy. He doesn't shout into a podcast mic about alpha males and body count. He doesn't scream at women on the internet. But he does think that it's women's responsibility to help men. The heart of his argument is what he calls the three-legged stool of masculinity.
So let me get to what I think are sort of the three legs of the stool of basically of masculinity. Provider, protector, and procreator.
Protect, provide, procreate. How original. According to Galloway, this is the foundation of manhood. A man should keep people safe, he should earn money, he should raise a family.
And I think a lot of young men are lacking a certain code. And I think masculinity in an aspirational format can serve as that code.
Oh,
I think the three legs of the stool are being a provider. I think a man needs to be economically viable. But the whole point of prosperity, the whole shooting match, is such that you can move to protection. The moments you feel most at home with your masculinity are when your kids are safe. Procreation. I think it's wonderful. I think we need to stop pathologizing men's desire to have romantic and, quite frankly, sexual relationships, because that fire can be translated into wonderful things.
Mm-hmm. But what?
I really don't like this man. I really don't like him. You know what I'm saying? Deconstruct gender and this role that male masculinity or any type of masculinity has to be this way. Like, girl.
When do you think the shift happened?
I think it's a lot of things. If you look at the point of failure for when a boy comes off the tracks, it's when he loses a male role model. Mm-hmm. And we have the second most single-parent homes in the world. And what's interesting is that a girl in a single-parent home, and let's be honest, so is the mom. 88% of single-parent homes, it's the mom. The girl has the same outcomes, same rates of college attendance, same rates of income. A boy, when he loses a male role model at that moment, becomes more likely to be incarcerated than graduate from college. What the data shows is that while boys are physically stronger, they're emotionally and neurologically and mentally much weaker.
Oh, yeah.
That has been debunked so many times. It is because of patriarchy. Patriarchy allows men to stay stupid and still gives them like trophies. Women are not allowed to do that. Like, women can't do it for our survival alone. That's why I say the hero narrative is a myth created by patriarchy to make mediocre men feel good about themselves. I'm a hero because I paid my bills. Girl, I'm not a hero because I make money for my family. That's the myth. Men get to be their providers and make money for their families and be heroes. But when I make money for my family, I'm not a hero. And by the way, I wouldn't want to be. I'm not a hero because I'm a responsible adult paying my bills. That doesn't make me a hero. It makes me literally like basic expectation of behavior. Like the bar is so low that basic behavior is like, whoa, oh my God, amazing. No,
He also blames single motherhood and fully admits that women and girls are more resilient than boys and men.
And also, do you think these women are the ones taking away these male role models? The male role models don't want to show up. And or, yes, we have to go back to why people are settling in relationships and the fact that we are evolved animals over billions of years. So we do have a tendency, or millions of whatever, to have a tendency to settle in relationships and have sex without condoms and to have sex without protection. And then these men don't even want to date these women. The moment I ask a man for his STI testing, he goes, I'm not doing that. You know how many men over my lifetime has said, like, I'm not wearing a condom. I don't want to get tested. It's like, girl, and then I get it. We've all been sloppy, messy. Okay. So then you engage, you get pregnant, and then what? Okay. So again, I think this idea that like, oh, like these, yeah, like boys need male role models. I love that. Why are they sticking around? Why aren't they there then? And then even if you are, you still have to model. Okay, you still have to do it. Listen, I love my father and I'm glad he was there. But also my father did neglect, because he was busy working. He was always busy in sitting down each of his 8 boys and having very strong and important conversations with them over what is healthy masculinity. Like, again, it's not just that, okay, good, my dad did the bare minimum. He was a present father. He worked. He like provided all that stuff. That's great. I love that. And also, he did not take the time to really sit down, because there was no time, because he had 10 kids, because they're religious and he works 6 days a week. Like, again, like I feel like people are forgetting that it's not just being in the home that's important, though that's a huge leg up. It's also sitting with your boys and explaining to them. Okay. So I remember when Andrew Tate, my brother started liking Andrew Tate, some of them, and my dad was like, why do you guys like Andrew Tate? He's a horrible person. And I was like, for the same reason you kind of like Jordan Peterson. Like, you guys are so eager for these male role models, and you guys can't actually have a thought in your head that doesn't take everything into offense. Like, I provided food for you. Okay, well, what else? It's like, what else is there? It's like, you guys do like literally the bare minimum, and you're like, there, I'm amazing. It's like, yes, thank you. I appreciate you. I'm happy to give you compliments. And also, we have to keep growing and deconstructing and da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? It's just like so frustrating.
But doesn't understand that that's a problem.
The best thing we could do for men, because men need relationships. They need it more than women. There's this cartoon of a woman in her 30s who didn't find romantic love and is now living with cats. The reality is she's fine. Yeah. When women don't have a relationship, they pour that energy into their friends and their work. When a man doesn't have a relationship, he pours it into conspiracy theory, porn, and misogyny.
Okay, first of all, that's true. But also, that's because women are pouring it into our community. Men just need to pour it into their community. They don't need to be in relationships. They need to pour it into community, which is a relationship. Men don't need female partners. They need community. Hello?
I think the public policy that would benefit men the most is universal child.
No, chat says Scott Galloway oversimplifies the issue. It's not men versus women. It's everyone versus capitalism. It is reductive to think that in a non-capitalistic world, we still wouldn't have racism and misogyny. Capitalism is separate from patriarchy. They go in hand, but even in socialized or communist countries, we would still be dealing with racism and patriarchy. Okay? To say that it's us versus capitalism, no, it is not. And so, like, again, capitalism sucks. It is a problem. It needs to be deconstructed. But, like, that's the issue, is like, it is all of the problems. All of the problems need to be deconstructed, right?
Childcare.
Oh, wait, so now we're in favor of universal childcare. We're in favor of universal childcare because it will help men. Interesting.
Exactly. Oh, but that's the thing. Under patriarchy, you have to brand everything at men, just like when it comes to Black issues. You have to brand it towards white people for anyone to do anything, and that's because of racism and misogyny. Listen, the fact that I have to work so hard to get you on board by making it a you problem is the racism misogyny. The fact that you just won't support it because it will help people who aren't you is the racism misogyny. That's the problem. That's literally, it's in the work. You should be doing the right thing, even if it doesn't benefit you, even though it will benefit you, by the way. It will literally benefit you. Benefiting women, helping Black people, helping minorities will benefit everybody. But that shouldn't be the reason you're doing it. You should be doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Also blames single motherhood. He admits that women and girls are more resilient than boys and men, but he doesn't seem to have an issue with that. He never asks why. Why are women so much more resilient than men? And what can we do to make men as resilient as women? And I will give him this one small, teeny tiny amount of credit. He does encourage men to show up with kindness, responsibility, and self-discipline.
Sure. As does Jordan Peterson, by the way. Jordan Peterson is infamously an Andrew Tate hater. Jordan Peterson hates Andrew Tate. He thinks he's narcissistic and violent and disgusting. And yet, right, they all end up still being on the more red pill adjacent side, the more conservative side, right? Chad says, I don't mean to say that sexism wouldn't exist without capitalism, but more so that these problems can't be solved under capitalism. That's all. Well, none of these problems will be solved, period, ever the end. Like, I just want you to be abundantly, I want to be transparent. I don't think any of these problems will ever be solved ever as long as humans exist. Because human beings are the problem. It is literally the way that we create babies, millions of babies. We can't process, we can't educate people fast enough. It will never happen. Even if you eradicated all human beings and started again from scratch, it would repeat itself. Like, we are inherently the problem. So all we can do is work on getting systems to work better. And inherently, like, I want to dismantle these things, but it's us. Like, we are inherently the problem. And the problem is, like, we're not acknowledging that. It's not us groups of people. It's us human beings as a species, right? And so, like, I think there's like a problem. That's why I say, like, again, I want you to deconstruct it for your own personal life first, and then understand how it out. Like, I made this video over on my podcast channel about provider relationships. And because the internet, like, provider relationships is a very specific niche of content, specifically about how men need to be providers. And people were like, but Brittany, you are the provider in your family. I'm not the provider. Because that says in some ways that my partner is less than because of what they don't provide. We are both providers. To call provider partnerships the person who makes the money is to discount the providing that the other partners do in the relationship. That's why I don't call myself a provider, because it is a hierarchical construct that puts me above my partner, which is bad. Your partner is not above or below you. Providers are not better than the other partners because they're providers. So when you play into this concept of provider, you are literally playing into misogyny. That's why Scott Galloway is trash as well. Because for him to say that men need to be providers, we're all providers. Either all of us are providers or none of us are providers. But we're all providing something. That's what being in a relationship should be. Hello?
If they had that, there wouldn't be a problem. But the crux of the issue, what makes Scott Galloway just as dangerous as the Red Pill Bros, is that while he acknowledges the fact that men need relationships, not just for connection, but to
I do not think men need romantic relationships. I think all of us need connection to people, but we do not need romantic relationships. We need connection to community.
ground them, to serve as guardrails for their lives and for their behavior. The problem is that he doesn't have a problem with that. And that is where my issue with him lies. Because what he's really saying is that men can't function unless women are there to do the emotional labor of
Amen, amen, amen. Love you, Therese.
keeping them
Exactly.
afloat. He wants women to be the safety net, the stabilizer, the therapist, the accountability system.
Yep.
And he sees no issue with that.
Yep.
He wants to outsource male development to women, and he's calling this healthy masculinity. And I
Exactly.
don't understand why he's never been challenged on this point. He was on a panel full of women on The View, panel full of 4 or 5 women, and not one of them.
These women are liberal and misogynistic inherently. I used to watch The View religiously for funsies because, like, I was really into having, even though I watch a bunch of shit, it doesn't mean that I support it. It just means I watch it because there's something that hits my brain in a good way. I used to watch The View religiously because something in it used to hit my brain in a good way. Until I saw the episode about the D-Day. Was it D-Day? What was that infamous picture from where the guy grabs the nurse or the woman and he kisses her? Anyways, it was a big conversation about consent. And they were like, oh, it's not a consent violation. I was like, it is a consent violation. And I'm too progressive for this. You know what I mean? So that was years ago now. But the point is like, I can watch people that I don't always agree with because I'm like jumping into the bubble. But I was getting tired of the content. I was like, I'm tired of you. And The View, it was never supposed to be progressive. It was always supposed to be, quote, different views from different people. But like, let's be real. No serious conversation is happening on The View.
Brought this up. He is never challenged on this. It is the same patriarchal logic that we've been using for centuries. Galloway insists that he is against men dominating and controlling women, but the solutions that he proposes, getting men into marriages, making sure they become fathers, these
Yep.
solutions are
Yep.
still rooted in a traditional model of masculinity.
Yes, it is. And that's the problem. How can you say, oh, I acknowledge what women have been through, but also what if we use the model we've always done, but make it look better? You know what I mean? Like, what if we take patriarchy, but upgrade it? Will it be okay then? No. Nothing about patriarchy is good. So if your only solution is let's upgrade patriarchy to be better, no. Same with capitalism. No, there's no upgrading you can do to capitalism to make it better. It is just bad. It is bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Bad. Yes, chat. Victory Day, WW2, World War II picture. Thank you. Thank you.
Masculinity that requires women to carry the emotional and domestic burden. It's the same logic that says that a man can become whole by having someone else, a woman, fix him. That is not an adult relationship. That is a parent-child relationship.
Ooh.
That's asking a grown woman to parent a grown man. So men are in crisis. Nobody disputes that. But Scott misses the mark. He argues that men need to be providers, that we should stop pathologizing their desire for sex and marriage and children, and that somehow universal childcare will be the biggest help to young men. His entire outlook is just a fantasy about restoring men to the roles that they feel entitled to. And while he laments about all the disaffected men, he conveniently skips over the fact that the systems that could help men already exist.
Boom! They already exist. They already exist. Oh, this is my biggest pet peeve as a solution-based Taurus girly. I hate when the answer is in front of your face and you're like, where is it? Where is it? It's right there. You literally have every tool at your disposal and you're like, can't see it. I'm like, girl.
Trade schools, education grants, mental health support, they're all there. How do we know? Because women are using them. Women are learning trades. They're building blue-collar careers. They're forming community. According to the Center for Construction Research and Training, from 2011 to 2022, the percentage of women in the construction workforce increased from 9% to 11%, with blue-collar women workers overall rising from 2% to 4% of all blue-collar workers. The number of women in blue-collar work has basically doubled in the last decade. And
I feel like when your little sibling comes to you and they're like, hey, bro, my tummy's been hurting, bro. I've been getting major diarrhea. And I'm like, are you still eating that moldy bread in the fridge? And they're like, yeah, bro, with some butter, though. But I cut out the mold. I was like, you can't cut out mold from bread. Like, you're going to get a stomach ache. And they're like, no, that can't be it. I was like, it's the moldy bread. And they're like, no. And I'm like, no, it's not moldy bread. And I get it. I'm so empathetic. I understand, girl. Okay, I've been throughout my life eating moldy bread myself. This is a metaphor. Okay, I've been eating moldy bread myself, and I'm like, no, that's not it. But it is it. I promise you, it's the moldy bread. I know you think it's not the moldy bread because the butter is smothering. You know, I get it, but it's the moldy bread. I promise you.
Blue-collar women workers in construction grew almost 3 times faster than blue-collar women workers overall. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to work in these environments as a woman? When women are in these types of traditional male blue-collar jobs, they experience an intense level of harassment. This harassment, of course, is intended to drive women out of those jobs. According to a paper published by Cambridge University about sexual harassment in blue-collar work, a woman who worked in a mine in Minnesota repeatedly found semen on her clothes when she opened her locker. Women are subjected to isolation, dangerous work sabotage, severe verbal abuse, and physical violence. A female police officer in San Francisco had male coworkers that would literally ignore her.
Hold on, pause. Chess says, I disagree that systems that would help men already exist. To be honest, therapy under capitalism, a lot of the times is just systematic gaslighting and they push medication on you. We need to actually get grassroots leftist movements like the Black Panthers. Are you white? Be honest with me. Are you a white man? Are you white? Be honest, be honest, be honest, be honest, be honest. Be honest. Just tell me. I can't see you, okay? You don't exist. Like, I just need to know. Like, are you white? Yeah, you are a white dude. Okay. Listen, the reason I say this, Habibi, is not because you just sound like a white man. You sound like a white guy who's a liberal, who has a romantic view of the world. And the only reason I say that is because you're doing the same thing that conservatives do when they want to talk about the systems. As a woman, I understand how the medical industry is run under patriarchy and white supremacy and is actually really bad for us. And yet I promote therapy because it does exist. Marginalized communities are giving people therapy and medications are good for you. Not always, but sometimes. You cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater. And sometimes I do think with the best intentions possible, people talk shit on therapy as some sort of systematic issue without understanding that marginalized therapists are coming up, they're getting educated, they are showing up, and they absolutely recommend you take your meds. Okay? So again, we have to understand that for some of us, our partners, our loved ones, their lives are being saved by medication every day. And I understand that for some people, right, the system feels like they're just giving us pills. I understand. I fired my first therapist, who by the way was Asian. Okay, I fired my first therapist, who was a woman, because I was like, you are just getting a paycheck from me. But then my second therapist, I don't think I've ever shared this. Fun fact, my therapist had been Asian. My second therapist was also Asian, but she was a little older and she was like Dami Mami. Okay. She was cool. Now, that's fun fact. I don't know if I ever shared that. Seattle, lots of Asian people love that. So it's not just that they're women or Asian or minority or whatever. It's why they're there. So the first therapist that I had, I did not feel like she was really seeing me. The second therapist, I felt like she really understood me. I felt like she really wanted me to get better. That is a person problem as well as a system problem, right? Now, when men get therapy, a lot of the time men really struggle to be ready to change. And so until you're ready to change, you won't get better. And yes, maybe if you get a lazy ass psychiatrist or a lazy ass therapist, they might just prescribe you pills, right? But you have to decide as a client, because remember, you're there for your help. This is the joy of capitalism. The one good thing about capitalism is you don't like it, fire them. You don't like it, don't give them your money. Okay? So remember that. Remember, as a patient, you get to look at your therapist and say, with peace and love, this isn't helping me. You don't see me. I need somebody who understands I'm going through something and I need to feel seen, which is why a lot of people recommend you go to a therapist who's like your same, let's say a black patient, black doctor, a white, maybe white, unless it's a white supremacist, you don't want to do that. But you know what I mean? They say, like, go to somebody you feel like you could identify with who can help you, but understand that they're also people, and so they can be biased and prejudiced. What if you get a black conservative Republican Trump voter? Well, that's probably not going to be helpful, right? So then send a message to your therapist and say, hey, before I see you and pay you a stupid amount of money, what are your values? I need a progressive therapist. I need somebody who's queer related or knows queer people. I need somebody who isn't a conservative. I need somebody who is a conservative, right? You need to just, like, I was very aggressive with my therapist. I was like, I need somebody who's pro-LGBT. I need somebody that understands, like, marginalized communities. I need somebody who's deconstructed, at least to an extent, because, like, I can't pay you this much money and not get, you know what I mean? I can't go through what I did the first time with a therapist, because I didn't do this until after that therapist. My first therapist, I didn't do any of this. And that's why I think I ended up getting a bad therapist. It's like, I didn't vet her, versus my second therapist, I vetted, and it was really good. It was really well done, right? So again, you have to be aggressive about what you want, because it's your healthcare, just like your doctors. Guys, fire your doctor. I always personally, I always end up working with women doctors, though I'm open to working with male doctors. I am. They have to be deconstructed. If I get to an appointment and a man is trying to shame me for any of the medical care I need, fired. If I'm in an appointment with a lady and she's trying to shame me for my medical care, fired. Guys, you can pick your doctors. Be aggressive. There are options. It's hard. It's so hard, but you can do it. I know it's hard. I emailed over 72 therapists, all with my requirement sheets. I understand. Okay. And it's not perfect. Okay. But it's there. Now, that therapist I did 6 appointments with before I fired her. I paid her I think it was like $142 a session. 6 of them before I was like, fired. You were not helping me. Okay. So, like, again, my second therapist, genius, like, fucking transformed my life. You know what I mean? So again, I hear you. I hear this idea of, like, I don't know if men have these resources. They do. Under patriarchy and capitalism, men have enough resources to deconstruct because we did it. How did black people do it? How did queer people do it? How did trans people do it? How did women do it? How did we all figure out how to do it under capitalism and patriarchy, and men can't? How did we do it? How did we do it? When the system is against us, how did we figure it out? If we can figure it out, you sure as fuck can figure it out. That's the point. Oh, I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Then what the fuck are we all doing? Working miracles? Again, putting on us the onus of responsibility because somehow we're so much smarter and better than men? Please.
Speak to her, pretend she wasn't there. One day, a fellow officer drove her to a secluded area, pulled a weapon on her, pointed it at her, and said, "I just want to see how fast you women cops can run." Women face intense harassment when in blue-collar jobs, and still, the number of women in blue-collar work doubled from 2011 to 2022. In spite of that, there's still a lot of women that want to do these jobs. Men aren't in crisis because there are no opportunities available. They are in crisis because they think those opportunities are beneath them. According to research on male labor force participation from the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, male workers who formerly worked in manufacturing don't want jobs in the sectors of the economy that are growing, like healthcare and other service industries, because the pay is lower and the occupations are often female-dominated. Men see these industries, these jobs, as...
Hold on, chat. I'm going to block you. You said you didn't. There was a global system-wide push to get women into higher education. There are billions of dollars spent directly from the government getting women to higher education. I will block you. Are you saying that men haven't had those opportunities this whole fucking time? That men still could dominate the education space if they didn't think colleges were a liberal, progressive bullshit space? How many of male leaders right now are telling men not to go to college? How many of them are telling you that if you want to be a smart, independent thinker, don't go to college? And women are like, hey, you guys are literally crazy. What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? God forbid I even tell a man to read a book before he gets defensive. The moment women started going to college, men were like, ew, gross, women do this. I don't want to do it anymore. Okay? I will literally block you. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off.
Feminized. And by the way, the pay is lower in these jobs precisely because they are female dominated. Because pay drops when professions move from predominantly male to predominantly female.
Oh,
and then pay
listen to that. Listen to that.
female dominated. Because pay drops when professions move from predominantly.
And did you see what the Trump administration is doing with nursing now? They're making nursing not a professional career. Oh, yeah. This is an attack on women and women's fields. And what's worse, you know how many men were made fun of for being nurses? Oh, you're a man and you're a nurse? Loser. As if nursing is just for women. It's like, hello? Come on now. Tess says, yes, Brittany, there are far more systems and grants set up to help young women, not to mention education has female bias. It's female dominated. Boys are suspended more on average for the same action. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and block you. So listen, not today, girls. Not today. Boys are suspended at higher rates because violence is often occurring in action. Women are trained under patriarchy to follow rules and not ask questions. Men are mostly given benefits of doubts when they even act out. Like, you're acting like the boys who aren't being suspended or given detention at like a higher rate aren't also enacting or using violence as a means of expression, right? They're not just boys who are speaking up. Those boys get stars, okay? And girls are literally taught not to do that. So like, again, this is a huge generalization, but do not act like boys are not getting arrested at higher rates because they're also 91% of domestic violence is committed by men, right? Don't act like violence in general isn't a man's pastime. It is literally a hobby for you guys. Your hobbies are hunting, fighting, jiu-jitsu, literally like firing arrows at shit, paintball. Like your literal hobbies are like mimicking war. Hello? So like, again, when we have conversations about this, you are literally being you are in one side, like now that women are getting some traction, we're like, you guys don't even want to be a part of it. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started today. Don't even get me started.
Male to predominantly female, and then pay increases when men move into predominantly female industries. In short, if a woman does a job, it's likely to be lower paid for no other reason that women's work is consistently undervalued. We got women out here becoming plumbers, engineers, coders, and mechanics. Women are
But they're not dominating because there's still a whole lot of discrimination they have to face through this. Amber just died because her coworker didn't like her there, and he bludgeoned her with a sledgehammer at the beginning of their work shift. Okay? So like, what are we talking about? You're acting like women are like fully without discrimination invited into these fields. Men put their whole, like, men love to complain about how like I do construction and it's hard on my body. Yeah, but you also talk shit about people who work in offices. It's all about hierarchy. We're all judging each other based off hierarchy. Well, YouTube is not a real job. You know what a real job is? Construction. Okay, guys, it's all a job. Well, that's not a real job. That's McDonald's. McDonald's isn't a real job. You know what's a real job? Coding. Oh, coding is not a real job. You know what a real job is? It's like, guys, fucking shut up. All jobs are good jobs are jobs. You act like we're not all like petty little adults all judging each other about what real labor is. You don't even have a job. You're a stay-at-home mom. What do you do all day? Have you seen this new trend of men getting on the internet and being the stay-at-home dad for the day? And they're like, what do women do all day? This is so easy. This is so easy. I'm sick of all of you.
building new identities in new labor markets. Meanwhile, men are opting out, not because they're being shut out, but because they don't want jobs coded as feminine.
Exactly, 100%.
All a job needs in order to be coded as feminine is the presence of too many women. This is not about men's access. This is about men's identity. So instead of pulling out the diseased roots of patriarchy, Scott Galloway wants us to water the same toxic soil and just, hope for better fruit next time. Give me a fucking break. And no, the problem isn't porn either. He blames AI girlfriends and online adult content for the deterioration of men's connection.
That's just like a symptom of a lack of philosophical introspection, extrospection. Look, if you have a literal relationship with like an AI model, we have to have conversations about that. But that is like a symptom of something greater. The same thing with not having family ties, or the same men that used to complain to me. I used to do calls with people, and there was a man who would consistently complain to me that he has to spend holidays with his family because they're so judgmental. And I was like, hey, why don't you just spend holidays with people you actually want to see? And he's like, I have to go. My mom makes me. And I was like, aren't you almost 40 years old? And he was like, yeah, but like, if I don't show up, she's going to bitch at me all the time. And I was like, what? And I was like, well, why don't you just spend holidays at your own place? Don't you have your own place? And they're like, yeah, but my place is built, like his place only existed because his parents had land that they let him build a house on. So the same mom, the same family you talk shit about being was the same reason you had land to build a house on. Do you know what I'm saying? Why'd you build your house there? Oh, well, I had no other options. So now you know what it's like to be put in a hard economical situation. This is a person who voted for Trump, by the way, of course. Do you know what I mean? Like, so the same family that gave you even a place to even have a chance of home ownership is also the same family you don't want to spend time with, but also you refuse to go spend time with anyone else because you want to spend time with them. So you won't put down boundaries. You won't be grateful. You also won't stop talking to them because you know there's an incentive. So you use them, they use you, and then they're the bad guy and you're not. See how you guys are using each other? There is a using happening here. My mom and dad have 5 acres, and my mom always said, let's build a house down the hill for you. And I said, no, thank you. And she said, why? And I was like, because I'm never going to be free living on your land. And she said, oh, that's true. If I found out you were doing something in that house that I thought was unethical, I would kick you out. And I was like, exactly. I would never utilize my mother's land because I know the consequences. But the fact that he did it and had the audacity to complain, that's the problem. Like, it's her land. She bought it. My parents bought their property. They were giving me the option, but see how there were strings attached? No, thank you. But that's the thing. It wasn't my land anyway, so I wasn't entitled to it. I never thought about it that way. So, like, who cares? Why would I build my house there, right? It doesn't make sense. But these men keep thinking, well, when my parents die, when my parents die. So all you're thinking about is your parents' death. And I'm not. I'm thinking about my parents' life. My parents, God willing, have 30 more years of life. But see how they're all just thinking about when my parents die, when my parents die? Gross.
To real women. And sure, these things have not helped. They have made the problem far worse. But Scott Galloway refuses to confront the root cause. He talks about adult content without interrogating the deeper issue, which is that men have always been socialized to see women as tools for their own satisfaction and self-development. And they bring this framework with them when they consume porn. The porn itself isn't the problem. The problem is that this content was introduced to a population that was already lacking in emotional regulation, had little to no access to comprehensive sex education, and is brimming with entitlement. It's not what porn is doing to men. It's what men are doing with porn that reveals the real problem. They are simply mirroring the same behavior they exhibit with real life women. The diabolical shit they do with 2-dimensional women is the same diabolical shit they do with 3-dimensional women. One of Galloway's core arguments is that men need...
Actually, chat, I hear you talking about like POC men and get the intersectionality conversation gets neglected in patriarchy. And that's why I also cautioned the therapy comment you made earlier, because Black men need therapy. Brown men need therapy. Assyrian men need therapy. And so when you add to their narrative, the conservative narrative, because a lot of us come from conservative backgrounds, that therapy is just a pill pushing mechanism to like control men and their feelings. Our brothers don't go to therapy, or the men in our life aren't going to therapy. I'm trying so hard to get the men in my life in therapy, but they all just think what you think, or at least what you implied in your comment, that therapy is just a mechanism to get people on pills and they don't care about you. And so, yeah, if you want to be intersectional about it, then we need to get men into therapy. We need to get them into the right therapy with the right therapists, with people who've deconstructed, because our communities are suffering. So I agree with you, but that's why I am like, don't talk bad about therapy. Our brothers and fathers need therapy, and they need to stop going to priests for their therapy. They need to go to medical professionals who study this and are interested in helping them. You know what I mean? And that's why I like Dr. Kirkhonda, and that's why I like Dr. K, because they're both like Asian men who are in the sphere, who understand boys, and who are also trying to help in different ways. Like Dr. K especially, like he understands how desperately men need therapy, and like talking bad about therapy as like just this mechanism that pushes pills on people is not helping. It's not actually healing the wounds of patriarchy left in our brothers and fathers, you know?
relationships as guardrails. That means that, like most men, he also sees women as tools, emotional safety nets, unpaid therapists, personal assistants for the male psyche. I think he thinks he's a good guy who genuinely wants to help, but he doesn't. This man is a college professor. He's a successful businessman. He should be smart enough to
That's the
understand.
problem. Scott Galloway is a capitalist. He is a businessman. That's exactly the reason why he's a problem.
That you can't solve a crisis that was created by a system, patriarchy, without confronting and dismantling the system itself, which is something that he is not willing to do. In that sense, he's kind of telling on himself, you know?
Scott Galloway is not an expert on gender. He's an expert in marketing.
Thank
So
you.
it should be no surprise that he is great at getting attention. He's great at sounding.
It's so purposeful. It's so disgusting. That's why I said he is purposely trying to be Jordan Peterson. He is specifically trying to be remember how Jordan Peterson made millions doing his little I want to help men thing, which I think actually would have been, to be honest, gun to my head, I think Jordan Peterson was authentic. I think Scott Galloway isn't. I think Scott Galloway saw what Peterson did and how much money he made and went, I could do that. I do. I fully believe that. I fully believe that Jordan Peterson drove himself crazy because he's fighting demons that are his own. And I have issues with Peterson, you know. Ethan, if only these men, what are going to do without all these men? Like, I get it. But Scott Galloway, I think, is a full fucking marketing capitalistic snake, bro.
Like he's an expert in the field of gender studies, which he is not. He's great at marketing, making ideas sound salient so that you buy whatever he is selling. What is he selling now? A book.
Yep.
What is the book about? The male loneliness epidemic. It doesn't mean that he has actually good ideas about how to fix it. He's also a capitalist. So guess what his ideas of what men should do to fix their problems are? Make more money, buy into the capitalist system. Just remember, the man Scott Galloway is a capitalist,
Yes.
and he is a marketer.
I don't think he's trying to solve a problem. I think he's trying to sell books.
Yes,
He's
amen, amen, amen.
found a nice viral niche that can provide an additional income stream for him, get him invitations to all the popular talk shows and podcasts, and keep his name relevant in the zeitgeist.
Yep.
And he's running with it.
Yep.
His solutions will keep men stuck while shifting the cost of their stagnation onto the backs of women. If the only way for a man to be stable, kind, or whole is to be in a relationship with a woman, then he is not stable, kind, or whole. He's codependent. And any relationship with that man won't be a partnership. It will just be more unpaid labor for a woman to do to take care of another adult. So no, we don't need women to marry these broken men in order to save them. We need men to not be broken to begin with. We need men to do the work, to stop using women as a crutch for their psychological dysfunction. We need to stop pretending that emotional security is some gift that can only be bestowed upon men by women.
Exactly. Now, chat says, I don't agree with that. I think Scott is authentic, but he has succeeded at the game of capitalism and thinks it's the only way. Maybe Scott is so good at capitalism. He's like, this is the answer for men. I don't know. I'm not getting good vibes. Again, people are always like, Brittany, do you like Scott Galloway? I just cannot trust anything he says. I see him on pod, I see him on videos, and I just feel like maybe it is the capitalism that's making me go I don't think so, bro. But it's hard for me to see him as authentic. But maybe it's also the way he brands himself, you know? Jordan feels authentic, but also insane to me. Do you know what I'm saying? He feels sick to me. Hey, are you okay, bro? You need to go get off the internet, which I think he is Jordan still in the hospital? I think he's still off the internet right now. Scott Galloway felt like an opportunist to me, but that's so capitalistic of him. What's more capitalist than being an opportunist? You know?
And that it's women's responsibility to gift these men with maturity, no matter how much those women have to suffer. Scott Galloway's advice.
Wait. Chad says, oh my gosh, yes, I'm worried for him. I'm not worried for Jordan Peterson. Are you talking about Jordan? You said, I wonder if he's still in the hospital. Oh, I'm not worried about him, girl. He's just another soul who's going to leave this earth at his own timely, in his own timely manner. I am not concerned about him. To make it clear, I just think it's interesting that this man who's, quote, been promoting health and been promoting things is also a man who's consistently sick and unwell. And a part of me is are you also encouraging people to have unwell diets, unwell relationships with things? You know what I mean? That's what you know what I'm saying, right? It's very interesting, but it's like Charlie Kirk. I'm not sad Charlie Kirk died, but also I feel bad for all the people Charlie Kirk impacted negatively. You know what I mean? We're all going to die. So it's a bummer if Jordan dies, but also what I'm worried about is his legacy. Because I think it's going to get more people killed.
is dangerous. It thinks that romantic relationships exist for men's benefit, but they are ultimately women's responsibility. It thinks that women are here to civilize men, to help them grow up, to help make them whole.
My mom believed in this bullshit. My mom goes, women are so much smarter, Betsy. We have to keep men, from being tempted. We're so much smarter than men. And I was like, if we're so much smarter than men, then why the fuck are they in charge? Oh, well, women and men all have their own role.
He doesn't want to undo women's progress, but yet he still expects women to serve men. He never asks the truly important questions, like, why is it that women are able to function on their own outside of a romantic relationship without becoming a menace to society? Meanwhile, why are there so many codependent, fucked up men? Oh, no.
Even Jordan Peterson's like, if men don't get partnered, they turn basically into school shooters. Why? Why do you guys all become violent? Because you're not partnered and women just own cats. So when people are literally like, people will come into my comment sections and be like, enjoy being single with your 59 cats. And I was like, okay, first of all, don't threaten me with a good time. Okay, second of all, it's like they ignore the fact that I'm literally married. But also, third of all, don't threaten me with a good time.
Scott Galloway, the problem is that not enough women are willing to sign up for a lifetime of man-keeping. He wants women to form relationships with men that need a woman in order to function. But women who seek heterosexual relationships, they want partnership. And that ain't it. A man who needs a woman to regulate his emotions and motivate him to establish a stable career is not a safe or stable partner. He's a codependent nightmare that will ruin that woman's life. In those situations, he's also more...
Actually, I want to say something that might sound like a tangent, but stay with me here. One of the reasons why I think a lot of bisexual, pansexual women end up with men is because they don't have to be worried that the man is just with them because they're settling. Because a lot of the time they do have more options. Versus you meet one gay girl in your like sphere, and it's like a miracle that you even like each other, let alone are attracted to each other, let alone want to date. So a lot of gay girls, especially lesbians, who are U-hauling themselves into relationships, you don't even like her, girl. You just like that she's gay. And for once in your life, you get to have a gay relationship. Let's be real. Until these numbers all come out and people are all honest about with how gay they are, a lot of us are settling into relationships because they're the only ones available. And this goes for men, women, proximity, gay, queer, lesbian, whatever. Like, we all need to be honest that we are all settling for relationships. And that's why I say, even when I was single and I was dating like crazy, people were just like, you're meeting all these girls, you're meeting all these boys, they, them, we're all having fun. Why don't you like them enough to date them? I was like, these aren't my people. I know this isn't my person. Like, I know what I'm looking for. It's like, yeah, if I wanted to just settle because of proximity, I would. But that's the problem. All of our communities are dying because emotionally, because we keep settling for relationships and including friendships, guys. Oh my God, my Discord sent me another Chelsea Fagan video. A reminder that your friendships are like romantic relationships. You guys keep making friends with people that ditch you when you get sick because you're dating the boy who only wants you for like a summer girlfriend and you think you're going to marry him. Guys, friends are also like boyfriends. You have to vet them and you have to ask do you want to date me long term, or is this like temporary for the summer? Are we friends just because we have a hobby together? Or are we friends because we want to take it outside of this thing we do together? Your friends ditching you when you're sick, that was just because they weren't close friends or lifelong friends. You can call them a bad friend, but I think you're a bad friend for assuming all of your friends are going to be the friends who are there for you when you're sick. Because I don't want all my friends there for me when I'm sick. Some of my friends, I'm not even going to tell I'm sick. Oh, and this goes back to this huge question I want to ask you guys. Well, as a YouTuber, I have to think about this. If I get cancer and I'm dying, let's say I'm dying from cancer, who do I tell first before I tell the internet? Who in my personal life do I call first to tell them privately before I tell the internet? Which one of my friends is going to say, I can't believe I learned you had cancer and were dying from the internet? And would I even tell the internet? Would I even tell you guys? Should I tell you guys? I think about this all the time. Because I overshare here on the internet all the time. But do I want to tell you I'm dying? Or do I just want to put out a video that says, hey guys, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry, but I'm dead. It's okay, queens. All is good, bro. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. I know it's coming out left field. Do I have the right to privacy? Should I tell you? Who is the person I'm supposed to call and tell before I die? And then that's the question too. Right? Because how many of my friends am I supposed to do the emotional? Also, when I got sick with fibro, I learned that some of my closest people could not handle that I was sick. Some of the closest people to me made it about them. 2 people in particular were literally like, hey, I really need you to do emotional labor for me because my friend is sick right now and I can't handle it. And I was like, no, you have a girlfriend, go talk to her. You have friends, go talk to them. And I was like, I'm tired. I can't even get myself to the bathroom And you want me to sit here and like be your I can't do that for you right now. I'm not well. I'm sick. And they go, I know, I'm scared. I'm scared I'm going to lose my friend. I was like, I feel you. Can you go talk to somebody else about it, please? And like, it was a really weird situation where it's like, hello, I'm the one who's, you know, it was really difficult. And that's why I was like, yeah, like with peace and love, like when I think about being sick again, if I'm ever that sick again, where I feel like, hey, I'm like really sick, I'm going to think about very carefully who I even tell. Because it definitely became like everybody else wanted to be like, everyone wanted to make it about them, which was fine. Not literally, but a lot of people were supportive. But the people who did, or the people who were unhelpful for me when I was sick, when I was like asking them very pointed questions because I was trying to figure stuff out, and they would like they would want to give me their own opinion on the medical stuff. I was like, no, don't tell me your opinion. I'm asking you a question. Do you know what I mean? It was very annoying. So, okay. That's this whole idea about intimacy and relationship. You know how they say like men die alone because men don't have community? You have to build that community. Women do not have community because they're women. Women do not have community because they were born women. Women do not have community because we were born women. Women have community because they put in the effort for community. They put in the spoons. They do the labor. Women aren't given community because they're women. There wasn't a committee that was like, you're a woman, here's your community. We build communities. We maintain communities. Okay, we call people on their birthdays. We fucking send postcards. We reach out. Okay, this illusion that like women were just given community because they're women. No, homie, we have to work and maintain it. And it's incredible work to maintain a community, by the way. Yes, we work our 60 hours a week and then we still maintain community. It's fucking work.
Are likely to be abusive because his ego can't handle a relationship with a successful, self-sufficient woman. For a man who hasn't deconstructed patriarchy, his whole concept of his masculinity is rooted in domination. He needs to be needed so that he can control that woman. Scott Galloway wants women to carry the weight of male dysfunction. He wants women to fix what patriarchy broke with more patriarchy. We cannot fix this so-called crisis of masculinity by continuing to assign more labor to women. And we definitely can't fix it by romanticizing outdated gender roles. I mean, come on, man. If masculinity is a type of house, right? And that type of house always ends up somehow catching on fire, the solution isn't to build those houses in exactly the same way you did before and then ask a woman just to make sure it doesn't catch fire again.
Exactly.
The solution is for men to build something new instead.
Hello?
And to do it without using women as scaffolding. Because until men can build themselves, build community on their own, until they can do that, none of this will change.
Okay, 100. Hold on. I see. Thank you, girl. Okay, relax. Okay. What's the reality? Okay, that's my, listen. Okay, love, hold on, let's go find her again because I just realized I closed that window. Hold on. This is Therese. I just found her channel. I'm definitely subscribing. See, one video I loved, subscribing. I'm hooked. Okay, here's the video. I'm gonna like it. See? Sometimes I watch a video and I'm like, I'm not bought on this person. And then I see a video and I'm like, I'm sold. Whatever this is, I'm sold. I'm gonna watch more of her videos. Okay, loved it. I think she did a great job. I think she just said everything that I was thinking about Scott Galloway. And also, again, I know men are suffering. I don't think that's no one is saying men aren't suffering. We've been saying y'all have been suffering for years. We're saying if you don't want to do any of the things we did to counter our suffering, you will stay suffering. And it is not our job to give you it perfectly packaged in a way you can consume because, again, that's not how life works. You're so Zuko book 1. You're so angry and you're throwing tantrums and you're like, why aren't I catching the avatar? Because you're not actually doing it for the right reason. You're choosing a path that wasn't even for you. The Fire Lord paved it for you. And we are Uncle Iroh telling you, like, is this your destiny or is it somebody else's? Find your destiny, but please know it is not capturing the avatar. Okay? Seriously, they're all throwing tantrums like they're Prince Zuko over here. And we're like, not a vibe, bro. And you're like, what the fuck? Why don't people like me? Because you're literally annoying to be around. Please figure it out. Okay, go to therapy. Thank you. Go to therapy, do your work, meditate, philosophical work. Let's go. Ugh. Okay. Uno momento, por favor. Okay. Yes, who are you and what do you want? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, let's take a 2-second break. We'll come back and I have more videos to show you. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm gonna try to watch this video with you. I don't know if we're gonna get copyrighted though, so let's test it. I don't know who this is. Stopping music in 1, 2, 3. Do you guys know, I think it's Ruhi Sinet Documentaries. Do you guys know who that is? 16 million subscribers, and I don't know who this is, but he just came up on my feed. I visited the mole people underground. They live with no sun. Do you guys know this guy? Do you know anything? I wanted to try to watch this, but I don't know if we're going to get copyrighted, so let's try.
Underneath Las Vegas, there is approximately 200 miles of tunnel network. These tunnels have become a secret world for the so-called mole people.
He's like Mr. Beast for documentaries, I think.
Anybody that hasn't come out and seen the light of day in a long time, I don't know if I want to meet them. They might not be civil. These tunnels are 7 floors down.
Do you have any flashlights?
People turn gray down here. There are people out there that haven't seen the light of day and never will.
The city dazzles
I also have it on 1.2.
with luxury hotels, casinos, and endless entertainment. Millions of people visit Las Vegas every year, but many don't know what exists just below this desert paradise. The endless darkness has slowly altered the way people think and behave.
I got shot in the head with a gun.
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Some of them were even born into this dark world. These people have no IDs, and they hide in these tunnels to stay away from the law.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here.
So what you're looking at is a map of the tunnels in Las Vegas. There's about 1,500 people that live in that system.
The tunnels have their own names, like neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Nobody on the street level knows what is going on underground. We are about to dive deep into the tunnels, which are connected to many other tunnels. Let's descend into darkness, where these tunnel people have built their lives.
This is the Narcan, the nasal spray. So if you see somebody overdosing, you can hit them with this, and it'll bring them back. You get 30 minutes, you still have to call an ambulance. Super easy, pop it out, right in the nose.
We can't just walk in unless we're with Rob, who survived 5 years down here. The entrance is blocked with metal bars to stop people from entering and to keep trash out during floods.
What is the worst thing that happened to
Okay, so the people, they're invited in by the people. People have done documentaries on them before. I've never watched one of them, but I know I've heard about them before. So it sounds like he's being invited in by the community. Let's see.
Probably the flood that we had a few years ago when I lost 2 of my best friends.
The ground in Las Vegas is extremely hard, so rainwater can't soak into the soil the way it normally would. To prevent flooding on the streets, these tunnels were built to direct water under the city. So when it rains, the water rushes straight into the tunnels where people are living. Even on a sunny day in the city, a rainstorm 15 miles away in the mountains can send a flood rushing down these tunnels in minutes. Every time this sudden disaster hits,
I am too claustrophobic. I can't even watch cave videos. I'm very claustrophobic. You guys know how I feel. I think people should be liberated out of this world. This is not a good world. This is not any way people should be living. People should be living in apartments, in homes, with plumbing and accessibility. They should not have to do this. Okay? I am not happy about this. This is just the reality of what happens when you live in a capitalistic bullshit society that isn't helping people. Okay? Under Undead Vault Girl, love you. Membership for 14 months. Let's go, girl. Thank you. Okay, so I just want to say, like, I am deeply empathetic to these people, and I think they should be liberated out of the sewers, because what a crazy concept. Like, people should not be living in sewers. Like, what are we talking about?
people in this massive underground city lose their lives to drowning.
a lot of trash here?
We ran into Nate first. He warned us not to enter the tunnel.
I stay away from the deep parts of the tunnel.
What is the reason for that?
Just because the unknown. I don't know what's down there. You get smaller and smaller as you get to where you gotta crawl. From what I know, these tunnels are 7 floors down. You can imagine. There's rooms off in these tunnels, that service rooms that anybody could be in there. You know, you'd be getting out, killed, lost, burnt alive. It don't matter.
Whatever danger hides deep in the tunnels, Toby has faced it.
I'm back here in the dark, you know what I mean? Dark.
What is the worst thing that happened to you down in these tunnels?
I got attacked one time, like 3 Cuban dudes. One of the guys came in my spot with the damn machete. He was one of the top dog dudes. But I handled my own, so I had a basket and I took it in there, threw it on its side, stuck holes in it, made one of them little Maltese cocktails. The only thing that saved me.
Anyone home, guys?
Stepping to someone's territory.
Anybody home? Do we have any flashlights?
I'll check to see if I got one in my bag.
Hey! Everything going good?
The woman, possibly under the influence of a substance, asked for Narcan.
If you actually know how to navigate, you can make it all the way underground in the tunnels without ever coming up to the surface. It can be done if you know the tunnel system well enough. So they're all basically connected.
Eventually, they are passageways.
For the
And yeah, Chad says this reminds me of the Paris catacombs. Have you guys seen the videos on the Paris catacombs? Like, guys, human beings are very interesting, but also I feel like this isn't the best of society. This is like what happens when structures aren't good. Like, did you guys watch, what was that show? Arcane? Like Arcane, people should not be living underground. They should, the idea that like, oh, I love the underground city if they could just make it nicer. No, nobody should be living underground. Like, we don't want to romanticize the living underground thing. Nobody should be living away from the sun, away from natural things, away from good air. Like, this isn't the goal, okay? And I think like Arcane's a good example of that. Like, the whole idea is liberating people from darkness, you know? But like, that's the problem, is like, I want to make sure people like understand that the like what was happening in Arcane is an injustice to the people, an injustice to those kids, you know? But I think there is a part of subculture that thinks I'm better than you, I live out from society, and I think those people just like are hardened by life. There was what's that place in outside of California that Kesha did a music video in once? A lot of people go out there because it's like no cops land, and people live out there and they think like that's liberation. Liberation is not being so hardened by society that you actually can't get what you really want. And I learned this myself when I thought maybe I wanted to do van life or trailer life. And I realized like, oh, like I have an outdoor shower option, but like there is nothing crazier than purposely making yourself unhoused in order to, quote, be paying bills. Because like that's what was my thought process. My thought process is I can live trailer life, travel, and live for less than $2,000 a month. The dilemma with that is like it came at the sacrifice of community building in a real way. It came at the sacrifice of actually like having a hot shower or a warm meal. It was almost like a slap in the face in a sense to people who were like in bad situations who wanted liberation. And like the, you know, Slap City. Thank you, chat. Slap City. Yeah. Slap City. So there's like this idea that we have to make sure that when we're like off the grid, no vaccine, raw milk, we're not actually like, that's the problem with that industry, like that whole bubble, is these people will be like, I don't want to mess with society and like what's in our food. I'm going to drink raw milk and not vaccinate my kids. And I'm like, I think all of us are tempted to think that if we rebel against society to such an extent that we're actually liberating ourselves when we're just putting ourselves more in poverty in a weird way. But it's not us, it's the system too. It's how we're raised. We think like the best solution is to have a worse quality of life, but pretend it's better. And that's what I'm saying is like the problem with these systems is it convinces you to like either fight on the capitalist hamster wheel and like at the expense of everybody else, or to ostracize yourself from society at the expense of yourself. Like how many parents have I met who are like, I'm going to take my kids off the grid and deny them an education and deny them vaccines and deny them all these things because society sucks. It's like, hold up, wait, hold on, wait, you know, wait, you know? So there's like, I get it, but I think like the wrong answer is thinking these people want it, and the wrong answer is thinking this is liberation, right? Okay.
Most parts.
And chat, people said Slab City is fascinating. It's definitely different from this tunnel living. Listen, I had a bunch of friends go to Slab City and I wasn't able to make it, but I thought Slab City was like a cool concept until I saw footage from people that had gone. And it's just another place for, honestly, pretty drunk and violent men to live outside of the law and to possibly put people in danger, especially women. So though it's cute to have hippie communes, it also isn't that great if it's still allowing men to run wild and be violent towards women. Do you know what I mean? Like, all of these Burning Man, all of these bubbles, all of these places that are like, we don't want to live with rule. Cool. Who's going to be in charge of holding these men accountable when they get scary, when it's 100 guys and one woman? Because that's what ends up happening with a lot of these communities. It ended up being mostly men who couldn't make it in society and a few women, and then look at the number difference. And this is that bubble already. Already, I guarantee you, mostly men are down in these sewers, and there's probably a few women. And that's scary, given like these men are hardly deconstructed. I doubt it.
This labyrinth may not look like a home to you, but stepping into their spots without warning could get us into serious trouble. Some of them are armed and don't hesitate to use it.
You can hear the cars.
You can hear it. Oh my God. We're in the middle of the city right now, and they're literally driving over the heads of people that are living underground.
One of the rarest points that we see sunlight.
Here it is, the city. A life they're not part of. Only able to watch from the underground. It's kind of an illusion that hides everything. A few steps later, we saw the famous Caesar's Palace Hotel.
I saw a TikTok of a guy who was in Northern California, and he showed how the unhoused people put tents on the mountains. And he's like, whoa, that's so cool. That's so genius. They get like a sea view. Why are people scaling mountainsides and pitching their tents instead of being housed in apartments? The housing crisis is a society crisis. It is not cool that people manage to find ways to put tents in like freeways. It's uncool that they had to do that in the first place. Like, we're literally so fucked with the way we're like, whoa, homeless people are so smart, bro. Look at the way they pitch tents. Like, why are they pitching tents? Somebody get these people in an apartment. What do you mean? It's like we're glorifying, like, oh, wow, look how resilient they are. It's the romanticization of resilience. It is literally the romanticization of resilience. It's like, wow, you're so cool. You really survived. Why are they even in that position?
Through the metal grate. Above, Nevada's casinos make over $15 billion a year.
Jesus.
Below, people live in death traps of the city.
For twice a day, the hotels drop their filtration systems. That's why it hasn't rained in forever, but it's still wet.
The smell is very bad.
In certain tunnels, water flows in from the city's drainage system, and some people use it to take showers.
There are many tunnels around here. Without our guide, we cannot come here.
One wrong turn, and you're lost.
Someone left a note, rest in peace, and there's a cross here. Apparently, someone has passed on the spot. A lot of bicycles.
You might build them and sell them.
Oh.
Because bikes are like cars out here. It's the only way of transportation. You have to have a bike to go anywhere, otherwise you have to walk all the time. It's a nightmare.
Walking inside the tunnels takes a lot of time, I guess.
Yes. I lived down here 2.5 years. I never used a flashlight.
How did you find your ways under the tunnels without a flashlight?
Put my hand on the wall, and your memory. You know where everything is in your tunnel. It's your house. It's exactly the same thing out here.
Is that Tony?
When I heard a voice echo through the tunnel, it hit different. This dark, damp tunnel that gives me goosebumps is actually where some people feel the safest and live. Here he is. At first glance, it looks like clutter, but to Tony, every single item is essential to his survival.
I've been in these tunnels for 6 years, and there has been times where we've had good people here, and it was a sense of community, but now we've got some people in here that don't give a shit about nothing but their
So, okay, so then there's the Tonys who are like, this community used to be thriving and beautiful, but bad people came in and ruined it. Always how the story goes, right? Like a good community comes together to build something, and then you get a couple people that fuck it up. And that's interesting, is like some people are like, this was home, this was a good place for me, and then boom.
self, just they're bullies.
Yeah, there goes the neighborhood. Exactly, chat. There goes the neighborhood.
An asshole over there started a fire because he's just a mean dude.
The fire didn't hurt Tony, but nearly took the life of his only companion, his cat.
This one right here was burnt from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail.
Oh, that kitty. She looks rough. Oh, she looks rough.
She's still hanging in there, thank God.
So what is the toilet situation here?
We have certain areas that we go to the bathroom, and she's usually a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah.
We put a bag in. Yeah.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Possibly right here, but I hope not. I don't plan on being here for the rest of my life. I mean, I'm 57 years old. I'm getting old. I just haven't been ready.
After guiding us 10 minutes into the tunnel, Tony wanted to return to his spot. We handed him a week's worth of supplies and kept walking deeper into the tunnels.
And there's so much randomness that could happen. Anybody could just decide to come down that tunnel and steal from you or take your stuff or attack you and then disappear. And who would know, right? It's not like it's happening on the streets where you're laying there and somebody could see you and call the cops. Like down here, it's like another layer, like not knowing what could ever happen. It could be peaceful now, come back in 2 hours and the wrong person walks through and it could be hell, you know?
As we go deeper and deeper, the less we know about what we'll come across ahead. In these harsh conditions, some tunnel dwellers make pans out of aluminum and use hand sanitizer as a heat source to cook their meals.
There are a lot of rats there.
Yes, there are.
A voice echoed ahead, and we followed it.
I'm cuckoo bananas crazy, and I came to check on my mother in Vegas and fell for a local. We ended up here. These are my people.
How long have you been down here?
About 5 years or so.
How long do you plan to stay here?
At least today. I don't play much farther than today.
What is the worst things about tunnels?
Probably the lack of plumbing. The dark is rough sometimes. I can't just sit in the dark. I get a little bit panicky still, like I'm a little kid.
Darkness is not just the absence of light. It's like an entity that covers you and erases you from the world. Tunnel people usually survive through stealing and dumpstering.
Some people down here do treasure hunting, such as collecting cables, coppers. Do you do things like that?
I collect what the drunk tourists abandon. They go to Louis Vuitton and they pay $3,000 for a t-shirt, and then they win $100 on a slot machine, and they get so excited that they jump up and down and they leave their $3,000 purchase right there, go cash in their winnings, and they remember that they spent that money, 2 days later, because they've been day drinking in the sun, and they plan to lose $10,000 a day while they're here.
What do you think of people losing thousands of dollars to machines?
It's the American way. Decadence and excess and debauchery, and this is why people come here on vacation.
Then
I
Beverly
mean,
showed
she's
up
not
in the dark.
wrong. I mean, she's not wrong. Yeah, I want better for people. I want better for you. I want better for people than this. But I think that's the problem with the system is like you'll have conservatives say like, oh, they want to be there. Nobody wants to be living in a fucking tunnel. And even if they say they do, like there's a part of you that knows had that baby been raised differently in a different environment, nobody would choose to do this. Do you know what I mean? Like this is like a level of like again, I really think we have a limited relationship with free will. And I think it takes a lot of effort to deconstruct even like whatever setting you're in. But it's not as simple as like, oh, they want to be there. That's a really like, to some extent, all of us, the world is exactly the way we are because this is who we are. But the truth is that like babies are brought into the universe every day by people who are not equipped or ready to handle the responsibility of those babies existing. And that's everybody. Like you are seldom born into a home that is fully prepared to have that child. That's why people say there's never a right time to have a baby because they know they're unprepared. Right. And I think that's the problem is like I focus on preventative work because I do think about every new baby that doesn't even exist yet. Right? And that's the thing. Chess, the question is why do they think it's better to live in those tunnels and streets rather than with society? Well, I can't speak for them. I doubt they probably think it's better. I would probably think that they don't have the tools to do it different. And they're probably suffering from things that are keeping them pretty immobile. And they probably don't have a community. Like if my brother, in order for my brother to be living in these tunnels, he would have to be like a murderer or a pedophile, right? Like in which way would my family structure allow our brother to live in the tunnel? It would probably be a brother who was like a predator or a horrible person and refused to get help. And then they ended up on the streets because like, why else would my family member be living in these tunnels? Like, what would they be suffering from that my privilege wouldn't get them out of? Right? So like, there is like something to be like, it would be very hard for one of my family members to be in these tunnels. We have too much privilege and too many resources and way too many couches they could sleep on. Right? But like, the question is like, how did these people get here? They probably don't have a network. If this guy's only companion is a cat, then he doesn't have the network. Right? How many kids are born into families that don't have networks and don't have community and don't have people to give them a couch to sleep on, right? So I think this all starts again in our childhood. It starts again with like our parents bringing us into the universe unplanned. And I think it's hard too, because like I have so many friends who are only children and their parents' biggest fear is like what happens to them when I die. And that's why, as much as conservatives are made fun of for this reason, I commend them for giving their siblings, giving their kids siblings. Like, I feel very, very blessed that, like, I have so many siblings. It gave me a little community. It really did. It really did give me a village. And I'm not saying you should have this many kids to do that. I'm just saying you need to think about it. And I'm not saying you even necessarily guarantee your kids will be friends. But I will say every day that I'm grateful for the village I was born into, because I really love my siblings and I love them enough to know that the only way my brother would end up in this tunnel is if he did something so horrendous and then refused to get help and this was his only option. Otherwise, there will always be a couch to sleep on. If you are really in that much of a problem, we will figure it out. And that's like a very, again, I can't blame these people. I can only explain how to maybe prevent this in the future, but I couldn't in good conscience look at these people and think less of them. You know what I mean? Because like, yeah, I just think about like, how do I problem solve this? How do I help people? Tess says, do you have a video on not having children? No, but when I get, because I'm going to get, my partner and I are looking, we're trying to get our doctor's appointments right now for sterilization. Once I get sterilized, I'm going to make that podcast. I'm going to make the video. I just don't want to make it yet because I'm not sterilized. And it feels a little bit like not finalized. And I want to make sure it's, even though we've mentally made it finalized and we're doing all the preventative work to not get pregnant, until we are sterilized, I don't want to make the content. So I'm going to make it when our appointment comes up. We're working on it. We're going to get sterilized, you know?
For how long have you been down here?
Like 8 or 9 years.
How is the situation here when it rains?
Horrific. Very scary. I've been caught up in it twice, and
Jesus Christ.
one of the times I really didn't think I was going to make it out.
What do you think about Las Vegas City?
A lot of it's almost like wallpaper, you know, like it's just made to look good, you know. These big casinos aren't built on wingers.
Do you change your spots time to time, or do you always stay right here?
Oh no, it definitely changed.
What is the hardest thing about tunnels? She packed years of disappointment into one word.
The people.
Even this deep down, there's stuff all over. Some of it was probably brought in by the flood, some carried in with shopping carts. After walking for another 20 minutes, we came across an eerie shadow stretched across the wall.
Don't shoot. We don't mean any harm.
Before we go further in the tunnel, I want to share how my heritage DNA kit helped me discover my roots.
Yo, also, consumerism. I know he needed to do an ad in this video, but also how dystopian, bro. How dystopian that I am watching people live in actual fucking tunnels, and you're like, also...
I took a quick cheek swab and sent it to my heritage lab and got my results online in just 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
I knew I had Turkish roots, but my DNA results revealed that my ancestry stretches from Italy to Central Asia, all mapped out with percentages.
Ooh, Balkan.
One of the most unexpected parts was discovering that I have over 1,600 DNA relatives on my heritage. One of them shares 7.1% of my DNA. I also found a few cousins that I didn't know existed. I can reach out to my DNA relatives and get to know them better. My heritage now has 2 new features. The first one is Ancient Origins, which allows you to trace your lineage back 10,000 years. I discovered that my ancestors were linked to Russians, a powerful Iron Age kingdom, and during the Bronze Age era, they mostly lived in Anatolia and the Caucasus. No family history or record could ever tell you that, but your DNA can. The second feature is called DNA traits. You can learn how your genetics influence your pain sensitivity, risk-taking tendency, stress levels, even your creativity, and more. So with my heritage, you can also discover your true origins and find thousands of DNA relatives, all just for $25, euros, or pounds for a limited time using the code RUHI25. Let's go back into the tunnel and see what is waiting for us in the dark.
Look at this trash. Hey there. How are you?
We first offered him some supplies, then he invited us into his tent.
This is where this guy sleeps. He puts his clothes here. This is his table, kind of workstation.
6 years ago, I moved to Vegas alone, and my parents died in 2018. The 2 years I've been down here, if not more. So.
How do you find water and food?
I go turn on the fire hydrant right around the corner from here. I have my food stamp card, but if I really, really have to, I'll go steal food.
How do you stay safe in this tunnel?
Like everywhere else, you just gotta watch your back.
There's a scar on your forehead. What happened?
I got hit in the head with a 2x4 and got 11 stitches.
In here?
Yeah.
What was the reason?
Over a bike. Bikes are a hot commodity in this area, and a lot of people need them, you know.
Have you ever seen someone at the moment their life was taken?
Unfortunately, yeah. I remember hearing somebody come in and 2 shots go off. He got hit in his back and in his neck. And before I knew it, he was standing right in front of me with a white t-shirt on that was turning red really fast. It was his brother who shot him.
The psychology of being down here in the darkness must be really hard.
Some people can't take it. There are people out there that haven't seen the light of day and never will. People that turn gray down here, like.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. At night, it sounds like there's people walking, like right outside your tent, and multiple times I've gone out there and there'd be nothing. You never know who you're gonna run into down here. That's for sure.
Here in the dark, most of them lose their ID cards and never get them back. Without an ID, they can't apply for a job, rent a place, or access social services because they don't officially exist according to the system.
It's a roadblock. It's not really true, though. Yes, they need those things, but if I handed out IDs today to every single one of them, they'll still be here tomorrow. There's a lot of things happening at the same time. Traumas, mental health, all these things we need to address. I was like 2 years, 3 years homeless, walking down the street, and I saw 3 people that I knew having a sword fight in the middle of the night. I heard cling, cling, I saw blood, I looked at it, it was like nothing to me. That's what happens out here. You become traumatized and used to these situations.
Phil once lived in a house with a pool, but after retiring, life slowly pulled him underground.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here. Wow. So that lured a lot of people down here.
How long have you been in the tunnels?
8 to 10 years.
What was the worst thing that happened to you in the tunnels?
Possibly getting caught up into one of the floods that came through because it takes about 10 minutes for the water to be about 8 feet high. We have no warning system telling us there's water coming other than to hear the water itself. There used to be signs down here that said the current never lose, which is very true. We've lost quite a few people. The hardest things in the tunnels is losing the things you gathered over the years.
Just weeks after this interview, we got word that Phil passed away.
Oh.
As
Oh. People deserve better than this. You know? I know it's easy. Because I know what you guys are thinking. Because you might attach, see, okay, I don't know what your brain does, but maybe your brain attaches the most beautiful story to these people. I assume they are all pedophiles, murderers, the worst people ever, and I still want them housed. Because the truth is, like, they could be the sweetest people in the world or the worst people in the world, and they should still be housed. Because I think sometimes we only want to help people we think are good. I just want everybody housed. I think it's better for society. I think it's better for everybody else. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to project a beautiful story onto them for me to want to help them. And I think that's the problem. And I also, even if I project a bad story onto them, I still want to help them. Growing up Republican teaches you that if you get to decide to help people based off the story you tell yourself. And I'm saying no, because conservatives do that. And I don't think most progressives do that. I do not. I think some progressives do that. Like some very few people who call themselves progressive will say something, mostly liberal people will say something like, well, if they're, I don't know, a Nazi who wants, like, I don't have to house them. Yeah, but like, you should. You should. You know, you should house everybody. You should not have to qualify it. You should just house them. And also, I do think it's better. Like, do you remember when Republicans put in policy? This is what I understand of it. I could be wrong. You can correct me. When Republicans put in policy that sex offenders couldn't live within schools, it actually caused a huge unhousing crisis for the pedophiles, sex offenders, which ended up creating more of a problem of finding out where they were, keeping track of them. And it ended up creating a worse uptick of offenses because now we didn't have a place to track them. And it's like, you need to put these people in houses because if you give them a house, they don't leave, it's better. And most of these people, most people will just end up rotting on their couch, which in some way might be better than them getting on the street, seeing people, thinking no one can catch them, no one can track them. Like, again, I know it's like easier said than done. People are like, oh, we should just kill all the sex offenders. Oh, but then all of a sudden, when I call you a sex offender for groping women in public, oh, but not you, right? So which sex offenders are we killing? Are we killing the ones that go around groping women? Well, then most men are about to die. Most of y'all about to die. Okay? And so that's the thing, is like, which sex offenders? So then it's like, oh, well, what's rape and what's sex offense? Stop. Stop touching people without their consent. House people and feed them and keep people off the streets. Okay? Figure it out. But stop putting these arbitrary lines in the sand that are like, well, I'm only going to help you if you're this kind of a person. Okay, well, if we're going to play that game, okay, if we're going to sit here and murder all sex offenders, 90% of you are dead because of the way you are offensive and the way you sexually pursue women, okay? Okay, all these men in my comments, like, men wanting 15-year-olds is natural. Well, you can naturally die now. Okay, you see how that works? Okay, so we need to house people. Okay, we need to get people off the streets. And I'd rather them online with an AI companion, okay, than in the streets with real people at this point. Let's go.
We walk through the tunnel. Mineral deposits on the ceiling catch our eye.
So there's water that's leaking through. That's the calcium in the water.
These show that rain makes its way in again and again. Who knows how many times the flood destroyed homes and took lives. We're going ahead. Someone has created a memorial here.
Somebody passed away. J.C. Hart, roses.
And look, for everyone saying, even if I was unhoused, I wouldn't be underground. Look, there are people with shit tons of money who spend their life doing horrendous shit that I would, like, I also can't imagine that with all this money, this is how you spend it. In the same way, I can't imagine being unhoused and living in tunnels, but I'm also claustrophobic. I cannot do this. But listen to me when I say this. It's hard to imagine why anyone does anything, which is why we have to deconstruct it and understand why they're doing what they're doing. Because, like, same, I look at people all the time and I'm like, how are you doing this? Like, how are you living like this? And these are people in privilege, let alone unhoused and in tunnels. You know what I'm saying? So it is interesting. So that's why I do like to watch these videos with you guys. See, I wouldn't watch this video alone. I prefer to watch it with people I can talk to about it, because I'm like, how do we prevent this? It's like a problem solving video, you know? But sometimes I really do see rich people do the craziest shit with their money. And I'm like, this is what you decided to do with your money? Why? Out of all the things you could have done, this is what you did? But there's a reason why. Now, the reason why doesn't justify it, but it can explain it. I don't think there's a justification for this, but there is a reason why.
When it floods, they have 20 minutes to escape if the current or floating debris doesn't trap them inside first. This tunnel is full of puddles with a constant breeze blowing through.
Oh my God, here we go again.
The ground is a mix of sewage, trash, and human waste. And now, all of it is soaking into my shoes.
Everywhere there's trash. And dead animals. Yeah. A dead rat. It is from a casino? Yeah. Oh my. Our feet are wet, but that's how we roll here. Yeah, keep going.
We are walking in this tunnel, going on and on to find Rob's old friend, who's been living down here for over 10 years. The moldy gray walls started to fill with color, and then we walked right into what looked like an underground art studio.
Oh.
Someone built their own gallery down here.
Sad thing is, one heavy rain could wash it all away. Jay's tunnel is furnished with salvaged materials.
Damn, some of that shit was good.
There are all kinds of random stuff. A baby stroller, bags, toys, but everything is surprisingly well organized.
Yeah, my name's Jay. I live in the flood tunnels down here for like pretty much ever, like 8 or 9 years. I moved out here, all my luggage is stolen, my ID, everything. Basically welcome to Vegas for $27 in my pocket. There is really no safe anywhere. You'll get robbed by other homeless people, you'll get robbed by the police.
This is where each day begins and ends for him.
What happens when they come to them?
You go to jail.
What?
You go to jail for trespassing.
Whose property is this?
This is by state property. It's a flood zone. They put you in jail for anything. I went to jail the other night for being on the boulevard.
They are the undesirables. The government banned them from everywhere. People often see these individuals as potential criminals, but Jay is tired of the stigma. With time, he developed survival tactics.
There's really no food or water here. There's water in the back, I guess, but it's all like wastewater. I usually eat what people throw out. Everything you see here, I found in the trash.
How do you get shower here?
Basically with a 5-gallon bucket of water.
What exactly happened to your eye, if you don't mind?
Shot in the head with a 45. I don't remember none of that.
What is the worst thing that happened to you here?
Probably the whole haunting situation, like shit following me. I mean, I've seen demons. It'll move stuff. It'll make stuff disappear. Like, I'll be laying on my bed. It'll move the bed. It'll mimic people's voices. It'll call, like, from outside, call down the tunnel my name. Just go in the back, hang out for 15 minutes with no flashlight. Tell me what you think.
What have you seen exactly?
Looks like a man, very thin, probably 6'5". Got a very pointed nose, no arms or legs. It moves so smoothly. If it's totally pitch black, you can clearly see it. It's blacker than black. That's the thing that drops the temperature.
What are you planning for future? Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Dead. I don't know. Everybody's like 2 paychecks away from being homeless.
Every tunnel has its own identity, depending on who lives in it.
That's not an exaggeration, by the way. Like, I know people think about, like, that's why I say, like, don't get me wrong. Like, most of us are 2 paychecks away from being homeless. You know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds like we're lucky if we have networks. We're lucky if we have people. But I'm in the same position. Like, if let's say YouTube, let's say AdSense crashed on me and I had no money from AdSense, I would have to call my landlord and say, we cannot afford to pay rent. What are my options? And that the landlord can either say, we're evicting you, and we could either like figure that out. But like, we are absolutely like, if you know what I'm saying? If any of my streams of income disappeared overnight, we would have 2 months, maybe, of survivability, and that's it. Like, we would have to negotiate with our landlord. We'd have to call him. We'd have to be like, what are our options? Like, I don't have 3 months worth of expenses saved. I don't have 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. Like, that's our goal. That's our financial goal as a family. Our financial goal is to eventually have 3 to 6 months of complete savings for expenses. But also, what if my job disappeared tomorrow? Could I find a replacement for that job in 3 months? 3 months goes by really fast. So then it's like, okay, what are we doing here? We're all hanging on and hope it works out, girl. Okay? That's why I try to practice gratitude every day, because I know I've been in so many different positions. I've been somebody who, like, you know, made different kinds of money, you know, always did these things. But my goal and my hope is that we can do our best to create preventative care and to demand that the system supports people, because I know for a fact, like, other countries are managing, other places are doing it, but even other countries are suffering. Everybody is suffering, okay? Especially living in Croatia, there's a whole conversation about like what people are making and how they're struggling. Like, how Germans make 2.5 times more than Croatians, but our expenses are more than theirs. Like Europe is also having its own conversations about like, hey, why is it so hard to live here when our average income is €1,000 a month and like your guys' is double, but our groceries are more expensive. Like locals are also like everyone is struggling, you know? So again, I think like if you're lucky enough to have 3 months worth of savings, like that's beautiful, but 3 months also goes by really fast. Like ideally we'd all have a year worth of expenses saved, but God knows you'd also have to be disciplined enough not to just spend it. That's the problem. Is like discipline is taught. You are not naturally disciplined. It is something that is taught. It is a value thing. You have to be, again, it's not the Starbucks you're buying. It's the 3 Starbucks a day you're buying. It's not the McDonald's you're buying. It's the McDonald's every day, twice a day you're buying. You know what I mean? And that's really hard for people because everything about our society is like, look, it's convenient. Look, buy this, Uber Eats, this. Like society is blaming you for falling for the marketing that they spend billions of dollars investing in to trick you. They spend billions of dollars invested in tricking you into buying their product and then blame you for buying their product. Girl, okay? It is so hard to say no. I know, I'm tempted every day. I see it. Okay? And I'm like, oh, and I'm like, no. No.
You can see a lot of needles here. Disgusting. How is life here?
This ain't life.
Do you have contacts of your family?
Somewhat.
What do they think that you're doing right now?
They don't ask.
Damn.
What did you do before you came to these tunnels?
Before I was in this situation, I was a family man. 2 boys, 1 girl. They still live out here. My son just turned 17 last month.
When is the last time did you see them?
10 years ago.
Oh. What is the worst thing that happened to you in these tunnels?
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Last night?
Last night.
Oh.
OD. Life is precious.
I am deeply empathetic. And also, why don't your kids talk to you? See, I still think he deserves to be housed, but also, why don't your kids talk to you? Why aren't you with your wife anymore? That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, house this man, feed this man, but also...
And short.
Nearly 7 out of 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck, barely making ends meet. For many, it takes just one unexpected event to lose their financial stability.
Very true.
Oh my God. We were in the tunnels and you can see the Caesar's Palace on that side. This is a drama.
That's crazy.
If you want to shine a light into these tunnels, consider donating to the Shine a Light Foundation. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more documentaries
Oh, that's nice that he promoted a foundation.
like this. Huge thanks to MyHeritage for sponsoring this video. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code to get the full DNA bundle, which includes the DNA kit, free shipping, and a 30-day free trial. Use the code.
Okay, let's see the comments. When a YouTuber does better journalism than the big outlets, we who are watching this video lying in bed from any country, be grateful you have a great life. Let's see, I beat cancer today. I was once one of those people on my 21st birthday, got kicked out with my boyfriend. We lived on the opposite end of Vegas. Someone lit the tunnel on fire in the middle of the night. We switched tunnels and that one ended up flooding. So his parents finally took us back. I will add that shortly before we were living in the ones on the west part of town, we knew someone from school who burned a girl's body in the neighboring tunnel. It was seriously no life at all. And my heart goes out to these people. I'm 26 now. And with the same boyfriend from back then is now my husband. And we have a beautiful toddler together and just moved into our home across the country in a much better place. Life gets better. If you're watching this and feel hopeless, you just know life turns up when you least expect it and won't be like this forever. If you're watching from a place of judgment, you're no better than these people. Just had a little more luck on your side. And look what helped her. Somebody helped them. The parents took them back in, right? Yeah, like it really is so much about, that's why community, that's why it's so hard with community. And that's why I think I've been extra critical of Chelsea Fagan's content lately. Because here's Chelsea Fagan and her owning her home with her $90K a year, calling people losers on the internet for struggling to find community or to text people back. Like, please find some humility, Chelsea. Like, people are out here struggling. And then she sits there from such a position of privilege, talking about hosting people at any budget, talking about having your friends over to your house, talking about like, girl, please People are literally suffering, bro. People are in like really bad positions, and you're out here writing a book at this time in this economy about hosting your friends. Like, I get it. I do. And I think that's beautiful if it didn't also come with the judgment. If she was just helping people host without the judgment, it'd be different. It's the judgment that confuses me. Like, people are dying, Kim. Exactly, Chad. Exactly. People are dying, Kim. It feels like that. It feels like, dude, people are literally dying. And you're like sitting here, you know what I mean? So I feel like there's so much here, but I think that's the problem is like, so people do this thing again. I don't want you to fall into this trap that people have to be good for you to help them. You don't have to be a good person for me to help you. But I will say the help is conditional, but not all the help is conditional. Me housing you should not be conditional. If I'm a system, the system doesn't need to ask you if you're a good person for me to house you. Me personally, as your friend and family member, will not house you at the expense of people in the home. So if I take you into my home and you're a threat to my family, I'm not obligated to house you. But I also think the system should be housing people without there being a requirement, right? Because listen, the people, everyone who's like so worried about these people taking advantage of the system, they cannot take more advantage of the system than the billionaires are doing it right now. You will let billionaires take advantage of the system every fucking day at the expense of millions of people's lives instead of allowing these few million people to, quote, take advantage of the system, which they probably will not. Like, literally, they could not take advantage of the system in the way that is a threat to the system, the way these billionaires are a threat to the system, you know, or a threat to people at the expense, you know? Or a threat to people, more a threat to the people than the system. You know what I mean? Yeah, Chad said, I felt so bad I couldn't host a Halloween party this year, but I lost my job last month. So yeah, exactly. You shouldn't feel bad about these things. Like even our family, like I know it sounds crazy, but because listen, now that I am trying to be so financially like secure and responsible, yes, it comes at the expense of what I used to just do because it was just $2 to $10. Like, I know it sounds hard for people because in their head, like Chelsea Fagan will say things like, poor people host parties all the time. Yes, a lot of the time, those people are forced to be in community with people they don't even like because they need housing. Or two, yes, they're able to house community because community comes together and chips in. But again, like she's mistaking the issue with like, that it doesn't come at some expense. Exactly. Like it doesn't come at an expense. Like, again, the problem with community is that it requires somebody to do the labor or all of us to do the labor. And I think it can be done healthy, but it has to be done thoughtfully for it to be healthy. And most people are just not thoughtful, including Chelsea's recent work. It hasn't been thoughtful to me. So yes, I agree. You can do it if you're thoughtful. But that in itself requires sometimes therapy, or sometimes in of itself requires someone to read a book, or in of itself requires people to have skills that they don't have. Thoughtfulness is a skill. You have to be skilled. You have to learn how to be considerate of people. Like she does this thing where she's like, I think it's rude for people to show up late. Yes, I agree. Sometimes it can be considered rude for people to show up late. Were you thoughtful in how you communicated punctuality to your guests, or did you do the come whenever you're available? Dinner's at 4:30, but come whenever. Because if you say dinner's at 4:30, but come whenever, you cannot expect people to be on time. Now, if you say to them, guys, I am serving dinner promptly at 5 and I'm closing up shop at 8 because we're moving on for events, so please come before then or you won't have food. Sure, then if they come late, they can't expect food. But also, I could not imagine as a West Asian hosting an event where like, if you come after 8, you don't have food. You know what I mean? Like, it's in the fridge. It's in the fridge. You know what I mean? So like, I understand, but like you must be hosting not a get together, because a get together, food is in the fridge. Get together, have 4 or 5 plates. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand if you're hosting, like maybe you're hosting something where like you're hiring a talent and the magician's going to come in at 8. And so you can't be serving food. Or, oh, I know this. I knew this homeschool white family one time. Oh my God, my parents were mortified. And look, no judgment, but judgment. So my parents go to their house for an event. Very nice people, very nice people. And they served everybody food, okay, in the plate. And my parents were like, oh my gosh, I really love that food. Can I have some more? Like, can I serve myself? And they're like, no, you can't serve yourself. We serve everybody. And my dad was like really confused because he was like, wait, you're going to serve me? And they go, yeah. And he goes, well, what if I don't like something on the plate? And they go, no, we cooked food. We already organized the menu. We give you what's on the plate. And my dad was like, and I was like, oh no, because like that's not how West Asians do it. That's not how we do it. So I was like, okay. And then there was no seconds or thirds. They all planned to feed one plate per person. So there was no second or third. And my dad was like so confused. And look, because in West Asian culture, it's like one person hosts usually, or multiple people come together to make the food. The food is on a big table and everyone has plates and forks, and you grab a plate and you go around and you serve yourself what you want to serve. Right? And then if you're like, oh, auntie, do you have more food? Yeah, eat as much as you can. Oh, do you have more food? Is it okay if I get more food? Yeah, eat as much as you can. Eat as much as you can. So like the idea of like, my dad left that party. He's like, I'm hungry. We have to get more food. If I leave your house hungry, that's why I say like, you will never leave my house hungry. I will feed you until you regret eating so much. And look, I understand that that's a privilege to one, know how to cook and to have food available, and to also make sure you feel that way. But that is trained into me. It's a skill I have. It's trained into me. You are a product of your culture. Okay. So we need to be understanding and empathetic, and also understand that like, we're not all raised the same. But I would be mortified if somebody left my house and said they were still hungry. I would just feel so like, oh my God, no. What? Absolutely not, right? But also, I don't want to judge people or make people feel bad because they don't have the money, right? Like, I also don't want to make people feel so guilty because they're like, I'm so sorry, I don't have a lot of money. This is all I have in the house. Is that okay? Girl, if you have to feed me your only meal for the night, I'm taking you out. Right? If you are so poor, which no judgment, that I am about to take your breakfast, I don't want it. I will feed you. And that's what community is. Community looks at my friend who's so struggling with money right now, they can't feed me. And I say, let me feed you. I say, I am in abundance right now. Let me feed you. Okay. So also we have to serve our community back. If I know my friend is struggling, I invite them over for dinner. I say, hey, I know for a fact, so-and-so is struggling. We should have them over for dinner. So they don't have to eat. That's actually the big joke with my in-laws. My in-laws are like, let us take you out to dinner so you can save money on food. And I'm like, you know what I mean? That's like the big joke. Like, hey, free dinner, But yeah, like, let me take you out. Let me take you out. I think that's the problem, is like, I want to meet people where they're at. So this idea from Chelsea Fagan, like, even poor people have get-togethers. Yes, girl, but is it coming at the expense of their kids' lunch the next day or their lunch for the next day? For some people, yeah, and I don't want that. I don't want you to spend your last lunch on me. Let me spend my abundance with you. And then I know you'll get me back. I know that I never want you to feel bad. Do you know what I mean? And so there was remember that conversation someone had where they said they went to their friend's house and their friend came over unannounced they came over to drop off a book. They said, hey, can I text you? I'm dropping off a book. And the friend, it was a TikTok. And the woman said, I was mortified because my friend came over during dinner and I wasn't sure if I had to offer them a plate because I didn't make any extras and I only made enough food for the family. And so I was like, and everyone's like, why were you coming over for dinner? And she goes, I wasn't coming over for dinner. I came over, yes, during dinner to drop off a book. They knew I was coming over, something like that. But again, and like, I couldn't even imagine making a dinner for just the people eating unless, and this is the exception, my partner and I, we don't have any friends who can come over. And even if my friend, because we make separate food, my partner and I make exactly what I'm going to eat for the day every day. That's true. Sometimes I make leftovers for the next day. That's true. But if I lived in a place where my homie could come over and they said, hey girl, can I come over? I know it's dinner, but I want to drop something off. I'd be like, yeah, do you want to eat? Should I make more food for you? Should I make more food for you? That is the question I would ask. Because if they're my friend and they're a homie, I'd be like, yeah, come on over. Do you want to stay for dinner or no? Or like, hey bro, I'd invite you to stay for dinner, but the hubby and I are having a date night. Or hey bro, I'd ask you for stay to dinner, but we're going out tonight. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, what social context are your friends coming over where like you don't just see what's going on? Right? Like, just ask. You know what I mean? Just be, yes, Discord. Yes, you ask questions. Ask questions. Just ask questions like, hey, why are you coming over? How can I help? Instead of being all like, and I understand you might have social anxiety. You might be culturally different. You might not ask follow-up questions. And also as the friend who's a little bit more like out there, I might like say, hey, can I come over? I might preemptively ask the questions for them if I know they might be too embarrassed to ask me. You know what I mean? Like, hey, don't worry, I don't need to eat dinner with you guys, even though that's tempting. I'm just coming to drop off the book. Or, hey, can I drop off this book? And like, maybe because I'm interrupting during dinner, I might even bring some muffins to be like, I'm so sorry I came during dinner. Here's a tray of muffins. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so I might think to pre-think the questions for them. Sometimes I have a couple people in my life who I can always tell when they're like anxious, and I'll like reassure them, even though they didn't tell me, I could tell. And I'm like, don't worry, you're good. They're like, okay. Because like sometimes I understand like you might be so nervous you don't know how to say it. But that's why, again, I want to be a good community member is also to get to know people enough to kind of figure out or give them an option. You know what I mean? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Now let's move on. So there's a new video out. What the fuck? Is YouTube unsubscribing me from everybody? It is. Guys, every single person, I am subscribed. Why am I unsubscribed? I'm telling you, I subscribed to somebody the other day and I checked back and I was unsubbed. YouTube is being fucky. I'm telling you right the fuck now. Okay? I'm telling you right the fuck now. It's so weird. You should check your subscriptions, okay? New video out. He might be DL, but you're definitely homophobic. I want to talk about it because I am sick of DL people, communities talking about DL wrapped up in homophobia. But also, FYI, we shouldn't be lying about our sexual orientations or who we are, but we also have to build community that makes it safe to tell people who we are. Because let's be real, a lot of our communities are incredibly homophobic, and we are really struggling to make a safe space for people to come out. I mean, heck, even in queer communities, no, I should say gay communities, coming out as bisexual, pansexual is like, you know what I mean? How many lesbian TikToks do I need to see of women saying, I don't date bisexual women? Girl, hello? This is a mess. We are a mess, okay? Let's watch.
My definition of a punk is a DL man, and my baby daddy was a punk. And majority of the men that I messed with in the military were punks, and I just didn't realize the fucking sign.
I need everyone to listen because when I'm scrolling on my For You page and I see a video about a man disrespecting a woman, I don't want to open the comment section and see any, that's not a real man, by the way. He gotta be gay. He gotta be DL.
The rise in the DL police on this app is straight women trying to make sense of the facts that they now know that men hate them.
Okay, so you think your man is on the down low. Here are 5 foolproof ways to find out for sure. Girl, I've been exposing DL men since 2022 and have successfully saved the lives of 40 plus women from these demonic boy lovers. Do you see how crazy that sounds? Were you intrigued? Did you jump? Because it's time we talk about it. Hey guys, it's Emergency and welcome back to my channel. And today we are talking about something that has been sitting on my heart for a while now, and a conversation that I feel like needs to be had, because I think where this conversation started was fine and well-intentioned, but where it's going and where it is right now is largely problematic, and I don't think we're seeing it as such. And what I'm talking about is the rise of DL hunting, or down low men hunting. And it seems timely to talk about this, seeing as there have been DL allegations of, let's say, presidential proportions, if you catch my drift, but also just a general uptick in DL hunter content and commentary spreading online. Like, I've been seeing this trend online of DL hunters, or at least just women telling absolutely abhorrent stories about men, and the comments under these videos are always quick to say that the man in question here is actually just down low or secretly gay, and implying that that presumption could be the only possible explanation as to why he would treat a woman that way, almost as if blatant misogyny hasn't existed for actual centuries. And when I see things like this, I just have to ask, why are we in it? What did we do? Like, I feel like we've circled around from allyship to just blatant homophobia, because why are we using gay as an insult again? I mean, gay as an insult just in a sort of different way. Like, honestly, some of y'all are just getting a little too comfortable using it in a derogatory way. Like, I'm even seeing people starting to say slurs because they have been reclaimed again. Right?
Literally, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, you can say, oh, I understand the word I'm using. I understand why I'm using it. I'm not saying you shouldn't say it. Like, even me saying, hey, we should question how we use words is getting people like, wah, 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 wah. You should question everything you do. You should question why you like the food you like. You should question tradition. You should question everything. So the fact that me saying, hey, we should question this is making people go, hello, we should be questioning everything. Okay, if you're not questioning, you're not deconstructing. If you're not questioning, like, what are you doing? So I agree. Now, DL is a very specific concept. I've been so lucky, I think, that I can't think of anyone in my life that ever was like DL, like down low. Like, or I can't even think of somebody who's like secretly, right? Like, I can't think of somebody in my life. Because even the closeted people were like out to people. They weren't like tricking. I think the problem with the DL narrative is that they're tricking women. They're like using women. And I think that's just misogyny. I think that's just like men lying to themselves. But I think if you're in that position, it's going to be very hurtful to be married to somebody for 30 years and for them to come out as a gay and leave you, or to be like men are being secretive, they're all fucking men, or women who won't date bisexual men because they think like this man's gonna leave you for a man. Like, look, if you do anything out of fear, it's gonna lead to bigotry. That's why I say don't do it out of fear. Do it because of ethics. It's right. It's correct. If you do it out of fear, it's just gonna lead you to be bigoted, which is why so many of these straight women ended up being so like bigoted and homophobic, because it is a fear thing, right? I'm afraid he'll leave me for a man. I'm afraid, even the lesbians who are like, I don't date gay or bisexual women because they'll leave me for a man. That's fear. That's fear, baby.
Right. You may be asking yourself, Rumi, is it really that deep for you to make a whole video about it? And to that I said,
oh, good point. Discord said it's interesting because somebody else in the Discord said the DL is predominantly used in the Black community, and closed is used more widely. I think that's true. From my understanding, I think DL is technically like comes from the Black community, but in the closet or closeted or closed, or there are other words people use. But I think DL, I could be wrong. Do we know the origin of DL, guys? Does anyone know the history?
like, yes, actually, because at its core, when you're ascribing negative traits like being a misogynist, hating women, or just being too feminine or sassy in derogatory ways, such as saying that someone is DL or just secretly gay, what is that really saying about what you think about gay people? Quickly. And if you know me, you know I go hard for my girlies and gays, but it really does get to a point because it feels like there's a portion of women out there that are finding out that men are actually just misogynistic because it hasn't been more front-facing and just outwardly allowed over the past, let's say, 10 or 20 years. And instead of confronting and addressing the roots of misogyny and misogynoir, it for some reason is getting blamed for actually being gay. Like, why are ancient misogynist men getting thrown out the gates? Like, we don't want them. And also just like, why do we assume that a terrible person is gay? Like, why would that be a characteristic of gayness, or at least latent gayness? Like, yeah, there's like the whole like, oh, he's so evil, he must be sexually repressed of it all.
It's interesting that the gayness is the focus, not the fact that it's a man. Like, that is the homophobia of it. Like, the irony is like, it's mostly just, it's actually not even that he's a man. It's that patriarchy has infiltrated men's brains so much that they can't even be gay under patriarchy because it's too feminine, you know?
But like, no, actually. I heard this quote from a while ago about misogyny saying that like men don't love women but are still sexually attracted to them. Like, right, that's exactly what objectification is. And that right there is a deeply rooted misogyny in question we've been fighting for years, that men don't see women as equals but rather as things to satisfy them. And I feel like that revelation is me preaching to the choir. But I just want to reinforce again that that is not a symptom of queerness. That's a symptom of years of patriarchy. Now, am I saying this hasn't happened in the history of ever? That like a man is actually repressing his identity and it comes out in the form of hatred towards women? Like, no, that surely has happened, and sure, it does happen. Like,
that's why when people think Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit is gay, I actually think he likes women, but he wishes he was gay. I actually think that's a different form of misogyny. Like, I don't actually think Myron is gay. Like, I think he wishes he was gay. In the same way, you ever meet straight women that wish they were into women so they wouldn't have to date men? Like, that's out of exhaustion from men, okay? But Myron's is out of hatred of women. Remember, somebody said it on TikTok the other day, I shared it on stream once, that women hate men as a system and men hate women as a people. And I think that's true. I think that's generally true, yeah.
there are many of stories out there. Like, that's why this whole trend has taken off. And this isn't to invalidate anyone who's experienced this, but specifically what I'm talking about is just like this wave of TikTok DL hunters and the insistence of calling every man whoever shows negative behavior towards women, or on the flip side, shows an ounce of femininity, we as a society, or at least as the internet, throw them deep in the DL basket, or at least just use it as a weaponized insult against them. And I think the language we use here is really important. And as we're gonna get into later in the video, words do mean things. Like, I hate to say it, but some straight men, a lot actually, just hate women. And given the times we're living in, it's never been so blatantly in our faces. Now let's dig a little deeper into the fascination around the need to figure out who is DL and who is not. Now, I do want to say right off the bat, I understand fearing infidelity because that truly sucks and is one of the hardest feelings you can feel in a relationship. But in the case of this DL debacle, that doesn't feel like that is entirely what this is. This feels a little more witch hunty. It feels like there's this need to know or to label someone who isn't behaving in a way that you'd like them to as DL. And as an addendum to that, usually this notion of DLness is framed within the context and narrative of sexual deviance. And again, I am not here to invalidate anyone's experience or to like talk down to anybody.
I also think if I was married to a man and he came out later and said like, hey, I think I'm gay and I didn't realize it, I would not frame that divorce as we got divorced because he's gay. I would say we got divorced because things changed. Like, I would not feel like my husband left me because he was gay. And also, would he leave me if he was gay? Why can't we just stay married? You know what I mean? Like, just because you're gay doesn't mean we have to get divorced. But also, like, would you like to divorce me? Things changed enough that we'd like to get divorced? Is that what you'd like to do? Because I would not assume divorce, because I come from a world where partners can be asexual or demi or allo, but like not prioritize sex. Like, the assumption is also that they want to go fuck somebody. Like, the assumption is like, oh, if he's gay, like, he has to go fuck ass. And I'm like, okay, calm down. That's a bit crude. It's a bit crude, isn't it? Okay, it's a bit crude. You know, it's like, we forgot that ultimately you want to end up with a consciousness you love. You know what I mean? Which is why some lesbians and some gay men are in relationships, because it's not about fucking. It's about companionship and being with that person and loving that person, right? Just says, why would a gay man stay with a woman? Because they're in love with the consciousness, right? Like, because they're in love with the consciousness. And I think that we are really disconnecting ourselves because we think love is sex. Love is not sex. But that's why all of these relationships are predicated on who we're fucking. And I'm saying, what does fucking have to do with marriage? What does fucking have to do with love? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying, you know what I mean, that you can't. That's why in some bubbles, we separate romantic with sexual. Like, I'm romantically this way and sexually this way. And again, the problem is, like, you have to be so deconstructed to even start having conversations around this, because in the basic world thinks like person, fucking is what your orientation is. So fucking is what this is focused on, right? And so I'm saying, like, well, what if fucking wasn't the point? What if your relationship was more than fucking? And that I get it. That's like way beyond, right? We have Scott Galloway talking about how men have to procreate and have babies. Like, no, girl, we are so past that. Like, you think that because you're at 101, but when you get, you know what I mean? Like, we are so past existing just to make babies. And so I am so past being in partnership just for the sex. You know what I mean?
Because yes, sure, this happens to people. Well, like, why not just leave it alone if that's what you suspect is happening to you? Or if this man is being emotionally abusive or even verbally misogynistic, leave that man alone anyway. Like, the reasonings behind why.
And no, guys, it's not about open relationships. It's not about lavender relationships. It's not about platonic. It's about loving relationships in which your dynamic is, again, I know this is really hard to process, but there are people and fulfilling relationships with people that would not typically be together because the focus isn't fucking. Okay? Again, fucking is so shallow. And I'm saying it's not as important as like everybody thinks it is. And I'm saying there's no sacrifice, no like giving up something. There is none of that. It is just the connection between a consciousness and a consciousness. Okay? Right? Chet says, why would a man romantically be attracted to men stay with a woman? Because attraction, okay, is different than loving a consciousness. It's different than loving a consciousness. Okay? Right? It's deeper than that. Okay, now a lavender marriage, correct me if I'm wrong, is it a lavender marriage? Oh, maybe I'm wrong, actually. Hold on. I think I'm switching up my vocab. Hold on. I'm thinking of, a lavender marriage is a marriage of convenience between a man and a woman where both are, no, I'm right. No. Yeah, not, lavender marriages are not what I'm aiming for either. A lavender marriage is a marriage of convenience between a man and a woman where one or both parties are concealing non-heterosexual orientations. The arrangement is often used to hide their partner's true sexual orientation. Yeah, that's a survival relationship. I'm talking about one that isn't about survival. Right? It's about connection to the consciousness. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like a lavender marriage like it's like it could be either like a beard, like a business relationship, or it could be like a safety measurement. But I'm just talking about like, hey, I like you. I like you too. I love you. Do you want to do life with me? Even though we're like a little unorthodox and our priority isn't typical, like I like you as a person. Do you want to do life with me? And it's like, yeah, this is the love of my life. This person that, yes, our sexual orientations do not match, or this thing isn't typical, but yes, this person would you like to do life with me? Like you're just as important and as valuable, because then you'll get the heterosexual and gay relationships being like, oh, so you guys are like not in a real relationship. Like, no, it's a real relationship. Yeah, but how are you in a real relationship if you're not fucking? It's like, what? What is this conversation? Like, you know what I'm saying? Chad said friends can do life together, but I also want to make it clear it's not friends. Doing life with your friends is also not what I'm talking about. See how much of a struggle this is to explain? Because I'm telling you, like, most people cannot fathom it because they're still so busy, like, but if we're not fucking, like, you also can fuck your friends. You know how many of my friends I fucked? Do you know what I mean? A lot. You know what I mean? It's not the same thing.
He may treat you or other people terribly. It doesn't have to be because he's secretly into men. Like, you can leave a man for whatever reason. And of course, when I say this, I mean, like, if you're able to safely. I'm not talking about instances where this is dangerous, of course. And it's just like so many things about this conversation suck, obviously. But one thing I think about is how hard we work to move away from gender norms, only to then go back and reinforce them with the DL witch hunt of it all. Like, I really hate to come on here and defend a man, but like, if a man has done anything that could be deemed as vaguely feminine, then that's a wrap. And of course, this is all using the antiquated heteronormative definitions of femininity and masculinity. And it just seems like this terrible backslide, which is not surprising given the increasingly traditional times that we're currently living in. Like, guys, if they float, they're DL and we gotta burn them at the stake, but if they sink, they're just a woman hater. Now let's take a little deep dive into what are the contributing factors of like this DL epidemic to begin with. And I think first and foremost, the problem started at home. So this is the section we're getting into the history of men on men crime. That does sound a little homoerotic. No, I mean, we're talking about the history of men policing other men's behavior. I feel like we definitely saw this more in the early 2010s growing up, but like, do y'all remember the hashtag no homo of it all? And like, men, straight men, actually using that unironically for saying a completely normal sentence about another guy. Like, there were times where boys in middle school and high school were being weird about eating bananas, and that still happens to this day. Like, God forbid a straight man eats a banana or a hot dog in public. Like, I promise you the food's not gonna make you gay if you weren't already. Fast forward to today, where the statements evolved into things like pause, ayo, and things like aight man, as signals that one person has gone too far into a non-masculine territory, or what was said could be interpreted as some kind of homosexual rigmarole double entendre. And the thing about it is that at best, statements like this and conversations like this either lead to a de-escalation or just general disengagement from the conversation at hand, and at worst, occasional violence. And we see this most often in media now for Gen Z and Gen Alpha with streamers.
I knew it. Say no homo.
What you mean?
Yeah, nice long one. Play it again, pause. I said pause.
Like, sure, this is definitely better than beating on gay people and being physically violent, but is this really where male allyship begins? Steering clear of topics or conversations that don't fit into the rigid sense of masculinity? What immediately comes to mind for me is like the whole rhetoric of just don't bring that shit up me, or saying pause or no homo isn't enough. In order to be in community with people, queer or not, you gotta do your...
I will say, in a safe space, I think pause is so funny, or I think like no homo is so funny, or I think like that's gay is so funny. Like, in a safe space where you know people aren't homophobic, I think it is so fucking funny. And I do that with my partner, where I'll say something, I'm like, pause, no homo, I'll be like, that's gay, bro, that's gay. Like, in a safe space, that shit is and can be funny. In a public space where people meet it and it's backed up by homophobia, now it's not funny. See, now it's not funny. And that's the problem with being online and making jokes, being in public and making jokes. Again, social conversation versus private conversation, social conversation versus like safe space conversation, right? So I think like that's the issue that we come into with all of these conversations, right? Discord said this is such a good combo. There is love and there's desire. When we desire someone, we almost never desire them in isolation. When we what we desire is almost always the landscape of our minds built around them. I think people should always start with what love means to you. Like, what does it look like in your life, and how do you feel, and how do you want it to feel? Ask Auntie Pearly, love is not something you earn. Love is something you are. Or maybe the better question is, what exactly are you calling love? Well, I think that's the problem, is like, first, love is there, but the way I love my parents and the way I love my partner is not the same. The way I love my children, the way I love my partner, it's just not the same. The way I love my friends and the way I love it's just not the same, right? All the love is very different and the requirements are different. The way I love certain friends is different. There's a hierarchy to my love, but it's not because one is better or worse than the other. It's something deeper and more profound than that. And, call it what you want to call it. But I think like when we talk about partner love, My partner love is just different than my friend love. It could look the same on paper, right? I could be in a partnership and with my friend, and we could have the same things. Maybe I'm fucking my friend. Maybe we pay rent together. Maybe we live together. Maybe we're roommates for life. But yet this love is different than my partner who maybe we are fucking, maybe we're doing life together. Maybe we're paying bills. Maybe we're da-da-da-da. It might look the same, but it's different. Or in another way, I might have a roommate who I do life with and they're my companion for life, but like, and we pay a mortgage together and we don't have sex, but it's not the same as the love I have for a partner that I don't have sex with and I pay rent with and we do life together. These are just different things. And so like the reason, you know when this gets easier? When you meet the right person to have this conversation with. This conversation makes perfect sense to my partner, period. And that's why they're my partner, because there is no miscommunication. We're on the same page and he understands and I understand what we're saying. We understand what we mean when we say, regardless of either of us transition, are gay, are this, are that, we're doing life together. That yes, we are currently in our current state of existence, sexually attracted to each other and all that other stuff. Should that ever go away, we are still so in love with the consciousness, it doesn't matter to us. That the relationship is not predicated on having sex or gender or anything else. It is predicated on the consciousness that you are. And as long as you are always that consciousness, and even then, even if your brain erodes because of Alzheimer's and I can't exactly communicate with the consciousness as I know him, I will still be there and I still love you and I'm not abandoning you. Because like I've decided to do this thing. The only time that we would have to sacrifice what we've built together is out of abuse and out of safety for one another. So if either of us become unsafe for the other, then of course we'd have to go our separate ways because it's become unsafe. But as long as it is safe, as long as it is healthy, then there is no reason for me and this consciousness not to do life together. And that is the point. This is the high compatibility. Communicating with your partner about something that's a little, harder for some people to grasp because of cultural differences, but being on the same page. Seeing somebody and saying, this is the kind of life I want. Do you want to do it with me? And them knowing what you mean and agreeing to this reality. And that's the same thing with any relationship you have, a Christian relationship, a Muslim relationship, a gay relationship, a straight, your relationship with a person should be predicated on agreed upon realities. The dilemma is a lot of us are settling on relationships and in relationships where we don't even agree on the premise of existence. You have flat earthers with non-flat earthers. You have Muslims dating, I was going to say Jews, but that's a good example. Or Muslims dating Christians or Christians dating, it's like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? You're not even agreeing on reality. Or you got the vegans dating, it's like, what are we doing? We don't even agree on what's going on. So then we have to agree. And again, you can do you, girl. You can have those relationships, no judgment. I just think it's interesting and I couldn't do it. I could not go to bed every night with somebody that I looked at with an raised eyebrow because they believed in flat earth. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that. If you want to do it, you do it. I'm not doing it. And I know for some people, they say, well, I'm not going to go to bed with somebody I'm not having sex with. Okay, what happens if that person is paralyzed or wounded? What happens if that person loses their ability to have sex? Is the marriage over? Do you know what I'm saying? My marriage is not over because my partner isn't going to want to have sex. It just doesn't make sense to me. But my marriage might be over if my partner comes home and goes, I've decided to be a flat earther. And I'm like, what are you doing? Or if my partner comes home and goes, actually, trans people suck. I'd be like, what? Or if they come home and they're like, honestly, MAGA though. I'm like, what are we talking about? That's not a difference of opinion. That's like mental health. Hi, are you okay? That's like a different relationship than the one I signed up for,
part to facilitate a space that people can be comfortable in. Like you're denying real aspects of your friends that most of the time aren't actually gay, and you know that, so that you can be friends and operate within the masculine bounds of friendship, which is just weird. Think about it like this. Say you have friends that are different from you. The more you treat people like regular people and not like some uncomfortable anomaly to be around, the better it'll be for us all. And it's nice and very kumbaya to say that, but that also really does require a shift in perspective from men and women to then not go on assuming that.
I mean, we're talking about relationships where people talk about getting divorces because their partners got fat. Do you know what I mean? Y'all are divorcing people because they got fat. We are not talking about the same thing. We are not having the same conversations. You know what I mean? We are not talking about the same kind of love. Girl, divorcing your partner because they got fat? What are you talking about?
Just because a guy is friends with gays, that he's also gay, zesty, or DL. Or even if he doesn't have any outwardly gay friends, we need to stop with the belief that certain behaviors are quantifiably gay. For real, tolerance and basic human empathy check.
Oh my God, pause. Chat says, I literally had my brain melt yesterday after talking to my brother's friend. This woman is married. and was talking about how she didn't know how to bring it up to her husband that she wants kids. They had never discussed it before. Thank you so much. Exactly my fucking point. Exactly my fucking point. Exactly my fucking point. A lot of people are getting married. Girl, I told you guys, I interviewed this person once. I had a conversation. I wasn't an interview. It was a conversation. And with this person once who had been married for like 8 years or something. And I said, oh, how was your partner raised? Were they raised religious? And they were like, I don't know. And I was like, you've been married to your partner for 8 years and you don't know if they were raised religious? They're like, no, I guess we never talked about it. And I'm like, okay. Again, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm just trying to say like, oh, okay, we're not doing the same thing. Like we're not having, you know what I mean? And how many women have reported that they didn't know their husbands were homophobic until 3 years into their marriage when it came up? And I was like, you didn't talk about homophobia while you were dating? They just assumed their husbands weren't homophobic. Hello? Do you know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh. Wait, is chat saying they've been together over a decade? Damn, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, okay, doesn't my work make so much sense? Doesn't what I say make so much sense now? When you're Brittany and you've read thousands of books and talked to thousands of people and saw thousands of videos, guys, I am always like, please allow me to be shocked. But also, doesn't my work make so much more sense when I'm like, people are settling. People are so confused about their companionships. They're so confused about their relationships. This normalization of fighting, not talking to your partner, keeping secrets, being too shy to tell your husband something. Girl, we have no time for shyness. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. Like, high compatibility partnership, you have to really introspect. You have to really get to know yourself. You have to really understand your own wants and desires. People can be married 10 years and never have conversations about kids. And it's so common. It is so much more common than you believe. I promise you, it is so much more common than you could even understand, right? Chat says, have you watched Love is Blind season 9? If that's the latest season, not yet. I'm about to review. I've been really low on spoons and I've been very like in a burnout era. I'm trying so hard to avoid a hardcore burnout. But when I'm ready, I'm going to start recording. I have 3 shows I want to record for you guys, but I have just been, I'm so sorry, so low on spoons. I've been really struggling not to burn out. So give me a second, but I'm going to watch it. I can't wait to watch it. I'm so excited. Okay. So yes, it is. You would not believe how much more common it is that people are not talking.
Now we're going to get a little academic with it and talk about a study around the concept of homosociality. And I think homosociality is something that we're seeing more and more of between men. And if you're unfamiliar, homosociality is a form of men policing others' behaviors in a somewhat panopticon style. The term homosocial was popularized by queer theorist Eve Sedgwick. And the concept of homosociality describes and defines social bonds between persons of the same sex. It is, for example, frequently used in studies on men and masculinities. They're defined as a mechanism and a social dynamic that explains the maintenance of hegemonic masculinity. A popular use of the concept is found in studies on male friendship, male bonding, and fraternity orders. And it is also frequently applied to explain how men, through their friendships and intimate collaborations with other men, maintain and defend the gender order and patriarchy. Basically, it's the concept of men seeking the approval of other men by dogging out women, or behaving in a way that is most pleasing to the social group, which is usually not including men or gays. And this is not to say that these men are gay or homosexual for doing so, but studies show that men have historically sought to build camaraderie and respect and move in a way that gains the approval of other men.
And the irony is like women who uphold, so women who tend to make fun of DL men or gay men or call men DL tend to be women who uphold patriarchy. So then they create a circumstance in which men cannot rely on relationships with other men, and they become burdened with doing the emotional labor for the men they're dating because they mock the men they're dating for being sensitive with their male friends, crying, going to therapy, and so on and so forth. So it's actually a self-fulfilling cycle, a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So it goes back to the video we just watched a second ago with Therese covering Scott Galloway, right? She is talking about how Scott Galloway's, all of his suggestions are ways to make patriarchy better packaged. No, you have to deconstruct patriarchy. These women who help uphold patriarchal systems discourage their men from being sensitive with other men because it's gay, which ends up uplifting the patriarchy. And then men ends up saying, well, women, Scott Galloway says, well, women have to do the emotional labor for these men because these men don't have communities. If the women in your life are creating a system in which you as a man do not feel safe having male friends or being communion with your male friends or being sensitive with your male friends, hell, cuddling and watching anime with your male friends, then you might need to rethink who you're dating, right? Women uphold the patriarchy. They do and are homophobic, and they do make men feel bad for engaging in their feelings, right? Like, I know women who are like, I won't date a man who cries. Okay, girl, deconstruct that. That's crazy. I won't date a man who doesn't cry. How about that one? I don't date men who don't cry. That's crazy. I refuse to date you if you cannot cry. If you cannot cry during peak moments in anime, I don't trust you. Okay? No way you saw Ace and Luffy and you did not cry. Okay? Cannot be trusted. Cannot be trusted.
As to not teeter the norm and uphold patriarchy.
And it's interesting too, women who won't date men who watch anime, except I find men who watch anime, generally speaking, this is such a generalization, tend to be better in tune with their feelings because anime is a safe space to be a femboy and also be tough and cool. So also kind of funny. And I don't mean femboy like femboy. I mean more like man who happens to be a little femmy, but like kind of, you know what I'm saying?
This right here is misogyny at play. Seeking the approval of the same sex by ostracizing, isolating, and objectifying the other. And because seeking approval from your bros can be considered sus or glazing, you toss in a lot of homophobic rhetoric and verbiage just so that everyone knows you are not a homo. And unfortunately, even when it comes to women, they are no longer people, but rather social currency, which is as scary and as terrible as it sounds. Like if the bros think she's hot, then that's leverage for the man. The discontinuity between male homosexuality and homosexuality.
And yes, it does depend on the anime. Right? Like what anime you watch and which one is your favorite is also worth judging you for, just like any book or movie you watch. But the genre of anime, it's like girls who don't date men who watch anime is like saying, I don't date a guy who watches movies. What? You don't date guys who watch movies or listen to pop music? That's like saying, I don't date a guy who listens to pop music. What? What does that mean? It's just a medium. What do you mean? You know what I mean?
Sexuality results in male homosocial relationships being a form of male bonding, which is characterized by homosocial desire as well as homosexual panic. Homosocial desires refers to men turning their attention to other men, and homosexual panic refers to the fear of this attention gliding over into homosexual desire. That's right, the fear that if you're too good to your homeboys, you might actually want your homeboy. In an attempt to emphasize heterosexuality, fear or hatred of homosexuals and misogynist language.
And by the way, just for the record, I also suffer from toxic masculinity because a really sad thing just happened in One Piece the other day, and I didn't cry because my partner was watching, and I was like, I would have cried if you weren't here. And he's like, oh, he's like, you denied yourself a cry because I was in the room. And I was like, I did, but if you weren't here, I would have cried. I would have ugly cried. And he was like, oh, and I was like, I know, it's my toxic masculinity. I also have toxic masculinity that I'm like, I cannot ugly cry in front of you right now. It is too vulnerable. I understand. I get you, boys. Okay, I get it. But you have got to let yourself cry, okay? So I did. It was such a good I'm on the bet. Honestly, this anime arc I am on right now is so fucking good. This One Piece arc is so good. It is the best one so far for me. I'm enjoying the fuck out of this arc. Oh my God, it's the Big Mama Pirates arc. It's so good. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
Are developed. And again, none of this theory is to excuse misogyny or misogynoir, and are 1000% things that need to be unpacked and changed about the culture of masculinity, and especially within Black masculinity. But that is just the level set.
A lot of theories suggest that male homosociality exists on the same spectrum as homoeroticism. But because of homohysteria, there's a really strong conscious social effort to create this diacritical opposition between homosexuality and homosociality in male relationships. So we're conceptualizing male homosocial relationships as a form of male bonding that involves homosocial desire and intimacy, as well as homosexual panic. So they're constantly turning their attention to other men, but then there's a really intense fear that this attention would glide into the homosexual territory.
On top of that, I think that women being homosocial in a patriarchal world is more of a form of protection and survival as opposed to why men.
Oh my God, wait, I gotta say though, you guys said Sanji had me crying multiple times. You'll never believe this. I was so pissed at Sanji this whole season. I've been so annoyed with him all arc. I actually cried for Big Mama. I've been crying for Big Mama. Her childhood self, I've been crying for her. I didn't shed one fucking tear for Sanji, okay? I didn't cry one tear for Sanji. And that's, you know why? Because he was pissing me off. He was pissing me off with that whole thing he pulled. What is he, Usopp? Okay? But anyways, listen, I was bawling for Big Mama though. I was like, oh, that is a crazy story. That's a crazy story. No spoilers, but listen, okay? I understand why people cried for Sanji, but I was already fed up with him. Nothing pisses me off more than when kids think they're smarter than their parents, and so they go off doing crazy ass shit and put everybody in danger because they don't want to fucking be vulnerable. Nothing makes me madder than people, your friends, who pull some crazy fucking stunt because they won't ask for help. Okay? Nothing makes me more annoyed with people than people who don't ask for help. Which is why Luffy's so powerful as a friend, because Luffy says, if you want me to help you, you ask. Ask and I will help you. So then shout out to Luffy for also being the dad in the group who's like, you know, Sanji, ask me for help and I'll help you. Tell me, Sanji, what do you really want? So I get it. I get it. It's important. People have to watch it, but man, I get fed up. I get really annoyed waiting for you to hurry the fuck up. But you know what? I get it. Okay? I get it. I get it. It's all beautiful. I love it. Great arc.
And are homosocial. Because within a patriarchal society, male relationships are often structured in a way that reinforces and perpetuates the patriarchy. Their relationships often function as a way to maintain social dominance and male privilege, which is why women are commodities amongst men.
Now we've debriefed on man crime. It's time that we now turn our focus towards the rise of policing men's behavior from women, which is kind of crazy to say given the patriarchy of it all. But hear me out. And one of the more prominent ways we've been seeing this on social media have been from the rise of the
sassy man apocalypse. Sassy male apocalypse.
Yes, the sassy man apocalypse. And I hate to be the too woke friend. No, I don't. But this trend never fully sat right with my spirit because it just got a little too comfortable with making claims around sexuality and gender expression. Oftentimes it feels like actually policing someone's gender expression, which like guys like that.
Wait, what was that? I want to see it.
Around sexuality and gender expression. Oftentimes it feels
the moment I realized I'm a victim of a sassy man apocalypse. What is that? I haven't seen this trend come up on my feed.
like actually policing someone's gender expression, which like guys like thought we put in the legwork to move away from classic gender stereotypes and roles to a more fluid one. Like what was all that for then? The labels of sassy, chalant, and zesty feel like labels to scare men into acting a certain way or to not act a certain way. And by using gay as the instigating term, it's just again reinforcing homophobia because if they were gay, then what? Why is being gay or fruity or effeminate the
Chet said this is straight culture. Interesting.
we're insult here?
I love taking the piss out of men. I will do it every day and twice on a Sunday, okay? Don't get it twisted. However, seeing women and girls and just people in general saying men are like sassy and things like that for liking like stereotypically feminine things or for not being traditionally masculine is a very slippery slope.
Oh, was the guy like crossing his legs and she's like, I ended up with a sassy guy or something? I haven't seen this trend.
No, it's a very slippery slope into gender essentialism. And it's also wildly homophobic.
Like it's similar to when people say things like zesty or sus or punk, especially punk and fruity. Like I feel like we're getting a little too comfortable using these terms when, especially for those of us that are straight, to insinuate someone is gay. And again, even if they are, what's the problem? Like, why is this something that we need to be super vigilant over? Like it all harkens back to the misconstrued belief that traditional men traditionally treated women well and with respect. And this current rise in things like red pill content and women hating somehow has to do with like the closeted homosexual men. When again, to reinforce this video's thesis, being a woman hater is not a queer trait. In fact, I'd actually go as far to argue that that is a trait of the traditional man. If we're looking historically, the narrative from all sides of the internet has devolved from, yeah, there are times where people take their closeted repressed emotions and resentment that they can't live their truth out on women unfairly and unjustifiably, to now every man who mistreats a woman is a secret homo, when no, men can be and oftentimes are terrible people. Like this whole DL until proven straight mentality needs to go. Like just tossing men who act violent or hateful to women to the gay team is crazy because misogyny has existed for so long. And if we want to take it a step further, that thought process also is insinuating that gay men hate women, which is like, okay. And I know that this is a sweeping generalization, which likely does not match every single case, but many cases that are being publicized on social.
Why are all the hooks victims of sassy men apocalypse? Why are all the hooks? What's a hook? Oh, the Hook, like the character, like Captain Hook. Where are all the hooks victims of sassy man apocalypse? What? How have I not seen this trend?
Media and are becoming part of regular conversation can be and oftentimes are harmful. Like the lack of attraction from queer men to women does not automatically mean that they hate them. And I know that that's common sense, but the way that this conversation has to fall really makes you wonder, because I think this whole thing is just crazy. And again, I do want to preface, because I feel like I'm coming on hot with this video, this is all not to defend straight men. This is to defend the gays because shit has been getting wicked, no Ariana. Because at the end of the day, men demonstrating behavior that you don't like or agree with, so you label them as gay as a response, is homophobic, full stop. And I feel like we need to be real about that. Now, a key piece of this conversation that I've been meaning to talk about just generally, and honestly a piece of nuance that I don't feel like is talked about enough, especially in the context of this conversation, has to do around the concepts of bi erasure, biphobia, and the intersection of bisexuality and people of color. Quite literally putting the bi and BIPOC. I'm kidding, that's not what that means. Although when I first heard the term BIPOC, I thought it was bisexual people of color, but we have learned it is Black Indigenous. But like I was saying, I think another aspect of this that so often gets looked over is the fact that the conversation around DL men often gets very black and white, and people tend to forget.
Wait, okay, hold on, let me see.
Often gets looked over is the fact that the conversation.
Diriadu? Sassy Man Apocalypse? Dragnet? I don't know what these words are. That's on what? Crampings? What?
Conversation around DL men often gets very black and white, and people tend to forget that bi people exist. And you may be like, yeah, okay, I get it. Bi people exist. But like, why are people not being honest about it and living in their truth then? Well,
okay, first of all, Wait, I just got it because chat said saying that when a hook is based on the dandy, sort of a stereotype, so that basically makes sense. Wait, pirates are gay. Name a pirate that isn't gay. Every pirate is gay. So every pirate, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't the gay pirate like just pirates? Jack Sparrow is very gay. Like, he's not obviously gay, but like his behavior in a non-derogatory way is very femme. But like when I say gay, I mean that as a compliment because like men at sea together, no women there. You know, I mean, I get it. They pillage towns and rape women. So they're also just rapists. Would you rather pirates be gay or rapists? Because they might be both. Do you know what I mean? But I also feel like pirating is kind of gay. Like, you know, you're wearing cool costumes. You kind of have eyeliner and earrings. But also it's just like feminine. But therefore, but I don't mean gay derogatory. Like, I'm not trying to say gay derogatory. But maybe people are like, pirates are gay derogatory. Instead of like, pirates are gay. You know what I'm saying? There's something to be said here. I'm also being very sarcastic.
Biphobia. And no, biphobia isn't just a buzzword that I made up and decided to throw in this video. There are actual studies to demonstrate that people report more negative sentiments towards bisexual individuals than gay and lesbian individuals, which for one is interesting, and two is a whole intercommunity discourse that could be a whole separate video. But for the sake of this video, we looked into a study that specifically focuses on the intersections of bisexual identity. And according to the study, which is an examination of attitudes towards bisexual people at the intersections of gender and race and ethnicity, people actually reacted more negatively to bisexual men than women. Black and Hispanic bisexuals more than white bisexuals, and more negatively towards trans bisexuals than cisgender bisexuals. Okay, cool. But what does all this mean? This is all to say that the demographic that experiences the most negative reactions and sentiments are BIPOC trans men, bisexuals, are BIPOC trans men bisexuals, and then cis BIPOC bisexuals. Like, not that this is like the Ginny and Georgia Oppression Olympics or anything, but this is more to show the barriers and challenges this community faces and how that might lead for some people to stay DL. Because again, I feel like this part of the conversation isn't talked about enough. Oftentimes, DL people are not just gay, they are bisexual because they're still sexually intimate, oftentimes emotionally intimate with the women that they're dating while also having sexual and emotional relations with men. So just because DL is messing with guys on the low does not mean that he's just gay. And this mentality that we're talking about as to why people stay DL is also rooted in patriarchy. Like, see, for
and it's not good. Like, I think the problem is like homophobic society is like, you shouldn't be DL. You should tell people you're a F word. I'm gonna, you know what I mean, literally. And then it's like, well, you threaten my life for being an F word, like, because you're using it at me. Like, you'll throw a slur at a person. You'll be like, you should tell people you're an F word. And then it's like, oh, see how you're not safe enough for me to come out to you? So then you create a system in which I have to pretend I'm straight in order to survive in your community. You force marriage on me. You force me to have kids. And then you tell me like, oh, I made a choice and I should have been honest with you. But if I'm honest with you, you might kill me or ostracize me or kick me out. So which one is it? And it's like, okay. And that's what it is. Like, I don't think people understand, like, if we had a perfect world where, like, people could come out as gay, sure, lying about being gay or being DL or cheating would be bad. And it is bad, but it's very difficult to ask things of people that would require or allow you to then discriminate against them because they came out to you. Do you know what I'm saying? So obviously we want people to come out and not lie. Obviously we don't want our guys cheating on us or something, or we don't want DL guys. And also it is a part of their value system too. Like, I think this is multi-layered. We're like, yeah, of course I wouldn't want to be with a person who is cheating or lying on me, but this has nothing to do with the fact that they're gay. It has to do with the fact that they're willing to cheat. And also they shouldn't even be in this relationship in the first place. And most people are in relationships. Like, they're acting like there's something special about the DL part. It is not unique. What about heterosexual men that, what's that guy? What's that Jelly Roll guy? You know that Jelly Roll guy? He's dating that other girl who I don't like. I think they're both very fucking unethical, these people. What's her name? It came out that he cheated on her and everyone's like, Jelly Roll cheated on that girl? Okay, look, Bunny or something. Listen. People are cheating, period. Okay, it doesn't matter. So the fact is like, you're making this way too big around the fact that they're DL in cheating. It's just like cheating is the problem and lying is the problem and deception is the problem. And also like, these DL men do not get the excuse of like, your homophobia is the reason they're cheating. Just like people don't cheat because you're abusive. Like, cheating is cheating. But also, we should even be in these relationships to begin with. And the culture sets us up to sign up for relationships we don't even want to be in. So people like make bad decisions. Like, you know what I'm saying? The foundation of the problem started before you were even a couple. The problems did not start when you became a couple. They existed before. And we're not talking about the before.
Out there that hate when I talk about the patriarchy, it literally impacts everyone, including you. Lastly, for this point in the study, current discourse surrounding the down low or DL suddenly characterized secretive bisexuality as being all but exclusive to Black men. Interestingly enough, classical studies of bisexuality in the US focus heavily on white men and women. Shocker. And according to that same study, Black and Latino bisexual men have also been found to be less likely to disclose their same-sex behaviors, particularly to their partners that are women. And when you hear this, it really reinforces some of the sentiments around the whole DL debate, being like, oh, DL men are being very dishonest to women about who they are and who they lay with. And you may be asking why that is. Well, a third crucial factor is the strong lack of acceptance of bisexuality and homosexuality in Black communities that several researchers have noted. And the reasoning behind that is that it's likely that the strong association between masculinity and heterosexuality makes it difficult for ethnic minority men to openly explore same-sex sexual desires and develop a bisexual or homosexual identity. The research goes on to state that the strong association between masculinity and heterosexuality in Black and Latino ethnic minorities should not be understood as an essential link because they cannot be seen independently from the social position of ethnic minorities. And for me, at least, I feel like it's true that there are vastly more queer people in comp-het couples due to society. And I feel like many of us contribute to that daily via the rhetoric that we both use on and offline. Bisexual people, and more specifically bisexual men, exist in droves. But a common thing that I hear from bisexual men is that it's harder for them to date or approach women if they are open about the fact that they have also been with or will continue to be with men. And I'm getting this straight from the source. I have dated plenty of bi men in my day who all share the similar sentiments of like being more romantically attracted to women and would ideally like to marry women. But the large stigma around being a bi man who engages in the other side of bi-ness becomes a sort of barrier to entry, and thus it is easier and more convenient to then continue to be with men. And honestly, I don't know how to feel about being told that as the man who was with the bisexual man at the time. Well, considering I'm single.
Yeah, I think that would hurt my feelings to be like, oh, I'd prefer to be with somebody else, but you're here. That's settling. Like, when you're in a high compatibility relationship, you're never thinking about what you could have had because you have it all in this relationship. Because the all you're looking for isn't things you mark off a piece of paper or a list of things. It's the compatibility with a consciousness. So all of those things you wanted from the other relationship dynamic doesn't even matter now, right? But that's how we're taught to date. That's how we're taught to date, right? Like, we're taught to date. Everyone teaches us to date with like this thing you can check off. And if you just check off enough of the things, that's your person. But you have to like this person, like really like them as a person, like really, and prefer them as a person. Like, you know, this goes back down to this idea of like, who would you prefer to spend your time with? And what's the difference between preferring to spend your time with and neglecting your other friendships and your other relationships? Like, I think there's a way to balance it. You know, I still think this way of even people who have kids. Like, you'll hear these stories about people who have children and they stop hanging out with their single friends. Guys, like, the reality is like people have different priorities after these things. And I feel like it's weird for us to not act like our lifestyles change. But if the relationship is close enough, then you'll also be a friend who won't be icked out that the friend has a kid and will show up as a part of the village. I can't tell you how many people I know who are like, ugh, my friend had a kid and now I don't want to go over their house. And I'm like, it's not just like married people with kids that are neglecting their single friends. Your single friends are mean. Your single friends just wanted to party with you. They didn't want to be your friend as you grew and changed. They wanted to be your friend who drinks with you. And when you stop becoming the friend who drinks with you, like, where's the friendship? That's why I'm saying it's okay to have friends that eventually leave your life. No one's a bad friend for like leaving your life when it's time for you to go. You know, it's like, stop burdening each other with this whole like, well, if you were a better friend. Listen, it sounds like our friendship is coming to an end. Thank you for all of these amazing years. I wish you the best. Goodbye. Okay? Like, it is what it is. Because if you want to be in this person's life and you want to have a friendship with them, you will learn to incorporate like both of the lifestyles into the dynamic.
I think that speaks for itself. And this isn't necessarily to call the girlies out, more so to call everyone in to have a real conversation about the latent internalized homophobia and misogyny that's turning people off, or at least averting people from actually taking bi men seriously or being attracted to them in the first place. I think recognizing this in ourselves is the first step, because that just not in my yard business does not make you the ally that you think you are. Like, whenever I talk about this, I always think of that clip of Molly from Insecure cutting things off with that one fine ass solid dude, because he said that he experimented with a guy once in college and decided that he wasn't into it. Like, that man made it clear that he was not even bi, but he still got the boot just for confirming that himself. Like, okay, biphobia is a real thing. Molly was running a strict program, you hear me? But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's hard to have a conversation around the rates of like DL men not living in their truth, while also the other side of things being punitive and mildly homophobic to those that do. It's contributing to some of the reasons as to why people stay in the closet or are on the DL. You always hear that sentiment of like, when it comes to being bi and you're a man, then you're just not confident enough to say that you're fully gay. But if you're a girl, you just want male attention, which is obviously for one, just biphobic rhetoric, and two, for both cases is implying that the goal is a man. But this sentiment is still pervasive in ideology psychology. Is even in that one episode of Insecure, the worry is that man who just experimented once, mind you, is just a DL man. And when it comes to bi acceptance and bi attraction or lack thereof, the main reasons I see online for women saying it's a preference to not be with a bisexual man has to
like, that's the thing. Like, that's the irony. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've dated bisexual men who've cheated on me with women. It didn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Or non-binary people. It doesn't matter. Like, I've met people who've cheated. Cheaters are cheaters are cheaters. It doesn't even matter the gender. Why is it more hurtful that it's a man? Who fucking cares, bro? You cheated. I think the focus here is that you cheated. Not the gender of the person you were with. I don't give a fuck what the gender was. Like, the gender is literally not the least important thing here. That's like being upset. You know how, you know, those people, you know, those racist people, they're like, you can't believe you cheated on me with like insert race here. You guys are fucking crazy. You're missing the whole point. Like, you're missing the whole point. And you cheated on me with X person here, or an ugly, let's say the person's uglier. You're like, oh my God, you cheated on me with an uglier person. I think we're all missing the point. Like, I feel like you're all missing the point.
Do with sexual health, which, like, if you're with a partner that you're actually interested in and is mature and safe, that is something that you can easily check or get tested. And I think primarily it's really unfair.
Chat says there's a link between DL culture and the rise of HIV among heterosexual Black women. Here's the thing, bring testing, go testing together. How many of you guys have gotten tested before having a sexual relationship with somebody? How many of you people, like, you guys have gone on dates to the Planned Parenthood? Right? How many of you have used contraceptives? How many of you are also, you know, in the doctor's rooms with them for the appointments? Do it. Do it. Everybody should do it. Every single one of us should be going on dates and then the red flags if they don't want to. The red flag is if you can't let your doctor talk in front of me about your sexual history, I'm not getting, you can't come inside me. That's what I'm saying, bro. At the end of the day, you want inside this body, we need to be on the same page about safety. Okay. And I'm telling you right now, if somebody does not want to get tested, if somebody does not want you to be in their doctor's appointments when it comes to your body, not anything else, of course. If somebody does not want to see, you know, doesn't want to share their test results, don't have sex with them. I'm not interested. You know how many married couples I know who are like, we've never been tested? I was like, you've never been tested? And they're like, no, why would we have to get tested? I was like, just for the fuck of it. Bro, even if you're a virgin, you never wanted to get tested? Guys, before I even had sex with people, I was testing myself. Because I was like, I don't know. Maybe someone raped me when I was a kid and I didn't know. I don't fucking know what's happening. You know how many kids are molested and raped as kids? We don't even fucking have memories of it. And then you want me to go about my life not getting tested? Like, I'm sorry that I'm paranoid because, you know, I have fucking tragedy in my family. You know what I mean? Chat says, but do you keep getting tested to make sure they're not cheating? No. If you're paranoid your partner's cheating, you shouldn't be with them. Or you should go to therapy to heal that wound. Right? Like, if you're with somebody and you keep getting tested, that's different. But you should get tested every 5 years or 3 years, even in a monogamous relationship, just to update yourself, just to get an updated blood test, right? My partner and I get tested. Like, we get blood tests done. We get testing. Like, just get testing for testing's sake, right? Just so you know what's going on, because some things show up later. Like some STIs and stuff, some things can be dormant. Like, things happen later, right? And yes, you can get an STI without having sex. Exactly. So just, you know, just for your own safety, just to know what's going on, right?
And dangerous rhetoric to think that every bisexual or gay man instantly has a incurable disease like HIV. Like, yes, stay vigilant and care about your sexual health generally, but that right there is a massive and harmful generalization. Another thing that I hear is that it's just a preference to not.
And just get us, guys, for those asking like every 6 months, a year, just get tested within reason. Okay? Like, whatever you want to get, right? I know it's recommended every 6 months or a year. That's true. Like, if you're active, especially, but like, just get tested as much as you want. It's really about your wallet, your convenience, how much paperwork you want to do, right? But like, getting tested is, I mean, what's the disadvantage to it really? Except maybe time and money and paperwork.
Bisexual men, and y'all might not be ready for this one, but that's not a preference. That's a rule. And just homophobia. Like, please, what does that have to do with you if that man is with you? Honestly, what does that matter what he's done previously? Like, it's like the same mentality of someone deciding to not be with you based on your body count. Like, why does that matter? Especially if you're already keeping your sexual health in check.
Right.
I just saw a really great TikTok on the concept of like Black masculinity and homosexuality, talking about how like the worst thing a Black man can be is gay. Not me being public enemy number one.
Damn, bro.
Can we actually deep that the worst thing that you can be as a Black man is gay? Let's sit with that. Mad, isn't it? Not an abuser, not a racist, not an actual criminal, a gay man. 2 words, religion and misogyny, both of which were arguably inherited from colonization. But that's a topic for another day.
But the conversation goes further, stating that bisexuality itself is an attack on traditional black masculinity. And homosexuality, we already know, but bisexuality as well is something that's very frowned upon, both within black male-centered circles and in general society. And like, we don't need to get into the weeds, or more so the roots of black masculinity and why that is such a strong thing, at least in America, because guess what? It stems from slavery. But yeah, okay, at this point in the video, we've talked about the guys, we talked about the girls, it's time we talk about the gays. And more so bringing this all around the concept of gay or queer people being the butt of the joke, and ultimately the ones suffering the long-term consequences of this whole debate. At the end of the day, all this discourse just reinforces people's latent disapproval or problems with queerness and gay people. And at the core of the DL allegations, or identifying sus or zesty men, is a disdain for queer men. Even if the man in question is not gay themselves, they should rectify their behavior and abide by the antiquated patriarchal standards as to not be mistaken for gay.
Oh no.
Like the concept of smiling in your gay bestie's face while also praying that your kids don't turn out to be gay themselves.
Young Miami said she wouldn't accept her child being gay.
And believing deep down that your friends are destined.
I don't mind gay people. I just don't want my kids to be gay in quotation marks. I'm only worried about my kids being a rapist or a murderer. Being gay should be the least of your worries.
For hell, or preferring that your man isn't bisexual is all just straight up homophobia, and we can't continue to sugarcoat it as anything else. Normalizing sentiments like this only legitimizes and gets more people comfortable.
I'm gonna say this only because I know straight women like this. Some of the straight women, I don't know them very well, but like some of the straight women I've met over my life who won't date a man who's been with a man, but will date a man who's married.
With the inevitable repealing of gay rights and the rise of homophobia. Because right now, it's still in its coded messaging dog whistling stage, but as we know with most things that have followed this pattern over the past couple of years specifically,
do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes.
The less we check it, the more comfortable we come around these ideas, the more overt the messaging will become, and that will inevitably bleed into public sentiment and ultimately policies. And if you don't care about any of that, let me make it personal. It's time we talk about the real life dangers of outing DL men, because with a lot of the discourse around outing DL men, especially from my LGBTQ brothers and
I will say, I think it's dangerous to out people, but I think it's necessary to out predators, people spreading STIs, and people putting your health at risk, and cheaters, if necessary. Not in all cases, not always, not in every way. But I caution us from not outing people just because they're gay if they're also putting people's life at risk. So you better make good decisions with your lives. So also, gay or not gay, you still have to be ethical, bitch. Like, okay, bitch, non-derogatory bitch. You still have to be ethical, okay? Like, we shouldn't call, that's, I think, a misuse of the word bitch. I think it's calling people, but you know what I mean? Like, generally, like, okay, gay to gay. Okay, gay to gay, you can't be doing this. Okay.
Sisters, there unfortunately is a real danger that comes with outing these individuals who aren't ready to be outed. And oftentimes that could result in things like bodily harm or just flat out schmurder. Like, guys, come on, especially in the community, we know the dangers of being outed. So let's just leave these DL men alone. And that's not to protect them, that's to protect you. Two wrongs don't make it right, and outing someone really is never okay. And I thought we knew this. We never know people's situations. And while yes, being played by a DL man is not fun, whether you're a woman or the secret hookup, but please leave that man alone. And I know that.
Well, hold on. Is he talking about men tricking women? Is he cheating on her? Or is he saying don't out him because he's gay, out him because he cheated? Or because like DL, wouldn't that insinuate that he's cheating on her? Am I confused? Wait, somebody tell me. Because is he saying that the women are outing the guys as gay, which is not cool, or are they outing them as cheaters and they're gay? Like, it's like he cheated and he's gay. You know what I mean? Like, what is the energy? I don't think I'm picking it up.
There are situations in which some people have built lives together. Maybe there are kids involved. And I want to disclaim that cheating is not okay. And everyone has different circumstances and cannot possibly speak to them all. And when I'm speaking about this generally, I don't mean those extenuating circumstances. But if you do think that your man is DL and you're able to safely leave that situation, do so. While sexuality preferences can be problematic.
Okay, I'm listening. Because listen, you're never going to see me post a Facebook post. You're never going to see me texting people, right? I'm never going to be out here putting it on Twitter, but I might contact people in DMs, be like, hey, don't mess with this guy. He's dangerous. Or like, hey, this guy is like, he might not be sexually safe. Or hey, like your man is on Grindr. Like I might like DM a person if I feel like it's safe. Be like, hey, your husband's on Grindr. I saw him there. Or like something like that. Like here's a screenshot. Or like, hey, I'm so sorry. Can you meet me for coffee? I want to tell you something. Like I'm never going to put a Facebook post out, right? That's crazy. Even if somebody cheated on me, I wouldn't put a Facebook post about it. Like at this point in my life, right? Like that's, you know what I mean? Like I'm too old for that. You know, I'm more like handle it within the area that it makes sense. If it's public, if it's a public person, that's different. Right?
You don't need to be a part of someone's process. If they themselves aren't ready to be who they are, you don't need to be a part of the process of helping them figure that out if you don't want to. But that also doesn't mean that you're entitled to out someone, because outing people can be very traumatic, further repress people, and or put them in severe danger. And while it's nice to think that we've completely overcome homophobia and now live in a society where it doesn't impact your daily life as a queer person, that unfortunately is far from the truth. The needle has certainly been—
Oh, Chad says, I think he's talking about gay men outing DL men. Oh, like gay people who are like, oh, I know this guy is gay. He was at the club last night. I don't know. I don't think we should be outing people, but I also think like it depends on who and what the context is. So like if you're a Republican politician, bitch, I'm going to out you if you're at the club. Like, I'm sorry. You cannot be out here legislating gay bodies and gay lives and then be at the club. We're outing you. Okay. Because that's like, you're playing with my life right now. Okay. But if it's like somebody in my personal life and they're not a politician, then we definitely should have conversations about it, right?
Push forward, but there is still a lot more work to be done and much to overcome, especially if you have intersectional identities. It impacts people from all levels, from personal life to career, especially when the internet—
Yeah, Chet said he said it's complicated for the woman. Yeah, it could put the woman at risk if the DL man is also a misogynist who would kill her for finding out he was DL and was terrified of people finding out, so he kills his wife, right? I don't know. Like, I think it could be a threat to the woman. I don't know. Every situation needs a level of respect and safety and wisdom. So let's just say this: be wise in how you out people. Be wise if you out people. Be wise, and be considerate and safe. So, be thoughtful.
is on a witch hunt. And I completely understand it can be easy to get caught up in it. And sometimes it could be really entertaining or even funny. But I think it's about time we check in with ourselves and see what kind of verbiage and rhetoric we're using online and in real life surrounding the queer community. Because at the end of the day, when that day gotta end, we do not have to live this way. These are all really just social constructs we created to uphold the patriarchal system that is obviously not working for any of us. Men, please release yourself from the shackles of homophobia and be yourself. Therapy and self-reflection might be required. And to my ladies, especially my straight girls watching, let's please look inward and address some of that internalized homophobia and misogyny.
Definitely.
Because yes, unfortunately, y'all can be under some spells too. Okay. And to my gays, leave that DL trade alone. Put that down so that we can all maximize our joint liberated and DL free slay.
Hold on, wait, what?
Okay. And to my gays, leave that DL trade alone.
Trade?
Else too. Okay. And to my gays, leave that DL trade alone.
Trade like a job? Like trade like a job?
Put that down so that we can all maximize our joint liberated and DL free slay.
What's a trade? Oh fuck. What's a trade?
My definition of a punk is a DL.
What's that mean? Like a job? Let's see. It always gives me whiplash when the main concern is not that he's cheating, but he's bisexual, like question mark. As a bisexual woman with a bi boyfriend, I've been waiting for someone to speak on this. I notice how they always call a gay guy or a guy gay for doing something they don't like. Great topic. Not every homophobic man is secretly gay either. That doesn't help the cause and it's dangerous to assume so. I mean, definitely, right? Okay, let's see. A gay who is perceived as straight. Oh, a trade? Is a trade a gay... Oh, who's perceived as straight? Oh, a masculine DL guy. In the trans community, a trade is used a lot these days. Oh, a trade. Oh, I don't think I know. That's a new one for me. A trade. Huh. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Okay, I'll go ahead and link the video again in the chat. Love. Great video. Okay, guys, let's take a 2-second break. I'll come back. We'll talk. We have a Cat Black video I want to watch with you. Cat made this video a couple weeks ago, and it covers a woman that I was meaning to cover a long time ago who went viral on TikTok. She shaved her head without telling her husband. Her husband was mad about it, and I want to go ahead and talk about that because I have things to say that will be, I think, interesting along with Cat's commentary. I like bouncing off Cat a lot, so it will be good. But let me take a break. I gotta eat a bowl of cereal or something. My spoons are depleting. I'm hungry. Give me a second. Give me like 5 minutes to stuff some cereal down my mouth or something. Let me grab something like a snack. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Hi guys, I'm back. I'm untangling my earphones. I'm untangling my earphones. Why does my life turn out this way? Why am I so gay? Pausing music at 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so Kat put out this video a bit ago, 2 weeks ago, and like I said, I had already been wanting to cover this topic, but just hadn't got around to it. And then since Kat is covering it, I thought we'd use her video to have a conversation to bounce off ideas, and I thought it'd be fun. So let's watch it together.
What would you do if one day your partner drastically changed their appearance?
Pause. This is actually one of the most serious conversations you could ever have in a relationship. I know it seems casual, and that's why I wanted to talk about it. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but I actually think it's the biggest deal in the whole world. Not the whole world, because, you know, it's dependent, context-based. But I actually think this is why anytime a woman mysteriously decides to shave off her whole head and surprise her partner with it, and then they wonder why the partners are so upset, I'm like, are you not upset? Like, are you not upset? Like, because, like, it would be out of character. Anytime my partner does anything out of character, I'm upset. Like, something is wrong. Hey, are you okay? Are you having, like, a stroke? So it's always interesting to me when people just downplay it like it's not a big deal. When you've known a girl for 15 years with long hair and then out of the blue, without telling anybody, she shaves it all off and you're not worried. Are you not worried? You know what I mean? So yeah, let's have a conversation, because again, I always go to out of character behavior versus like, oh yeah, that's like I am one of those girls. You could assume I have different hair every time you see me. So it's not out of character. Like, my parents used to joke, Brittany looks like a different person every time we see her. So therefore, it would be within my character to shave off all my head or shave off all my hair. It would not be within my character. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So hello? Okay.
If you've followed me for a while, you'll probably know that I used to date a certain bearded gentleman. And one day he came home with no beard at all. And I mean, he was a handsome dude, but like, that was a different dude. And when I met him, I would definitely say that my attraction to him was probably like 70% his beard. Admittedly, it took me a while to adjust to, but I loved him. And so I was willing to accept him with a different face. But for some people, appearances can make or break their relationship. And that is certainly the case with the husband of a blogger who calls themselves Mommy Beka, a stay-at-home mommy blogger who decided to make a very drastic change. She decided to shave her entire head without mentioning it to her husband. And her husband is pretty upset about it. In fact, he refuses to have a conversation with her unless she's wearing a wig.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Refuses to have a conversation with her unless she's wearing a wig.
Or a bonnet. Using TikTok.
Let's be real. They have a toxic relationship, right? Like, can we be real that this woman feels very unstable, as does her man? This is why I was so confused when people first started covering this story. Like, does she not feel unstable to you? She feels literally like, we need therapy, girly. Hey, girly, we need therapy. And then he obviously feels like, you know what I mean? Like, hello, dangerous much? Like, not going to talk to her unless she's wearing a wig? What are we talking about?
As a place to vent, Mommy Beka has been sharing her many developing feelings about this very drastic change that she's made in her life recently and how it's alienated her husband. And she's also started to question whether or not this stay-at-home life is really for her. Suddenly recognizing that her relationship may not be as strong as she initially thought when her husband cares so much about something that frankly makes her feel a lot better about herself.
You know, perhaps what confused me is that it doesn't seem like he's been invested in my personal appearance much. You know, I can count on one hand the times that he's told me I'm actually beautiful. I get that it's fucked that I have to wear a wig around him, that I can't let him see my short hair, because God forbid he's not attracted to me. I get that he doesn't really love me. I get it. Yes, it sucks. No, I can't leave like right away. No, this isn't rage bait. This is just me sharing.
This is sad. This is like an abusive relationship that's being posted, right? Am I crazy?
This stage of our marriage.
In a lot of ways, Mommy Beka's page is really fascinating right now because it's almost like you're watching someone deconstruct in real time. And for that reason, I thought that it would be a really interesting topic for a video. And I thought that I would bring you guys some of my observations about the various videos that she's posted and also talk about my own complicated struggles with hair, romance, and relationships. But as per usual, I am getting ahead of myself. Hi, my name is Kat Black, and I like to think that I make content for introspective hot people. And if you're here, I'll assume that's you. And if you're brand new here, you know exactly what to do if this video pleases you. You just click my button and join us right here on the channel. Mary Beka documents her life as a stay-at-home mom on TikTok to her humble following of just under 23,000. She practices self-coaching, a practice promoted by life coach Brooke Castillo, who predominantly speaks about weight loss and taking control of your life path. Her early content was geared towards women who are on a similar path of both motherhood and weight loss. Her content often focuses on the topic of control and her own struggles with it. She creates a lot of content about body positivity as she documented her weight loss and speaks openly about dealing with insecurity within herself from a very young age. Mary's content feels incredibly warm to me as a person who was once in somewhat of a similar position. Some of you guys may remember my aspiring trad wife phase. Many of you were not around for that. It was not something that I was doing during any time of my YouTube channel where I could be confused with being a public figure or a well-known person. But for a really long time, I was in a relationship where I was trying very hard to be a wife, and I wasn't very good at it. And I was very isolated, and YouTube and later Patreon were really my outlets to vent about all of the things I felt I couldn't share with my partner, who at the time was one of the only social outlets I had in very, very isolated Mission Viejo. When you watch some of her videos, you definitely kind of get the sense that some of them may be a cry for help. Throughout this video, I thought that I would react to some of her videos while doing my makeup.
I'll let you in on a secret. Life is better when you make space for what you love. This world will rob you of every ounce of happiness that you possess if you let it. You have to be intentional.
Is this AI? Like she's putting AI, what's his name? Is that supposed to be what's his name? You know what I mean?
About giving yourself something to look forward to. You have to prioritize your joy.
So sadly, children can be people pleasers too, because often people pleasing starts in childhood. The child is always agreeable, easy to get along with, very mellow and even-tempered. If you ask them how they're feeling, they're usually going to say something positive. Most of the time, they're not going to admit to feeling any type of negative emotion. There's usually a fear of conflict or drama, especially with adults. A child will try to do anything to avoid that, try to help mediate it or regulate.
Yeah, Alan Watts. Yeah, exactly. It sounded like an AI voice of Alan Watts.
Adults in the room. Simply seeking praise or approval from others, whether it's their peers or adults in their life. They need to be told that they're doing well, they're doing okay, that they're valid and worthy. They're going to struggle to communicate their wants and desires. And this can definitely translate into adulthood. If you have your own children, hopefully you can recognize the signs in order to avoid them growing up with those tendencies.
I want to say that I do appreciate that she does a lot of basically what I do, which is you go through life, you have certain experiences, you externally process, but in a way where you hope that it helps other people, right? And I for sure have benefited quite greatly from that. And so there's a lot of debate about whether or not this particular way that she is expressing herself is productive. But I know from my own personal experience that me doing that was incredibly productive. It really helped me organize my thoughts and get opinions, you know? It really, really helped me understand, you know, what was and what wasn't, what I should do and what I shouldn't do. In fact, if you're watching this video right now and you gave me advice back then, you probably did have an impact on me. So I definitely understand why she would feel the need to not only make this content as a way of expressing herself and maybe getting those emotions out there, but also finding community of people who have had similar experiences. Like, I know that I struggled still to this day with people pleasing. And something I had to process was that I wasn't really necessarily interested in being a housewife, but I do like taking care of my partners, right? And that is kind of a different thing. You know, like there's a difference between being a person who wants to bow down to this very patriarchal conception of what a woman's possibilities are, and being somebody who wants to just make sure that your partner is functional and taken care of, right? And so that's something I think about a lot when I'm watching these videos too, because now I would say I have a partner who I do try my very best to take care of quite well in a way that I'm sure my ex probably would have appreciated, right? But in my opinion, the right people bring it out of you. He wasn't the right person. And I'm glad that I figured that out before I got married. For a while, Mary was a single mother, raising the child.
Well, okay, hold on. Let's talk about that. So, okay, so chat says, is this extrospection without introspection possibly? Yeah, maybe because we're so externally taught, we're so externally motivated by society's construct that the reason the self-help bubbles are so negative to me is because they claim to be introspective work, but it's all extrospective validation, right? Like how you show up, what you're driving, what you look like, you know, your presentation, it's all external. It's not about the internal, though the internal should match the external, hopefully, but like that's a process. So the people pleasing part is probably part of it. Look, I think we all suffer from people pleasing, but like some of us suffer from it less. Like I definitely am not the most like, I suffer from people pleasing, but not as much as like Oh, there are people I know. And like, I definitely think like, I definitely am not the main character. If I thought about people pleasers, I would not think about myself. But it would be foolish of me to say that I haven't been in a position where I've wanted to people please or something like that, right? So if your personality is more or less people pleasing, if you feel like you learned people pleasing in childhood, then I do think your relationship is more externalized with life and that you are denying yourself that internal understanding of self. So I think there's that part of it that's important here, right? Just as extrospection can lead to introspection, right? Like extrospection can lead to extrospection, and I think you need both. I think to be a whole human being, you want to be both introspective and extrospective. I think the problem is that a lot of people, if I'm understanding Kat correctly, if I'm understanding this girl correctly, Mommy, what's her name? Becca? I think I can't read that word on the screen. This girl, then maybe I'm hearing that from a young age, they were people pleasing to the point where they didn't know who they were until they were much older. And like, not that I knew. The thing is, like, how are we defining knowing who we are? And how are we defining liberation? You know how many times I've shaved off my head? But it was a part of a process. The first time I shaved my head off, I was starting again and I was trying to like reclaim myself, and I was trying to see if I felt good in my body as a woman with short hair. So I went to my mom's house, my mom and dad's house. I called my brother and I said, hey, do you want to like shave my head for me? And he was like, yeah. And so like my farm brother and I set up the chair in the backyard. We got together as a family and all my siblings were like, oh, this is crazy. I had really, really bleached blue hair because I'd been dyeing my hair a new color every week and was falling off anyways, right? So then boom, right? Like we shaved my head and it was a whole like family event, right? Chad says, you shaved your hair? Girl, I've done it multiple times. I have been shaved head multiple times in my life, right? And every time I did it, it was like, you know, a part of it was like owning it. And a big part of it was like, I wanted the change and I felt in control. I also changed my hair up a lot as a quick way to feel in control of my life, which was also part of like the BPD and stuff. But yeah, like shaving your head can feel like such liberation, and it can be a sign of mental health. And it's always about why. So the first time I shaved my head, I would say it's a combination of both, to be honest. And the second time I shaved my head, I would say it was a combination of both, to be honest. It was like starting over again can feel really, really good, right? Chet says, okay, from one curly head to another, how long was it to grow your hair back? I have the same hair type as you. Well, I'll tell you this hair growth here, I just gave it a trim the other day. My partner and I my partner helped me cut my hair. I was cutting my hair. So this length here, it was like here, like 3 years ago. So I would say like the last 3 years were like this chunk about. I think so. Like I had pretty short hair in my videos just 3 years ago. It was like shoulder length. So it grows pretty fast, but it's going to be another 3 years till it's the length I really want. Another 3 to 4 years till it's like the longest I've ever had as an adult. And I'm pretty excited. Right. So, you know, but I've been taking care of my hair. I've been massaging my head. I've been like making sure that I take care of my hair and hydrating with my spray bottle. You know, I've been really trying to take care of my hair because it really, and cutting off the ends and keeping your hair trimmed helps your hair grow so it doesn't split at the end. Honestly, I follow a lot of black hairdressers on YouTube. Also, my friend who's a hairdresser is black, and so sometimes I reach out to her and I'm like, hey, please tell me what. She's the last person who cut my hair professionally, actually. She's the last person who touched my hair professionally, and like I haven't let anyone else touch it since then. I'm like, nobody's allowed to touch my hair. But, you know, I just follow a lot of, especially black women on the internet who teach you how to cut your own hair or teach you how to take care of your hair, and that's how I do it. Chet says, how long ago was it you shaved your head off? So when was it, guys? I was 22 when I shaved it off the first time. And I'm 36 now. And then I shaved it off again at 24, I think, or 25. And then I think that was the last time. So I think it's been about 10 years. But I've always gone from short to long. I've done side shave. I've done undercut since then. I've always been restyling my hair. Like 5 years ago, I had an undercut. That took forever to grow out, but it did. And then I had my hair shoulder length during COVID. You know what I mean? Stuff like that, right? Chaz says, does Britt take calls to the live shows still or no? Oh gosh, no. We tried to do that. It just didn't really work out. Let's see. Chat says I was 8 years old when I got my first pixie cut. Talk about a bubble pop. I'm telling you, bro, it changes your life. It really teaches you something about yourself, you know? Yeah, it really teaches you something about yourself. Let's see. Introspection is very important. I think not enough people realize, though, how having upbringing community that helps you develop the ability and privilege that everybody has. Yeah, I would say, like, you know what you need the privilege of? The privilege to not always be in survival mode. I think extrospecting when you're in survival mode is very, very hard. I mean, it's possible. We do it. Obviously, people do it. That'd be like saying, like, marginalized communities could never be introspective because they're too busy surviving. No. Marginalized communities are introspective. You know what I mean? So, like, yes, you have to get out of survival mode as an individual, not necessarily as a community. So the community as a whole might suffer from survivability, but individuals within a community can prioritize introspection and extrospection, which is a form of privilege to even be able to say, I'm going to prioritize this thing, which is why I think it only happens when you really need to, like, in a way, because, you know, it's very difficult, right? Let's see. Any other chats I want to read before I press start again? Love that little side tangent about curly hair, by the way. Chat says, you introspect based on feedback you get from the outside, which can be a catalyst. I don't like definitive statements, so I would warn you against those definitive statements, right? Introspection is not a monolithic experience. Lots of people introspect in different ways. So when you say, like, you introspect because of the outside elements, I think the important part of introspection is that you actually dissolve the attachment to the outside, that you start to see yourself. The deeper you introspect, the deeper you recognize that, like, you have to separate yourself from the outside. That's the extrospection, in order to isolate the introspection and be honest with yourself. Because you're not going to allow yourself to be honest with yourself if you're always thinking about the outside. You have to, at some point, introspect and say, how do I actually feel? How do I actually think? What do I actually... So though the outside can inspire you, I think it's really dangerous to always invite the outside inside, right? I think you need to also tell the outside, like, not right now, I'm introspecting. This has nothing to do with you. And then to really ask yourself, how do I feel about who I am in the universe? Because I think it blinds us, going back to that people-pleasing thing. People pleasers would deny themselves introspection because they're too busy thinking about the consequences of the outside, right? So I think that's, like, something to think about. That's how I process that information. It's an intimate relationship with self. Ultimately, introspection, extrospection should be an intimate relationship with self. Okay? You in relation to everything outside of yourself, you in relation to everything inside of yourself, right?
Of a man that she dated while she was in college. Mary would often describe her college years as a bit wild and out there. And she shared on her blog that she wanted stability, and she dreamed of meeting a 6-foot-tall, blue-eyed provider type. And she managed to find him on Hinge after being single for 2 years. He loved her child, and the two married and had 2 children together. However, it's pretty clear that it's not really going as smoothly as she would like it to go, and a lot of her videos focus on criticisms of her husband and how she feels very misunderstood by him.
Girls really just want to see other girls being girls. Moms just want to see other moms being moms. We all want to relate. We all want to connect. We all want to know, but you're feeling what we're feeling because we cannot express it to the guys. They don't get it. They never will, and we can't make them understand. But the girls get it. The moms get it.
But while she does criticize him, it's often followed up with a defense of him.
Everything to me so much happened in my marriage. I figured out I understand my husband's love language. This means learning how to show affection and learning how to watch for it. Don't try to control or criticize his pregnancy. It's a deal out. Let him continue. Be unbothered.
I'm assuming Kat put an AI filter, or, like, not an AI filter. It is AI. I know people talk shit about AI, but, like, my editing program uses AI to take out the music in the background. So just FYI, guys, be very careful about coming after content creators for using AI. What you don't want them to use is degenerative AI, which is different. But I think Kat's using a filter, which is why the audio sounds like that, because I know when I take out the songs in the backgrounds of videos, it sounds like this. But I think that's why she sounds funny.
Give yourself mental and physical space. Don't always be wondering what he's doing, who's texting, where he's going, what he's thinking. Ignore them, be unbothered, and focus on yourself. I promise he'll be here.
Because of her kind of wild college years, Mary Baker definitely feels like it's not likely that she will ever meet a man who will compare to her current partner. A man that will accept her along with her child from a previous relationship.
Self-coaching literally changed my life. Took me from a open-sitting addict/alcoholic lots to fuck up. Ways to find how to different.
Oh my God, it's so bad. I can barely understand it. No offense. It's so bad. I can barely understand it. There's no way this is her original audio.
Now I change worried today. I am in position of a wonderful, beautiful meal and 3 lovely crisis with children. This is by no means bashing single mom, but you ever go out in public and realize you've forgotten your wedding ring? I want to tell everyone I'm walking past that there is a father involved. I'm not this big of a hoe and more anymore.
In her videos, she shares that she was raised very religious, being homeschooled from a very young age. And she also shares that she had a family that really instilled with her some very negative feelings about her body, encouraging her to feel self-loathing and have a low self-esteem.
Why did no one tell me that when I thinned out, I would be beautiful? Oh wait, they did. When I was 16, 5'5", about 120 pounds, my grandma turned and looked at me in her kitchen and said, Mary Catherine, when you thin out, you will be a beauty. Those words have stuck with me. I have never thought of myself as beautiful, and I do not blame her. Some days I really do believe that I won't be lovable or desirable till I have what I consider to be the perfect body. I see a girl who I think is perfect physically. I assume.
Can I just say this? I'm just going to say this. To the people who have this face structure, it's going to be harder for you to ever feel thin. Because your face is what people are going to judge you on. Because I know that the people in my life who literally are skinny but have this face structure still get called fat. Because they see a wide face structure and people just think they're fat. And so you internalize it's fat. You're fat. You're literally not fat, bro. You just have a big head and I love you. Okay? This girl, literally, she's so pretty, right? Chat's she's so pretty. She's literally so pretty. But look how skinny she is. Look at the camera. She's literally not even fat. She just has a bigger face. But she's not even a fat face. It's just her structure. And so, we love you. You know what I'm saying? And so, it is kind of annoying to me that, people don't understand. That's why fat phobia is so fucking annoying to me. Because, you'll make people who aren't even fat, literally convince themselves they're fat. What is the point of this?
Her whole life is perfect. Her friends are perfect. She has no problems. She has everything that I don't have. And it's my fault because I'm on social media too much. And I compare myself way too fucking much to literally every woman I see. I'm so judgmental, and I hate that about myself.
Mary has been documenting her weight loss journey, but wouldn't be happy with herself even after she reached her goal weight.
I'm just about 2-3 pounds from my goal weight that I set when I was about.
She's literally so fucking thin. That's what I'm saying. When you have a bigger face, it's going to make you feel self-conscious. But girl, your face is beautiful. Deconstruct it. Because look at her.
About 40-50 pounds heavier. And it is so crazy because I still don't think of myself as anywhere near to my goal. I think I've got so much muscle to build. I've got so many athletic type things that I want to do now. Basically, I'm still just so dissatisfied with my body, which is such a horrible thing to say because I've had 3 beautiful children really close together. Hold on. 3 children really close together. So I should be so grateful to my body, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it just puts things in perspective because I totally thought that I would be
I'm more annoyed with her for vlogging while her kid is crying. I'm more annoyed with her for not putting down the phone and just filming work while the baby isn't annoyed. I'm actually more annoyed with her over that. Why is your baby on camera? Why aren't you paying attention to your kids? If this is a job, do it when the baby's sleeping.
So much happier. The grass is always greener, isn't it?
Along with her weight loss journey, she documented her evolving feelings about being a stay-at-home mom. And it's pretty clear that, unfortunately, her husband isn't really doing much to help her, with her constantly mentioning that she would really like a partner who is more 50-50.
Huge perk of having children is the fact that you will never eat in peace again. Always be sharing your meal with 1, 2, 3, however many other people. Well, of course I will.
Okay, hold on. And again, with peace and love, right? I don't want anyone to ever feel like I'm deeply criticizing you. I just want you to know you can have another option. Let me listen to that again.
Or 50-50.
Huge perk of having children is the fact that you will never eat in peace again. Always be sharing your meal with 1, 2, 3, however many other people.
That is not a universal experience. This is not a universal experience. This is conditioning under patriarchy that tells women they're not allowed to advocate for their peace and privacy. This is bullshit. And this is something that was not allowed in my household. There was a big rule in my household growing up. Leave mom alone, she's resting. Leave dad alone, he's resting. Leave this sibling alone, they're resting. Don't bother mom, she did enough today. Leave her alone, right? If mom as the adult and she had all these little kids wanted to feed the kids from the same bowl, whatever, But ultimately, like, hey, you need your own time. This idea that like I am mom, so I'm always available, absolutely not. You are available within reason as often as possible. But the truth is like our parents shouldn't feel a need to like feel, and I know why it's overwhelming, by the way. I do. My siblings are always telling me like it never stops. The kids are always like, mom, 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 right? But this is what I'm saying, like absolutely not. You will give me space. Okay? I love you. We have to be, you know what I mean? We have to teach kids because you're raising the next generation of kids. You have to teach these kids that they're not entitled to your body or your time, right? They are entitled to love and care, and you need to be kind with it. You can't be mean with it. But you know what I mean? You also have to be like honest with the fact that you're overwhelmed or stressed. And then that is why parenting is so like intense, because you have to consider that your stress is going to impact the kids, but also like having this many kids with no help can feel overwhelming. You know what I mean? So again, like we have to have a conversation about like, why is it this way? Not that it has to be this way, but why is it this way? You know what I mean? And again, I'll be real with you. This is why I always thought if I became a mother, I would definitely be like, my kids would probably think of me as like, I would hope that my kids would say about me if I had kids that like, oh, mom was always really strong about her boundaries, but always available when we really needed her. But she was really like strong with like, you're allowed peace and quiet. Would you like solitary time? Would you like personal time? Because like I also felt like we were kind of raised that way. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I'll see moms get really overwhelmed with the fact that they had kids. And a part of me is like, hey, they didn't choose to be here either, you know? And so then I can get a little annoyed for the kids. Like I can be upset for the kids because I'm like, they didn't choose to be here, fucker. Get up. You're the one who chose to bring them into the universe. You're the one who forced them to deal with this administration and taxes. You get up. And then I don't feel like I have enough empathy for parents. But then I look at the parents and I'm like, hey, you deserve time. So you need to make it clear to your kids, I love you, give me some time. I love you, give me a second. Let's take a meditation break. Give it, you know what I mean? So then on the other side of it, I do think the parents deserve me time. And then I want you to have that. And I think you deserve that. So it has to be like, why did you have kids in the first place? And how do we give this to you? Right? I think that's what it is too, is like, how do you know that you're allowed to have agency in your motherly duty, fatherly duty, or whatever, right? Just as how many women are funneled into trad wives without thinking about or without having the time to consider if they even want kids? Exactly. It's like we push people into these roles that they don't even think about. Do I really want this? You know, is this something that I really want? It's really hard. And what's worse is like all these men go, well, if I want a partner who's going to have kids with me, I have to date somebody young, because if I don't date somebody young, then they can't have kids with me. And that's why I say, if you're only getting married to have kids, wrong reason to get married. If your marriage is only as good as the fact that like you have kids, specifically biological children, it's like, you know what I mean?
Well, of course I wanted my food to be half chewed and then spit out into my hand.
See, that's crazy. To me, okay, that's what I call your kids are the tops of the relationships. You are bottoming for your children. Explain to me how a 3-year-old was able to do this to you. Can I please ask how a 3-year-old overpowered you / took advantage of you? What are you saying? Are you a victim to a 3-year-old? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here? Please be so fucking for real. Like, this is a child. You're saying a child? This is you, Habibi. This isn't the child. This is you. This is you. It's just ridiculous. I've nannied professionally for too long. I've been the oldest of 10, or the third oldest of 10 kids for too long. I'm sorry. No. No baby has ever eaten from my plate without my permission / spit out food onto my plate. Excuse me? Absolutely not. Okay, if you want to eat what I'm eating, you can give me a second, okay? So like if I had a bowl of food and let's say I'm eating dolma and the kids go, Auntie Brittany, can I have some of that? I'd be like, yeah. And I'll take some and I'll put it in their mouth and I'll feed it to them. And like, ooh, can I have more of that? And I'm like, let me just get you your own plate, bro. Yeah, let me get you your own plate. You know what I mean? Like, you can have some, but like, this is Auntie Brittany's. Or you can eat Auntie Brittany's bowl. She'll get a new one. What are you talking about? What is this whole like, oh, my kids spit? You know what I mean? Come on, girls. But that's not their fault. That's like somebody raised her badly, right? Like somebody raised this adult woman badly. Do you know what I'm saying when I'm saying like people are having kids without even understanding it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like people are having kids and they don't even understand how important this decision is. So like, that's why maybe I should do mommy classes. Stop it. Brittany, I want to do everything. I want to open a vegan restaurant. I want to do mommy classes. I want to do parenting classes. I want to do gender neutral parenting classes. I just want to teach people like, hey, I want you to have a better life. You know, you can have a better life than this. You could literally have a better life than this. You know what I mean? Yeah, Chat said she mentioned her toxic family. Exactly. She did mention her toxic family.
Of course I did. Why are men like this? That's how you cut a grape. Don't give it to them whole. It won't go down their throat. It'll be your fault. Because it's fun and it's in my brain and it needs to come out.
It becomes clear in her content that she very rarely has time alone, and that TikTok is largely where she chooses to vent. And the longer you watch, the more you feel like she's waking up and starting to see how some of these things are not working for her. As time goes on, her videos become a bit longer and more expressive. She opens up about her past and shares that she, in some ways, has lost her identity within this marriage. She opens up about her background being homeschooled and about how negatively that likely impacted her.
Look, I was also homeschooled, but see, my homeschooling was also so much better because like in our homeschooling community, we're with other parents, with other families, with other kids. All of us like knew how to do stuff. Like, I don't know, we all were like making money babysitting. We were all hustling. All of us had side jobs. All of us were like so involved in the community. I felt so blessed. Like the community my parents were a part of, the homeschooling community, was such a good one because they were like normal, okay? They watched anime and we went out to the beaches and we went to museums. We hung out at amusement parks. Like we had normal birthdays. Like we were just doing normal kid things. So you also have to be lucky enough to get into a homeschooling community that's like normal. Even though they were Catholic, they were also like, I don't know, normal? Like in a sense, like they were, you know, normal enough. You know what I mean? Like it just sucks.
Change your name just to please a man when like it really is about what makes you feel confident, makes you feel good about yourself. And maybe that's the reason that you felt like you lost your identity somewhat, because even though these things are only external, you've associated them with your personality and your past self. But women have done crazier things for men, that's for sure. What do they know? They don't know what looks best on us. They don't know anything. They can't even dress themselves. Once you accept that you're not one of those pretty people who's gonna look pretty in videos, which, rest in peace, to my self-esteem, it's on the floor. My self-esteem's been in a coma for a long time. It was definitely in a coma when I was in all these pointless relationships based on absolutely nothing. Can we talk about the roommate phase in your marriage or in your
Uh-oh, the roommate phase. Chat said, Brittany, I'm curious, why does your channel mostly talk about identity politics, not about class and economic issues? I'm not sure what you're asking me. Do you want to try again? Right? Like, do you want to try again? This is a philosophy channel. It's not a politics channel. I don't talk about systems. I talk about people. Mostly, we prioritize introspection, extrospection. This is not a political channel, so I don't know if maybe that's your problem. But that's the answer.
Relationship. There's very little flirting. We don't really go on dates. Our kids sleep in our bed with us. In a little bit, yes. In a little bit, yes. Is it my fault? I feel like my husband and I are roommates. I think it might be because I'm nursing. I'm choosing to have the baby in the bed with us. I don't feel any type of really romantic way toward him right now. That sounds horrible. I'm beyond.
Why are you sharing this with the internet? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why do we know this? Why do we know what's happening in your marriage? Does he know? Does a counselor know? Does this not feel like oversharing? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why do we know this? Like, I don't even let my Discord have this conversation on my Discord. Like, do not share your marriage problems on my Discord. You know what I mean? Like, if you're having marriage problems, you should talk to counselors. Like, not tell the internet strangers more about your marriage than your husband. Do you know what I mean? Like, talk to your friends. Talk to a support group. But, like, why are you coming to the internet to tell us these things? You know?
Thankful for him, but there are a lot of...
Okay, chatter, I'm going to block you for your own sake. You said, Brittany Simon, the personal can be considered political and everything is political, whether you like it or not. Jesus, I'm going to start killing myself every time someone says this to me. Everything is political. It's like these people claim to know what the fuck is going on and they don't know how to separate that politics and philosophy overlap but are different. or they can't fathom to think that, like, guys, systems are different than people. If I'm a therapist who talks about interpersonal relationships with my clients, and I'm not talking about economic systems like capitalism, I'm still going to talk about politics, and it's still not going to be a political channel. I'm still going to be a therapy channel. You could talk about fashion and talk about politics and still be a primarily fashion channel. Like, obviously, we're going to talk about politics, but saying everything is political is a different way to view reality. If this was a political channel, we'd be doing it differently. This isn't a political channel. This is a philosophy channel that views politics through a philosophical lens. If I was a political channel viewing it through a political lens, it would be different content. You don't get it, so don't act like you do. Blocked.
Little things, I think, that either turn me off or they bother me now just because I'm so touched out. I don't know if it has to be that way with little kids. I don't know if I'm making myself, because I'm saying it's hard, then it is hard. Am I creating this difficult situation just by believing it's difficult? We have everything in our family right now, except we have no relationship. Our marriage feels like nothing. I guess and I don't know how to balance. Hire a babysitter more often, be intentional about the time we spend together, be more appreciative. But like, I would feel like I would put in all that effort, and then like, he would benefit from that effort. He would not probably put in the same amount of effort. I don't look cute anymore. I haven't looked cute in a long time.
Is this the not cute? I don't know. She looks pretty dang cute. She just seems like lost. Honestly, girls, it feels like a mental health crisis. Yes, it's deconstructing maybe, but it seems like a mental health crisis. You know what I mean? Wow, you can't block me, Brittany Simon. I have other accounts. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Wow, see? See why you can't hang out with us? You see why you can't hang out with us? You see what you did? You see what you did? You know what I'm saying? You see all these people coming to my chat? You see? No.
I don't feel desirable in any way. That's probably the biggest reason that this relationship feels kind of dead, is because I don't feel like I'm really in it. I'm not really here. So focused on pouring my energy into the children. The thing is, like, I don't even think I'm that good of a mother. I think I just either neglect myself, or I was never really that good at taking care of myself in the first place. It's just revealed that I could get away with a lot of harmful behaviors when I was younger and still look okay on the outside. And now that I have kids, it's forcing me to realize that I've never really been a healthy person. I mean, they always talk about communication, and we don't talk as much as I want to.
Okay, I like that she said that right here.
Okay on the outside. And now that I have kids, it's forcing me to realize that I've never really been a healthy person.
That's a big realization. Like, oh my God, am I the toxic? Am I the drama? Right? Like, oh, like that is a huge bubble pop moment.
I mean, they always talk about communication, and we don't talk as much as I want to. But he's not a big talker. Maybe it's men in general, but some men just don't connect by talking in a way. Obviously, women connect by talking, and I gotta talk to feel close.
Very gendered, very gendered.
Close to him, really. He's gotta touch me to feel close to me. And the touching, it's like checking a box. See, this is just a big complaining session. I question a lot of my life choices.
The problem is like this bubble, it doesn't know what asexuality is or demisexual. It doesn't know, biromantic and bisexual. They don't know, like, she doesn't even have the language to know. Is it just like, you know what I mean? They don't even have the language to have the conversation, right? So imagine all the relationships in the world who don't even have the language to ask their partners genuinely, like, what is it like for you? How are you? What's the best way for you to connect? I also wonder what their dating history was like in the beginning, because it must have been good for a second, even if it was just the honeymoon phase. What bonded them to begin with that led them into this marriage?
That's what I always thought I wanted, and I do.
And by the way, no offense, it is these people in this bubble who generally look at my marriage and think like, is the honeymoon phase over for you guys? And I'm like, the honeymoon phase was like the first 2 weeks of talking. Like, really, I would describe it as really exciting and really happy and a lot of emotions. But then we settled and we got really serious. Like, hey, what are we doing here for real? Like, this was fun, and I loved the flirting. The flirting was so fun. Oh my God. We flirted our butts off. Okay, but no, for real, what are we doing here? That, if you want to call that a honeymoon phase, it lasted the first 2 weeks of dating. Okay, lock in. What are we doing here? Like, you know what I mean? That was the pre-talking, you know what I mean? Like the talking leading up to the first date type thing. But like, seriously, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like the butterflies or the honeymoon, whatever. What does that even mean when we're talking serious? And then she had a kid already. but then she had another kid with him, or 2 kids with him. Yeah, there's, you know, I think she's not that abnormal from a lot of people. I want to say, I don't want to say this is I want to say this is like more people than not more people. I wouldn't say the majority, maybe the average, but I think a lot of people are in this position.
Some type of something is filled because of what I have now and what I get to experience. But also, like, where did I go? I don't have anything I'm good to make me feel good about myself. Just a normal Thursday.
Get to know me while we make tuna salad. I definitely wish I was more interesting sometimes. But here we go. My name is Mary. I'm 29, and I'm the second oldest of 8 children. I lived in
29, second oldest of 8 children.
The city until age 10, and then moved out to the country. It was gorgeous, stunning, but rural. I was also homeschooled, so I really didn't have that many friends growing up. I still don't, but that's beside the point. I think my parents found their identity in religion and tried to instill that as much as they could in their kids. For me, the result is that I still go to mass every week, but I don't really call myself a practicing Catholic. I was homeschooled all the way through high school, and then went to a Catholic college because I think that's the only option my parents wanted for me. I got pregnant my sophomore year with a guy that I'd been dating for about 8 months. I had a couple boyfriends, but honestly, mostly not a lot of hookups and things that I'm not proud of, that I definitely wish I could go back and change. In case you're wondering, I didn't marry that guy. I separated from him when my daughter was 6 months old.
She also opens up about being on Lexapro. In fact, apparently she's been dependent on it for over a decade. And recently she decided to go off of it, and she worries if that decision is how we got here.
The urge to cut off all my hair came to me yesterday, and I knew immediately I had to do it. Now it's gone, and I have no choice but to love myself from the inside out.
Oh my gosh. So,
and to teach my daughter to do the same.
When I saw this video, it was what made me want to do this video, because fun fact, fun little story about Kat Black. I was in an abusive relationship my last year of college, and it set me into a very negative place. And ultimately I decided, as a way of kind of like breaking away from it all, to shave my head. And I didn't shave all of my hair. I left my bangs. It was very, very tank girl vibes, I'll say. But I cut my hair, and it felt freeing. Like, I remember the way it felt. I remember the feeling of holding those clippers in my hand and being like so satisfied by the feeling of shaving my head and then feeling that it was bald there. Because especially at that point, I hadn't been close to bald in a very long time, right? Shaving my head was an attempt at me punishing myself. It was an attempt at me basically trying to make myself unattractive, right? And it did not work.
No.
But it did kind of end up being a very liberating thing.
True.
You know, if I'm in a situation where I have to shave my head, I know that I can still be bald and beautiful.
Hell yeah.
But we're not going to try to make that happen sooner than it needs to, though. Glad we had the experience. Glad we went through it. But we're not going to go back there. We're not going back. We're not going back.
Honestly, I cannot tell you how many days during the week I go, I'm going to shave it all off. I'm just going to do it. And then I was like, no, stop. I get the temptation to shave my head all the time. No exaggeration, nothing like a nice shaved head. I'm serious. But I always tell myself, no, I promise myself I want long hair. I've been working on it for a long time. Because like you can just do different things with it. You don't have to keep shaving it. You know what I mean? Because like then I'd have to maintain it. No. But I do love a shaved head. Let me tell you.
But anyway, I totally understand why she did this, right? She wanted to be in control. And that's the reason why a lot of women shave their head. For a lot of women, shaving their head, it is a sign of not only control, but change. And looking at her face right now, looking at her crying, it's like, I totally understand.
Honestly, it didn't even occur to me to have a conversation with him before.
Pause. It didn't even occur to me to have a conversation with him before. See, I can understand that in a marriage where you feel estranged. I could not imagine that in a relationship where you're in love. Because I tell my partner everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I get excited to be like, oh my gosh, should I shave my head? I even asked them the other day. I said, if I randomly shaved my head and didn't tell you and I surprised you with it, what would you think? And they were like, oh, I mean, I guess I'd ask you what your motivation was, I suppose. And I was like, would you be worried? And they're like, maybe. They're like, I mean, definitely like would be weird because you've been like literally watching video after video about like how to make your hair grow and keep it long. And I went through a deep dive on TikTok hairstyle videos the other day, and he was like, are you okay? He was like, you've been watching a lot of hairstyle videos, and I know you're having a hard time finding a hairstylist here. And I was like, I'm fine. We'll just have to cut my own hair. I'm fine. But like, yeah, like I've been so invested in my hair and trying to keep it healthy that if I did shave my head, I think he would be concerned, right? Because he'd be like, are you okay? Like this thing you've been working on for a really long time, this thing you've dedicated all this time to, it's gone overnight. But that's because of the context of our relationship and me as a person. I think it's also a red flag to be in a separate relationship than your partner. So her red flag started before she shaved her head, right? The red flag wasn't that she shaved her head. The red flag started like 10 flags ago, right? They're not being intimate. They're not talking. She's coming to the internet for her marriage problems. They don't even know why they got married. Do you know what I mean? Right? Chad says, would your family be concerned? My family would not be concerned because my family knows I change my haircut all the time. So funny enough, great question. My family would not be concerned. So if I called my family and I shaved my head, they'd be like, oh my God, you shaved your head. I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, cool. Because they're not in my day-to-day life. I don't update them. So they would just think I changed my hairstyle for fun. But my partner, because they're with me day to day, it would be weird. Like they'd be like, oh, why'd you shave your head? And especially, why didn't you tell me? Because obviously they would be a perfect person to help me do it. Right? Like, why wouldn't they help me do it? And we help each other do each other's hair. Like, why wouldn't I go to my partner to be like, help me do my hair? So the fact that she did it without telling him and surprised him. Also, we have a rule in our relationship, no surprises unless it's food we like, basically, or something like that. Like, we don't do surprises because surprises, they feel like a dishonesty. Like, I've never been a surprise girly. Even as a little kid, I was like, I don't like surprises. They make me feel anxious and I don't like them, which can be very autistic of me. You know what I mean? Like, because when you surprise me, and this is very autistic, you ever hear about that autistic stereotype of like when you open up a gift in front of people and they expect you to be happy about it, but you're not sure if you want to be honest about it? That's what surprises feel like to me. Surprises feel like I'm going to have to decide in this moment if I'm going to fake that I like it or if I'm going to be honest. And I hate don't put me in that position. Like, don't put me in that position. Just, you know what I'm saying? And it feels like she put her husband in this position, but I think the issue is it's deeper than that. The relationship is wrong. They're not each other's high compatibility partner, right?
Looking back, if I had a conversation with him, I know that he would have not let me. That sounds like really controlling and possessive, but he would have talked me out of it. Sweetheart, hold on.
Why would you post this video? Why would you film this video, hear your kid cry that way, and then post it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the mental health is more than the hair. Everything about her content makes me so deeply uncomfortable because it's not healthy. Nothing about it is healthy, but it's not her fault. I'm not blaming her. I'm not saying her husband's a good guy. I'm saying like a healthy person wouldn't make this video.
So yeah, he would have totally talked me out of it if I had tried to talk about it with him. And I didn't even think to really talk about it because to me, I don't know, something like this, it was kind of the first time that I hadn't asked someone else's opinion because I've asked people's opinions. Sweetheart, what would you like? I've asked people's opinions on my entire life, almost every single decision. I usually ask someone else's opinion and it always matters more than my own. So that's your typical people pleaser, codependent person, whatever. So, but yes, probably a conversation should have been had. I don't think I'll do this ever again in my life. But if I did, I think I would have had a conversation. I definitely would have.
This commenter who wrote her comment said his feelings are valid and the cut is quite severe. As a spouse, you should want to stay attractive to your partner or to your spouse. You should want to stay attractive to your spouse. That includes weight and hair. And I think conversations should have been had. I disagree with this premise. I do not think you should want to stay attractive to your partner or spouse. I think you should have conversations about the importance of attraction and what does attraction mean. And is it sexual attraction, or does it take away attraction to the consciousness? Again, it's like, what does attraction in this context mean? So I don't like that either. I don't like that bubble. I don't like that bubble.
So I totally agree with you, and thank you for commenting.
As she shares about her husband's negative reaction, she starts to talk a bit more about his background and shares that he has a very traumatic past.
Let's talk about all the reasons that I was attracted to him in the first place. This man didn't grow up with a father.
Chat, this commenter on her video says, I was thinking that too, like, if he would leave her if she lost her hair due to cancer treatment. A lot of people do. Okay.
Grew up poor. He watched his mom struggle in the first place. This man didn't grow up with a father. He grew up poor. He watched his mom struggle. He didn't have pretty much the complete opposite of me. And because of that, he's absolutely determined to be the best father possible, to be the most present father, to provide, not only provide for...
Hold on, guys. What does Chat keep saying? What does this mean? Platonic attraction for the win. Guys, platonic attraction has nothing to do with romantic relationships. Am I confused? How do you guys use this word in your bubble? Platonic attraction means no more than friends. Like, you're friends. You're platonic. Is somebody using... Did Gen Z change the word or something? Am I confused? I saw this a couple times during chat. Like, people were saying, like, when I was talking about, like romantic friends and stuff, people brought or romantic partnerships with no sex. People were saying platonic. Platonic is not... Maybe the word changed somehow and I missed the note. Please let me know, because I'm so serious. I keep, I'm just confused.
For his children and his family, but to create a legacy.
I want to go back to that.
Not only provide for his children and his family, but to create a legacy.
Ooh, legacy, always a red flag. Men who care about legacy, huge red flag.
And take care of his own family. He has a younger brother who has special needs. And the way that he talks about him and wanting him to have like the most amazing life possible and wanting him to have opportunities. Like, he speaks of people like, that he cares. We don't live in a good city, but there are lots of homeless people. And he constantly, and this is something my dad did and still does growing up, but he's always, like going and buying homeless people things or just, always has cash to give them, or we'll go buy them a meal. So he's generous. He's so incredibly generous. He's not afraid of hard work. And I don't mean like physical labor, but like that too. He is so persistent. He is so driven. He's so stubborn. He doesn't let the way he feels get in the way of what he is striving for. So he kind of, follows through on his goals, or continues to work through on his goals, our goals.
Oh, okay. So chat says platonic, of love or friendship, intimate and affectionate, but not sexual. I mean, what does sexual mean, guys? Like, isn't kissing sexual if you do it in a particular way? Do you know what I mean? Like, you can kiss, like, I think that we're getting bogged down in the nitty gritty because we're so autistic, but I feel like your relationship does not have to be defined by a typical heterosexual lens for it to be valid and romantic, right? Chad says, oh no, Brittany, I just meant platonic attraction sometimes seems underrated. My bad. Nothing against romantic relationships. Yeah, nothing against platonic either, right? I think sometimes we're just getting like, it's too definitional in the conversations as a whole. Your relationship should be exactly what the people involved negotiate, period, the end. So if you have a friend-to-friend relationship, there's no such thing as a universally good or bad friend. Like, I don't know what that means, or good or bad relationship. It's dependent on the situation. Generally, you don't want to rape, hurt, physically steal, blah, 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 blah. But like, other than those things, like, it's up to the people in the relationship to decide how the relationship should go. What they need to do is be honest and healed, and they need to go to therapy and do philosophical work, which is where I think we all get confused. Because like, in my toxic days, I would have like I would have thought I was doing right by everybody in my life, but I always did better by people as I healed. So because we're not like born into the world healed, we're born in the world burdened by everyone's fucking issues, and then we get our own issues because everybody else has issues they haven't gotten to therapy for. We actually have to like heal from childhood rather than like get fucked up when we're older. The illusion is we get fucked up when we get older, but the truth is we get fucked up as kids. And so we have to heal as we get older, right? And that's why I think a lot of conservatives don't go to therapy, because they're like, well, my childhood was fine. Was it though? You know what I mean? Like, are you sure? Because like, your adulthood is shitty, and they're like, well, something must have happened as an adult. I think it's the world around us as we're raised. Like, this girl Like, what are we doing here? We're born divas. But like this girl right here, this man right here, their marriage is predicated on so much of their trauma, right? They didn't get together because they were both healthy, making good decisions. They got together because they were in proximity. They were healthy. They were the best thing they had ever been in. You know what I mean?
Regardless of how he's feeling that day, and if he has a bad day, like we all do, he says that's just part of it. There's going to be good days and bad days. What really drew me to him initially, because I met him when my daughter was 2.5, I think 2.5, maybe 2. But the way that he played with her, talked about her, spoke about her, thought independently, and he still does this all the time. He thinks about activities and opportunities for her. She loves art. She's amazingly creative and talented. Like, it's incredible. But he, you know, he has sought out like different art camps and just things like that. And he is so concerned and adamant about the well-being of our children, the way they eat, the way they sleep. You know, he is more than a 50-50 parent. The way that he comes home and he will tidy up the house if it needs it without asking.
So is she basically saying he's a better parent than he is partner?
He doesn't complain if I don't get to the laundry. He knows that I'm exhausted a lot of the time because this one is on me all the time and is still nursing throughout the night. And I still only get 2, maybe 3 hours of sleep at the most. And we've agreed that this is a temporary, hard time because we're both depleted in a lot of ways. And our relationship and our marriage has kind of taken a back seat. This man didn't grow up with religion.
I mean, look, even in my marriage, it is true that I have to like sit down with my partner and say like, hey, I know I've been working a lot. I know we've been tired. Do we need to do like a formalized date day? Do we need to be romantic? Because guys, like by the time my day is done, sometimes I don't even see my partner. And I know that sounds crazy because we literally live from the same, like I work from home. But there are days when I don't even see him because I'm just like locked into this computer thing and I don't get any time with him. Because that's like, the truth is like, that's how life goes. And it sounds crazy because like, you know what I mean? It takes a lot of time for me to transition into a space where I can just be romantic without thinking about work. Like work takes up like so much of my brain power. So we have to do formalized times. We've been doing this where we do like a formalized, like I am completely done with work. I'm not thinking about it. But the problem is like that slows down my production, my production? Well, production of content. So one of the reasons why I was burning out was because I couldn't do it all. So I took a break from recording and pre-recording stuff like Love is Blind and Mormon Girls and stuff. I took a break. And I took a break because I couldn't do that and do date days and do intimacy and do, productivity. Thank you. I couldn't do everything. So what I did was I was like, okay, I'm going to take a few weeks off from pre-recording stuff because that just like, if I'm doing that, I ain't got time to do nothing. Okay. We are not having intimacy. We're not doing stuff. Okay. So then I took a break and now we've been focusing on like, hey, when I'm done with work, I'm clocked out and we have 2 to 3 hours before bed, maybe 2 hours. Let's watch anime. Let's cuddle. Let's do whatever. Okay. That takes effort. Like I have to schedule it in and say, okay, Brittany, like today after stream, I already talked to him. I said, I'm going to get off stream. I'm going to post one of the videos because I've been also behind on posting clips. And that's so important because it's a part of my job. But I've been like, you have to pick and choose. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Like people say like, how does this job take 12 hours a day? If I was really hustling, it'd be 18 hours. It is a job that is never ending. Cause even posting a clip like yesterday, clip, it took me like 3 hours to get it all done and to post 3 hours. And then I was like done with stream. So I streamed and then I did this and then YouTube, like time goes by very fast on this job. Like you know what I mean? Like come on. Right. Just as what if you end up being low on spoons? What do you mean? Like for the date day, that's okay because I can do date days when I'm low on spoons. Like, you know what I mean? I can snuggle low on spoons just fine. I can watch One Piece low on spoons just fine. You know what I mean? So it's kind of nice. Like I can do like, cuddle time low on spoons. So that's pretty okay. What I can't do is like intense philosophical conversations or something. You know what I mean? right? Yeah, Chet says right, because it doesn't have to necessarily be sexual. Exactly. Like, it doesn't have to necessarily be sex or a whole BDSM scene or some shit, whole production. You know what I mean? I don't have to get, it's not like I'm getting into lingerie and like doing a whole like, you know what I mean? Like, girl, we're cuddling and watching anime, okay? We're cuddling and watching anime. But like, you know, those days take productions. Those days are production days, okay? But like, yeah, that's why I've been slow on things. It's just like I've had to different like prior, and it's been good. I'm really, yeah, set up the lights, like set up the lights, set up the, I'm really trying not to burn out. Because if I burn out for real, I'll have to take like a week off stream, and then I won't even get intimacy time or anything. I'll just be in bed sleeping. So I'm really trying so hard to just be careful and not overdo it. And then I am chronically ill, so I have to take that into consideration. Like, I forget sometimes that I'm sick until, you know, your body yells at you. But anyways, okay. All of that to say, I feel her in this regard, and I feel all of these people, you know, I feel all of these people in this regard, right? That intimacy in your relationship can feel like it's escaping from you because the kids or the work or you're tired, and it is hard to balance it, but it's necessary. So my parents, this is how they did it. I really recommend you do this because it really made a difference. 8 p.m., everybody go to your rooms, mom and dad time. If you're a teenager, if you're an adult kid, cool, go to your rooms, go do something. Give mom and dad time, right? Like 8 p.m., mom and dad's time. Nobody bother mom and dad. They're having mom and dad time. And that meant every night after dinner, after the kids had their time, after we all hung out, 8 p.m., mom and dad's time. Till this day, same schedule. If I call my mom and dad, they're going to be sitting on the couch with their little snacks. They'd be like, we're watching our TV show. They're watching their shows. They watch shows. Okay? 8 p.m., mom and dad time. And that's it. Like, that really helps. That really says we have a schedule. You have an expectation. You have to give us time. And it really was a life-changing experience, especially while having 10 kids, right? And then all the kids, you know what we did? We were like dope. We got to go into our rooms. We chat with each other. We all slept in similar bed, like the girls in one bed, the boys in one bedroom. And we'd all stay up talking. And my parents didn't care. As long as they were alone and having their time, we were alone having our time. You know what I mean? And then eventually when they went to bed, we would turn off lights and everybody would go to bed. And the kids would go, you know. But it was like, ooh, now we get to go in our rooms and do our shit, hang out, talk, you know, blah, blah, blah. So it was kind of fun. It was like kind of a good routine, I think.
His family didn't go to church at all. I grew up very, very strict Catholic. He, of his own accord, not because of me, converted to Catholicism. He is very...
Chat says you don't have to justify yourself. Being a content creator is a lot more work than people realize. It's not a justification, it's an explanation. So just to be clear, I'm explaining to you because people don't know. I don't have to, I didn't feel a need to justify it to my audience. They know, but I'm explaining it the same way that I'm relating it to her husband's job. I'm trying to relate it. He is just as tired. He is just as stressed, but I'm trying to say, like, I get it. I'm trying to be empathetic, right?
Very, very strict about going to mass. He goes to Bible study.
Now, look, I don't have kids.
Wait, I'm going to rewind that.
Not because of me, converted to Catholicism.
Oh.
He, of his own accord, not because of me, converted to Catholicism. He is very, very strict about going to mass. He goes to Bible study.
Now, look, I don't.
Oh. How Catholic was she if she got pregnant before marriage? Am I confused? Am I confused? Did you get married in the Catholic Church? Like, how Catholic are you? You can't be that Catholic. You know what I mean? Didn't she get pregnant in college when she was a sophomore? Were they married? Am I confused?
Have kids. I'm sure that if I ever did, I don't want kids, but if that ever was a thing, maybe there are aspects of what she's saying that I would understand a lot more. But it sounds like she's listing off a lot of basic stuff. And I think that that's sometimes the sad thing. I mean, a lot of women have such negative experiences with men that men are able to come by and like do the bare minimum and like, that's enough, you know? And it's sad because it shouldn't be.
The short answer is that he absolutely hated it. And I think he hated me a little bit. He said he felt betrayed. He felt like I had cheated on him.
Why are you sharing this with the internet? Like, why do I know this about your marriage? You know what I mean? Chad says, hey, you posted your video 13 hours ago. What was his reaction? Why do I know this? Does he know she has a TikTok channel? Does he know she's posting these things? And I'm not trying to defend a man because that's not the point. I just have questions. Because if she was my wife, we'd be having conversations. I could not be with this woman. She's confusing me.
I didn't think about how we're supposed to stay attractive to each other, how looks are very important in a relationship. Before you come after my husband, I get it, but I also do think his reaction was a little shallow. But he's entitled to that. It's okay. If he actually loves me for who I am, then he'll see the change in my demeanor. He'll understand. If he doesn't, that's okay. He kept looking for a logical reason as to why I did this. I couldn't really give him one. If you are a human, then I guess a human woman.
Well, that's scary. If he's like, hey, why did you do this? And you couldn't give him a logical reason, he should get you to a doctor ASAP. Hi, I think my wife had a stroke or an aneurysm or has brain cancer. Do you know what I'm saying? Hello? I'm so confused. Why are we worried about this woman's safety? I'm concerned she's going through it.
Then you know that men don't get intuition.
What?
And if he doesn't, that's okay. He kept looking for a logical reason as to why I did this. I couldn't really give him one. If you are a human, then I guess a human woman, then you know that men don't get intuition. They're not told. They're not taught about it. They're not told to act on it. This was an intuitive decision. This was a very powerful knowing that it needed to happen. He didn't even come into our bedroom last night. He stayed out on the couch with our son.
My girl is going through it. My girl is sick, bro. What she means to say is, because the gendered part of it is very, what she means to say is, I was going through something. I was inspired to do this. I feel like I really need to do it in this, I just need to do it. And I'm sorry that I don't know why yet. When I figure out why I did it, I'll let you know. But I really think I need to do this. And they'll be like, okay. And then she does it. And then she's still going to discover, why did I do this? Sense of control, a new change, starting over again, all of those things. But my girl is going through it. You know what I mean? She is going through it, and that's okay. I think we've all been in some situation where we felt like we don't know why we're doing stuff. Also, because she's so religious and was homeschooled, it sounds like she's not very educated. And it sounds like her understanding of the world is very limited within the gender binary. So she's also dealing with an incredibly limited vocabulary. She's dealing with just a lot of limitedness. So we also have to understand she just doesn't know. She doesn't have the tools. This is the most liberating thing she's probably ever done in her life. Right? I just wish she was doing this with somebody. I wish somebody had her back. I wish she, had a counselor or a friend or a bestie or a sister. She's one of, what did she say? 8 kids? Where's your sister? Where's your bestie? Where's your brother? You know what I mean? Where's your home skillet? Where's somebody who could be with you through this process? It feels like she's so alone. And it would be nice if she had somebody.
Before I went to bed, I told him that I loved him.
Him not coming to bed with her, him not wanting to talk to her unless she has her hair on. What is happening? Right? What is this dynamic that he is I'm not going to sleep with you tonight? You should be concerned about her. You should be like, hey, I love you. Are you okay? Hey, I just want to make sure, do you want to talk about it? You look so pretty, but why'd you do your hair like that? What's going on? I really like it on you. I wish she kind of styled it more. I wish she did a little fade on the side, to be honest, but whatever. But I'd be like, what's going on? You know what I mean? Just as she said, she doesn't have very many friends. That makes sense. Yeah.
And that he won't understand. He can't understand. And that's okay. And he didn't say I love you back, but that's okay.
Well, is it okay? Just as your hair will grow back up, but you'll always remember his poor reaction to your autonomy.
I've hit. And it makes me think of how the dynamic in our marriage has shifted dramatically in the past, I would say 18 months or so, because when we first met, I was making quite a bit more money than him. I did corporate accounting for years, but right before I had our 3rd child, who's now 1, I stopped working to be a stay-at-home mom of our 3 little kids. And that coincided with him changing jobs and making quite a bit more money. I mean, it didn't make a ton of sense for me to quit working, but my job was so incredibly stressful at that point that we decided that, I would be home with the kids and be kind of a mental health break. Gradually, of course, the dynamic has shifted with he makes the money. He makes most of the decisions. I'm realizing I'm not okay with that. My first instinct is not to be oh, let me get rid of him, because I don't think running away from something that you could potentially
help you evolve as a person. And I do love him. I do care about him. All that to say, I've tried the stay-at-home mom thing, and I wouldn't trade that for the world. But what I would trade is the feeling or the lack of conversation around how the money would be handled, kind of our roles. And on the flip side, it's a tremendous amount of pressure on him, you know, suddenly having to support 5 people. These are the choices that I made, and I believe that I'm here for a reason, and I'm in this relationship, and I'm a mother to these children for a reason. A divorce, I don't think a divorce would really solve anything, because we both need to mature, and I think we're both meant to make each other mature. That was so long-winded. God, I'm sorry.
I remember the main thing that I wanted to say. Clearly, I gave way too many intimate details, and I'm a little bit embarrassed about that. But I also think it's cool that we can see what other people are going through. Now, it may not be the most appropriate, but also, you know, having people comment certain things and like just getting all of these different perspectives, you're not going to find that anywhere else except the internet. Like, I definitely got caught up in my response videos. That's embarrassing that I got so caught up in my own drama and I felt the need to explain or justify or talk about how hurt I was. But the funny thing is, like 12 hours later or whatever, I'm like, I'm not hurt that he responded that way. I don't expect him to like this. It's not sexy. It's not sexy at all. It'd be like if he came in like full drag makeup and fake. I was like, I love that. I'd be like, hey buddy, what's going on? You know, you all right up there? So I'm pretty sure that's how he reacted.
Do you see why I'm telling you? See? There's a lot of conservatism. This is a conservative person. We are watching a conservative bubble. They're homophobic, transphobic. This is a conservative bubble. They probably voted for Trump. This is a Trump voting person, right? Like, let's not get it twisted, girl. This is not some feminist liberation moment. This is a conservative woman having a realization about her life. But like, she is probably a Trump voter. You know what I'm saying?
To me, also, what bothered me is that I need a wig on for him to talk to me. But even that, like, also in hindsight, I wish I would have had a conversation with him.
Yeah, I think this is like what Kat said in the beginning. It's like watching people deconstruct in real time. Definitely. And why it's so important we do this. Like, yeah, she goes to mass every week, right? She's like actively Catholic. He converted. They are conservative. They probably voted for Trump. Like, we have to understand this is not us. This has nothing to do with our communities. We are visiting, we are watching, we are observing the bubble. But this is what is this is the thing about growing with your partner and being there in real time, is like, she's obviously going through a big change, but it feels like she and her partner aren't on the same page together. They're not doing it together. They're not doing life together. It's like they're living parallel, but like they're not like with each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Because I value communication, and we've had far too little of it in the last few years with me having babies so close together. I did not recognize or educate myself about things that I could possibly slip into, like feeling isolated, not taking care of myself properly. So we had some conversations last night, thankfully, finally, once I had the wig on, LOL. It was such a quick decision for me. And that's why I didn't have a conversation with him initially.
Thank you.
This comment says, you look beautiful. I know that's not really the issue here, but I just stumbled upon your account. And my first thought was, wow, she's gorgeous. I did the same thing. And my husband accused me of being it's not there, something.
I really hope that this is the case. And it's still just shock. And it's not like I'm really even letting him see this haircut. I'll wear a wig or a bonnet at home. Because he literally won't talk to me. And he has made the comments about me being, you know, lesbian, you know, even though we have.
Oh, my husband accused me of being a lesbian. Okay, one of my mom's favorite stories, when my mom was young and her and my dad were getting together, her friend was a hairstylist, and my mom has hair like I do. And my mom let her friend, who's a new hairstylist, cut her hair. And her friend kind of cut it too short, so it looked like a boy cut. And my mom always says, and that's when your father fell in love with me. And she's like, with the boy cut. And I was like, you mean because it doesn't matter? And I've seen this haircut of my mom. She looks really pretty. My mom is beautiful. Okay. But it was very like fashionable. You know, it was a very fashionable cut. But yeah, like some people in some bubbles really struggle with women with short hair. It's like a whole thing. Okay. So, you know, again, like coming from a Catholic bubble, I will say a lot of women have short hair. A lot of nuns have short hair, like have the lesbian haircuts. I don't even think, like when you're older, a lot of women cut their hair short. When you're younger, you have it long. But I think all of this is just signaling within constructs of communities. And this is why we deconstruct, because you're more than your hair. But this is why I say, like, people don't even, like, what's scary in a relationship is growing apart, but what's even scarier is someone holding you hostage and killing you. So don't be afraid to grow apart, because that's hardly the scariest thing to happen in your marriage.
3 very little kids. And like, but I mean, that's not, I guess, I don't know. I think it is saying a lot about him. Maybe, but I don't know if I'm totally in the wrong. I really don't. It was such a cool thing to kind of do for myself, and he's taken it really, really badly, and I don't know if, like, he'll get over it, because it's going to be such a temporary thing. And I mean, if he can't deal with it, like, when he's home on the weekends, I'll do this for him if it's that painful, you know. But like during the week, I'm not gonna wear, sweetie, you just spilled all your water here. But like, I'm gonna do this during the week, I guess, until it grows, you know, to an acceptable length for him. It's so wrong, doesn't it? And I don't know, maybe he's just a shallow guy, you know. Like, I guess he can have very good qualities, but then like the attraction thing is huge, and that is why, you know, we got together in the first place. And I get that. I totally get it. But like, there are some women on here talking about, like, my partner would like still love me so much, like if I did something like this, or like they would still call me beautiful, whereas mine can't even speak to me. So like,
oh, that really breaks my heart, bro. Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, you don't have to settle in your relationships. You don't have to settle for somebody who won't find you beautiful, whether your hair is long or short. Or no, you don't have to settle for somebody who won't find you beautiful. Like, also, men in these bubbles, these patriarchal bubbles especially, can feel like the beauty of their spouse reflects them, and vice versa. Women can feel like the beauty of their spouse reflects them. That's why they don't want you to be fat, or ugly, or short hair, because they're like, hey, what you look like is a reflection of me. That's true in terms of grooming and aesthetics, but that is not true in terms of like literally how people keep their physical vessel, like in terms of like fatness or something. Like, at least not true in my bubble. Like, sure, I want my partner to, you know, we want to shower and look good before we leave the house. But also, like, it's not about whether or not my partner's fat or I'm fat or short hair or long hair or whatever. Like, listen, if my partner showed up with a split tongue, we'd have to sit down and have a conversation, because gross, no offense, gross. Okay, just for me, gross. I'm not kissing you. But also, let's have a conversation. If my partner came home and had a Luffy tattoo on half of their face, we're gonna have to sit down and have a conversation, because that placement is crazy. Okay, what is up with that placement? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have a conversation. But like, in general, okay, it's not the tattoo, and it's not the piercing, and it's not the thing. It's like, you know what I'm saying? We have to have a conversation. Okay, so I understand it's not about me controlling your body, but it is a conversation we should have. Because I do think it's a little crazy to, like, okay, just everybody, okay? So I'm not saying it's unethical. I'm saying, can we have a conversation, please? Before you decide to change anything like that? Okay? Same with plastic surgery. We talk about it all the time. If we got plastic surgery, if we changed this, if we did this, how do we feel about it? Hell, I'm sure in some relationships, they wouldn't want you to fix your teeth because you look different. But like, we have to have a conversation about why we're not changing something, or why we are changing something. Guys, it's not because I'm not attracted to you. It's because I want to make sure we're doing it for the right reasons. Let me be your sounding board. The same way my friends call me and say, girl, should I get a nose job? And I'm like, I don't know, girl. Let's go through the pros and cons list. I don't know. Let's go through the pros and cons list. Sometimes we just ask people in our lives, like, should I get a boob job? And I'm like, I don't know, girl. Let's talk about it. Because like, it's not right or wrong either way. It's just, if it's the wrong reason, I don't want you to, I want you to do it for the right reason, but it's not the boob job that's the problem. It's the reason we're doing it, right?
I don't want to cry, but like, it's very sucky. And
I'm not saying he has to like how I look. He doesn't. It's masculine. It does look like I've gone to the other side, like I should drive a Subaru instead of my mom SUV full of...
She's so funny. Her conservative bubbles are so funny.
It does look like I've gone... I look. He doesn't. It's masculine. It does look like I've gone to the other side, like I should drive a Subaru instead of my mom SUV full of car seats, you know. That does suck. But guess what? We're gonna do marriage counseling, finally.
Yay!
Finally, we've talked about doing it before, but, you know, maybe this is the catalyst. Is that the right word? I don't know, but I like the word catalyst. I probably will never use it right. Are you talking on the phone? But anyway, very long-winded, but we'll see.
Okay, Ariana Grande. Okay, Adele. This baby's singing.
This is a cool part. I say cool. This is a cool part of my life because I'm like making some of my own decisions about my own body. Wow, crazy. And you know, anyone who has dealt with SA in their past, as I have from a very young age.
Oh.
I mean, I probably am still holding on to a lot of that.
Definitely. You know, I hope she's gotten therapy. Here's my fear. I wonder if she's been to therapy. I wonder if she's talked to anybody about it. You know what I mean?
Hey, sweet. But anyway, sorry I'm so long-winded. I still don't...
Discord said she seems like a good mom. At least the baby's making noises and she isn't getting mad. I've seen too many parents lash out at their babies for cooing and being loud. Yeah, I mean, the good news is like, listen, when you have kids and stuff, it is loud all the time. She doesn't seem bothered by it, which is good. I hope she's not, like, I think that is good. I think she seems like she's accepted that babies will make noise. I wish she would, you know, I think filming the videos is hard for me because I always feel like, you know, I feel like she's using it as a diary, which makes me uncomfortable. But I am, you know, like I wish, there's a problem with content creation is like people like this, I don't think really think of it as a business. And so they're using it. Like sometimes, honestly, sometimes I feel that way about Kat Black. Just to be honest with you, especially lately, sometimes I feel like Kat overshared or like maybe this one should have stayed at home. Sometimes I do think that. But that's because I stopped making the internet my diary a long time ago because I found it to be unsafe for my audience and inappropriate for me to share every thought that comes into my head is like this, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes I do think as I get older and I try to become more professional, it's so I can protect my communities. Because sometimes I do think when I'm going through something, if I share it and I get on the other side and I'm like, everything I said during that time, I'm so sorry, I was wrong. It's almost better to be like through it first and then to talk about it rather than, you know what I mean? Does that make, though you can't be perfect at it because we're always going through stuff. So I also like understand the idea of like, well, when can I share? Because I'm always going through stuff. So I get it. I do get it, you know, but, you know.
Sleep much through the night. And so I think my speech is still kind of delayed because of that. But anyway, thank you.
This is an excellent point. But unless his
Hold on. This comment said the comment to the lady says another perspective. What if he had a beard that you loved on him and one day without saying anything, he just shaved it off? How would you feel about that?
hygiene was super, super, super bad, there's nothing he could do. And there's no way that he could look. They would make me like not want to look at him because, and I hate to make this sound like such a sob story. It's just kind of first time I've had like any drama in my life because I'm usually such a passive person. But anyway, like last night he couldn't even, we were talking, he was sitting on the bed turning away from me. He couldn't even look at me, and he said he couldn't even look at me. So
that's
what
crazy.
I do, I'm not strong enough to deal with that. So I already bought a wig. Let me show it to you. So there you go. And I already bought another one.
It looks good on
just,
her.
You know, to switch things up a bit.
Good color.
I mean, it kind of works because this way I don't have to like, I've always like done extensions on and off and like always wanted, I mean, this is amazing for me. I love that I can just put on any wig or have nothing at all. But if we go out in public together or I'm with him or we go to church, I'll wear this. Obviously not with the hat, like with a headband maybe. But hey, Tubby Bobby. Hey, thank you. Thank you. And then like, you know, when he's at work during the day, I'll
take it off and be myself, I guess, until it grows, or until I decide that I can let go of like still that little bit of a need for him to actually like me and look at me without looking disgusted, because that's us.
That is pretty sad.
I get it and I don't get it.
It's interesting because a lot of men have these very distinct reasons for wanting to be with very particular types of women, right? And something that I've unfortunately had to sort of acknowledge is that there are a lot of men who they are completely comfortable being in a situation where they're dating someone they're not attracted to, who gives them social capital. And I think in this particular case, a really big reason why he cares is because he perceives it as potentially being something that could make him lose social capital.
I agree.
As time goes on, she starts to share more and more.
I agree with that. I think he's worried about how her new image will impact the way people see him. Yeah, I do think that's true. Yeah, but I think it's interesting that Discord said there's no way he could look at me like I want to look at him, but she admits to him coming in full drag and prosthetic boobs would turn her off. So I think what's happening here is that she has a standard for what she would find him attractive as, and he has a standard, and she's upset with his standard. And I'm saying we should be talking about those standards, right? Like, she would also reject him if he looked a certain way. But let's just ask ourselves, like, what is rejecting the love of our life mean? And are we married to the love of our life? And like, what does that mean? I wish they would act as a team, but they're not team building right now. They're just individuals in a relationship. And I'm like, you need to be on the same page, right?
About her ambitions, and shares that she actually walked away from quite a few things when she got into this marriage. Apparently she was a musician and she wants to pick it up again. She is eager to work, to get a job, to be someone outside of this home. And she reveals that apparently one of the only reasons why she is a stay-at-home mom is because her husband requested it.
I don't feel I'm cut out to be a stay-at-home mom, or at least not a full-time one. I understand it's been such a privilege to not have to put my third child in daycare at 8 weeks or 10 weeks like my first two children
Jesus.
were. And to have
I do think that sounds crazy. 8 week, you have a baby. And that's what I'm saying, guys. I am so progressive, but I'm so radically progressive that I think you should be home with your kids. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not bringing a baby into the universe to give them over to strangers at 8 weeks years old. And I don't mean that like a conservative means it. I mean, like, I did not just bring a consciousness into the universe to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think like having a baby is such a big fucking deal that you better have a parent home. And I wouldn't be home with that baby, by the way. My partner would be home with that baby. But like, it's not to say that people can't do it, right? Like, it's not to say that people can't do daycare or have nannies, or people can't because they have to. I'm saying in an ideal world where we did preventative work, in an ideal world where like I thought about things before I did it, right? In an ideal world where I prepped and prepared. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't want that to happen. Because like, I know that I know a lot of these situations, like they're after the fact, which is why I'm just trying to say, like, let's start thinking before we get here, right? Like before we get to this point. And then eventually the kids can go into a daycare or, you know, other situations, right? Like they can socialize and get a nanny, whatever. But, you know, just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think the parents should be privileged enough to spend the first 6 months of their kid's life with the kid. I think the government should pay for all of us to be with our kids for the first 6 months of their life. 6 months to a year, no joke. I'm not even joking. If the government cared about family values, if conservatives cared about family values, you would fucking get it so parents could have leave for the first year of those kids' lives. Okay? And then we could talk about daycare and everything else.
Experienced his first full year to see every single milestone. Like, that will always be such a special thing. The idea came to me to use my 15 years of classically.
See, Chad says my cousin in Canada got 12 months maternity leave. Let's fucking go.
I'm a classically trained pianist, if you will. And in addition to accounting, I was a church music director / pianist / organist with black hands for 8 years. A very long time. So you could say I'm a musician, so I play the piano and I sing, and I would do that. And people loved it, and I would do weddings and funerals. And anyway, I didn't want to go back to my 9-to-5 accounting job with these two little ones, and I still have to pick up my daughter from school. And although my husband's work schedule is more flexible than a 9-to-5 would be, he didn't want to have to do that consistently, just because of meetings and whatever. More freedom in his schedule, whatever. So I would be fun to pick her up. God, that's pretty long-winded. That's okay. That's what the holding for sped up videos is for. What would you like? Look, there's a little ball. There's a ball right there. Look at this ball. Look.
Okay, so how can I incorporate music in a way that would fit picking up my daughter from school and then maybe get them in a Mother's Day out? But okay, the idea that came to me, and I used to do this when I was younger, is I would go to assisted living places or retirement places and play the piano for the residents. And I loved it.
And it might be cute to take the kids there so they can hang out with kiddos.
Or sometimes there would be like children's little violin recitals, concerts held at the nursing home, and I would be the accompanist, and I would play, and just the delight that you could see from those people with the music and then the children. Like, to me, that was like the ultimate form of fulfillment. Anyway, I'm gonna get a feel for if these places like it, and if they want me to come back, then I'll ask to be paid for it. And that is something that can be completely flexible. Over time, I can build up, like, go to the same places. It's a way to share something that feels incredibly easy to me and incredibly fulfilling. I only have one cup of coffee, so my whole point.
I mean, I love the problem solving. I love the plan building. I love the brainstorming. Again, I wish it was in conjunction with her husband. But the problem is, Habibi, you belong to a patriarchal religion that doesn't encourage this kind of behavior, right? Like, you converted your husband into Catholicism, right? So if your husband is a good Catholic man in a traditional sense, he would want you ideally to be a stay-at-home mom, because it's kind of the whole gig. You know what I mean? So it's kind of interesting that she's talking about her marriage, but not her religion. Like, when is she going to deconstruct the patriarchal religion she's in? You know what I mean?
It was that things happen in God's time, not your own. And I'm gonna start crying. This morning, this just felt like something that was too good to be true, but it is absolutely, totally feasible to do something that I absolutely love, be paid really well for it.
It is a little hard for me to see her as, like, again, I cannot blame, like, the husband isn't fully responsible, right? They're both responsible, but again, the premise, the way the internet sees it is like he's the villain, but I would argue their adherence to the patriarchy is the problem, right? Like, their connection to the patriarchy is the problem. Like, he's confused by her not following the script that they agreed upon when they got married. And so now it's confusing, and I wish they could together make this decision. He sounds abusive in this way that's important. Silencing your partner, giving silent treatment, abusive, period, the end. I don't want to hear any excuses. Giving your partner the literal silent treatment, which, by the way, to my autistic girlies in the chat, silent treatment is not going silent or nonverbal. Silent treatment is not the same thing. Silent treatment is stonewalling your partner, not giving them an opportunity to have conversation. So if you're autistic and you're like, oh my God, do I do that? You probably don't do that. What you probably do is you need time to think, or you need alone time to process information. That's different. So him giving her the cold shoulder, him stonewalling, him giving her the silent treatment, abusive. There's just no reason to do this to the person that you love, your children, anybody in your life. Like, going silent, you know what I mean? Very bad. Very bad, no excuses. So what pains me is that, like, she's still responsible for the way that she holds up patriarchy, is probably homophobic, transphobic, and she needs to understand that she did marry somebody who has toxic tendencies and is using abuse tactics to control the narrative. Even if he, like, doesn't process it, it doesn't matter, he's doing it. So he needs to deconstruct as well, right?
Bring joy to people through music and still be with my kids most of the time, but also still have time to myself. I didn't think that something like that could exist. God, why do I think it's still postpartum hormones and breastfeeding hormones, but I don't know why I felt the need to share that or talk to my phone, but what it means for me is kind of like the Bible verse, ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and it will be opened to you. You can't just pray for something and not take any action towards it. You pray for something and then you go to work and you take action even if it doesn't feel like the right action. At some point things are going to fall into place, and this feels a little bit scary to do something that I haven't done for a while. I've done it before. I haven't done it for a while. I need to brush up on my piano skills and learn, kind of like some old-timey music. But I'm leaning into that, like, feeling side of myself more than I ever have in my life. I think I could do that. You're so silly, Bubby. I didn't think I could do that in a way that would lead to anything tangible or productive.
She would continue to share.
Chat Discourse said, at this point, is it fair to say he doesn't love her as a consciousness, or is that reductive? No, I think that's accurate. I couldn't imagine loving somebody as a consciousness and being this fucked up over hair. You know what I mean? Like, relax. It's just hair, you know? So yeah, like I wouldn't say it's reductive. I would say it's probably accurate, but we can't know. We don't know his motivations, right? We don't know his reasoning.
Updates about how her husband feels about her hairstyle, but eventually it became kind of clear that she was tired of bending. She eventually stops wearing the wigs and the bonnets and actually starts to experience some positive interaction from him. And while that's nice, it's really, really hard for her to unring the bell of her husband communicating to her that he's not attracted to her. In fact, she actually gets an additional haircut. She cleans up.
Just to be clear, because chat says, but is she actually deconstructing? Because if religion is still a big part, is that possible to deconstruct? Deconstruction is simply examining and understanding the details of said thing. So she is asking herself why. She is examining herself, reconstructing her belief around being a stay-at-home mom. She is like in some ways taking it apart. Now, how is she recreating it? I don't know. So like you can always deconstruct partially. I don't think there's anything wrong. Deconstruction doesn't always necessarily mean to the end or like even in regards to religion. I would say right now she's busy deconstructing what it means to be a woman in a marriage. It seems to be she's deconstructing what it means to be herself, but it doesn't sound like she's deconstructing the religion, right? I don't think she's gotten to that point yet where religion is what she's deconstructing. It seems to be that she's just asking herself, like, can I be a mom and a working person? Like, can I show up in this way in my relationship? What does it mean to be a woman? Does it mean I have to have long hair? Like, I think that's what she's doing right now.
Sides a bit more, and her husband hates it even more.
In my husband's mind, he will be like, we have already talked about this, and so there's no need for you to keep bringing it up again. Now, I'll try to bring things up maybe in different ways, gently. But I already know there's like a exasperation from him. There's a sigh, quiet desperation. Like quiet desperation. And that's I try to bring up about my hair. And that's it bothered him.
I think
That's sad. Really sad.
is as simple as she changed up her hair once again, what she's used to, because I do that constantly.
Oh, she changed it again.
She's never belittled me or you know, told me that I'm ugly or anything. Of course, since it was still always long. So my wife changed up her hair again. No surprise there, except this time it just made her look really fucking masculine and really, really ugly. Now she looks like a dyke. And that's a very bad thing for him, apparently. He never questioned or never cared to know, like, why I would change up my hair or be tan or not tan, just like anything with my appearance. Like, he didn't care to know. So it really should be no surprise that he's unable to grasp or doesn't want to go into why I wanted to do this. His perspective is just another crazy thing that changed, that just, like, as simple as that. And he just really hated it. I truly believe it's that simple. Even though I don't want to believe it, I want to believe that he has the capacity to kind of see why certain things are meaningful to me.
But if he wore eyeliner, she'd want to divorce him, right? If he wore lipstick and makeup, she would start to see him as too effeminate and probably, she would call him the F word. He called her the D word. She'd probably be like, you look like a F word. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't seem, right? Like, what if he showed up in a dress? Which, by the way, love it. But like, it sounds like they're way too in a homophobic bubble to actually have a real conversation about, like, I mean, Catholic and Christian people can deconstruct roles of masculinity, femininity, men, women, blah, blah, blah. So like, they could get to a point in a Catholic bubble where like, it's not a big deal that she has short hair, for sure. But I think that takes a lot of deconstruction away from the homosexuality, homophobia. Like, girl, what do gay people have to do with your situation? Leave us out of it. They keep bringing us into it, but like, we have nothing to do with this. Thank you.
And he does with some things, but like, I guess with my appearance, I don't know why. He just can't. Or well, maybe because it is part of a guy's identity, like the woman that they're with, or some guys.
Yeah.
Just the way we look is a reflection on him. And yeah, like,
yes, that is exactly what it is. I mean, it's sad because, you know, in this scenario, you see very clearly the way that the propaganda has gotten to her, right? She believes that when they met and they had their quick thing and, you know, he was so loving and so this and so that it was something other than him positioning himself to gain social capital. But that is what it is for a lot of these men. A lot of these men, they want to be with a feminine woman with long hair because in our society, that means that they will gain social capital. And you have to think about what her parameters were when she was looking for a man as well, right? Like she was looking for a tall, blue-eyed, presumably white man who's a provider, right? So she herself, in many ways, based a lot of her own identity on the physical appearance and attributes of her partner, right? I mean, there's a lot of reasons maybe why you could say that she preferred blue eyes and someone who's 6'3", but that probably is also based in her own feelings, her own desire to be validated, specifically by a tall white man, right? A tall white man who makes money, right? And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. You know, look, if white people love white people, you know, the grass is green and the you know, the sky is blue. You know, it's not too shocking to me. Not really, right? But it's worth thinking about because in this scenario, she's shocked that he feels that way. But if you go back, she put on her vision board that she wanted a 6'3" blue-eyed man who's a provider. And as much as I think that those are fine aspirational goals, they're all—
I don't think they're fine, for the record. I think they're bullshit. I don't think they're fine goals. I think they're bullshit. For the record.
Also goals that don't include maybe all of these other things that you required as well, right? A tall man who makes money is not necessarily a good man. In fact, I would say that he is more likely than not to be a bad man. Not to profile, but you know, some men should not know that they're tall. Let's just put it that way. Mary Baker would share with her audience that cutting her hair was truly a turning point and that it set her on a path of self-empowerment and self-care. In fact, she even started to gain a little bit of weight again. And while she's going to work to get it off again, she's objectively much happier. And I personally think that that is a good thing.
So for the first time in my life, I'm a little thicker, a little heavier than normal. And since I cut my hair and started taking better care of my skin, my teeth, my nails, worrying about like taking longer showers, just general self-care.
Oh, hello.
That I had been neglecting. I still feel just as cute, even if I'm a little thicker, even if my energy is down because I've been eating too much sugar. Frankly, this is the first time in my life where I haven't constantly put myself down or berated myself because it's really not that deep. I'm eating whatever. Is that great? No. But I'm not making it mean something about my character, about my like morals or values.
Nice.
I know I'll get back in a phase where, I mean, I'm still working out, but like I'll get back in a phase where I'm a little more strict. You know, we fluctuate and it's just, I still feel cute. I've never felt that before. Anytime I've gained weight in the past, I've always been so quick to just like, oh my God, I gotta get back to that other number as soon as possible. But when I cut my hair, I threw away my scale too.
Amen.
Nice.
And it's just it's just kind of mind blowing for me. And also kind of sad that I've spent so many years just being so critical when it wasn't necessary. It really wasn't. Because you don't notice if your friends or families really, if they put on a little bit of weight or lose a little bit of weight, like you don't love them anymore, any less. You don't. So why should you do that for yourself? Why should you be that way?
Amen. 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 And you know, that's the thing that's so interesting to me about a lot of these videos. She very obviously feels better about herself. Like, she's hiding herself right now, and she's doing this thing where she's going to wear a wig in front of her husband. But when she's by herself in the room, looking at herself and her bald head, she loves it. She absolutely loves it. And that is something I think is worth acknowledging.
I mean, I think what's important here is how joyful you can be when you deconstruct. How much happier you can be when you liberate yourself from these constructs that are meant to keep us oppressed and feeling miserable about ourselves. Like, yeah, she's getting closer to her philosophical joy. Let's keep going, girl. I just wish her partner was there for the journey. I just wish her kids, you know, were able to see their parents go on this journey. I just wish like it was a team effort.
Like, it's funny because those of you guys who followed me when I was dating my ex will attest that a lot has changed about the way that I present myself. I am a very different person from when I was making videos from Orange County. And I had to find myself. And I think shaving my head was in some ways the very beginning of that, even though I did that before I met my ex, right? That was one of those steps where I was like, hey, I actually am in control of my body. And sometimes you need those reminders, right? I think that she's in a situation right now where she feels very controlled. She feels very limited. But at the end of the day, she can liberate herself from it. I think, unfortunately, some women in her position find out the hard way that a lot of men benefit way more from marriage than women do. Edward works in celebrity divorce and family law. And one of the things that he has explained to me is that marriage as an...
Edward is Kat's partner, correct? Because, like, I don't think I've ever processed that her partner has a name, but I think that's her partner, right?
Institution is really there to protect the traditional woman. And what he means by that is marriage is supposed to
Okay,
function
correct.
a certain way because
One of them,
really
one
it's
of them.
all about providing for the children and making sure that if a divorce does happen, those children are still provided for. When men marry, they gain quite a bit. When men marry, it is one of the ways that they're able to be seen as powerful in the eyes of other men. A very disempowered man may be able to go out into the world and feel like everyone is dominating him. But for a lot of men, the closest they will ever come to conquest is marrying and impregnating a woman. Men are also able to ask for higher pay once they get married. I have a family has been used as a justification for men to get raises for many, many years. When men procreate with women, they gain quite a bit. And there are men who are indeed interested in just finding the willing woman who's willing to do that and leaving her behind. It's also really important to point out that in her depiction of her life as a stay-at-home mother, it's very obviously incredibly alienating and isolating. And that is kind of the natural result of capitalism, frankly, right? Like, you end up idolizing this thing that is really about moving you completely away from community, hoarding wealth, and being individualistic, right? It's something that through these videos you can tell is not working, no matter how much she wants to cling to these ideas. And I'm not saying that she shouldn't fight for this life if it's what she wants, but I am saying that it's very obvious she's not happy. It's
I'm just kidding.
also very obvious that since she has taken a lot of this into her own hands, she has started to feel a lot better about herself. And I think that that is a wave worth riding. As a Black transgender woman, hair has always been a little contentious for me. I would say that I feel my most feminine with shorter hair. But I would also say that sometimes styling that shorter hair is complicated. This hairstyle is kind of my...
Oh my God. I've been following a lot. Been watching a lot of hair TikToks lately. And something I will always be shocked by is like how short hair can make somebody look 10 years younger or 10 years older. You know, how like long hair can make someone look 10 years younger or 10 years older. How like people can look glowing. And but when I say 10 years younger, 10 years older, I don't mean like in the age way. I mean like in the glowing way. Like genuinely, this is why I'm growing out my hair, because I've never actually had long hair as an adult. Like this is the longest it's ever been as an adult. And until it's like below my breasts, like obviously it's like, you know, when it's like below my breasts curled, you know, natural, then I'll have an opinion about whether or not I want to keep it or not. But until then, I don't actually know what it's like. So I don't know if I like it. So I want to get there first. And then if I hate it, I'll cut it off again. But if I like it, then I want to keep it. But like, I don't know. So then what happens is like, I get this urge to cut my hair, but then I get this like disappointment. My hair's not long. So then I'm like, okay, let's see which one. But I will tell you this, I will never be afraid to chop it off again if I have to. Okay, I am not married to this hair. I am married to the process of like getting to know myself and deconstructing my relationship to always. But like, I'm just on this temporary journey right now to see how I feel about it when I get there. Right? And that's what it is. Like, that's what it is. And I think hair is so personal for a lot of reasons, but I think ultimately we're so much more than this body and more than this hair and more than everything else. And that's why I say loving the consciousness, because like, if you're only with me because of my hair, or you're only with me because this body looks a certain way, like what's going to happen when I lose my hair? Or what happens if I lose my limbs? You know, what happens if half my jaw gets taken out because I have cancer? Like what happens? And if you're the kind of person who's like, oh yeah, like I would never date a guy or a girl or whoever who said like after pregnancy, you have to get into shape right away. I'd be like, no. You know what I mean? Because that's like the red flag, right? Like this idea that like, oh yeah, you know, I'm not to say that I would ever be with anyone either who wasn't thoughtful about like their body and how much weight they were putting on, not because of aesthetics, but because of like health. But again, I'm open to dating. Like I've dated fat people. It's not about the fatness. It's about like how you hold the fatness. It's not about the skinniness. It's how you hold the skinniness. It's really, do you know what I'm saying? Like conservatives really think like, I grew up very fat phobic. I was very fat phobic. You think the person is immoral because they're fat. But then you also wonder why you're attracted to fat people. And then you're confused. And then you're like, oh, because it's not about the fatness. It's not about the fatness. It's about like how they have a relationship to the fatness. You know, it's the same thing with everything else. It's like, how this bad though if I attracted though? It's like, well, let's have a conversation about it. Let's deconstruct it. You know, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy. Like for hair to be a reason a partner wouldn't speak to you. You know, it's just kind of crazy.
Attempt at seeing what my old hairstyle would look on me as I'm a bit older, right? My hair used to be this short. If I straighten my hair, it's a bit longer. My hair is about down to here right now. Next time you guys see me, I will probably be wearing braids, so that's gonna be a thing. But hair has often been contentious for me because so frequently it's been tied to my femininity. And personally, that has been a journey for me in another way as a Black woman, right? I did not see a lot of pictures of my mother with natural hair until she passed away, right? And now I have all of these great photos of my mom with natural hair, and it's like,
cute.
It's so inspiring to me.
And by the way, like, I'm not here to speak on it, you know, natural hair girlies, but genuinely, I love wigs, I love natural hair, but I do think natural hair is like superior. I do think it's so superior, but like, that's my preference. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I do think it's so pretty. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I love a wig. 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 You know what I mean? I love a wig, but also
mentioned this a couple of times, but you know, even though I have this like look that I've committed to for YouTube, it's not necessarily my most favorite look, right? I have had to calculate which appearances of mine get me the furthest. And I've sort of accepted that within this algorithm, this is the hairstyle that people prefer. And who knows, maybe it's because it's the one that you guys have seen, who knows? I know that some people really like my braids, so you'll maybe be seeing those again, though I will say they are going to be black. Ever since my mom passed away, I've been really, I don't know, weird about having...
Did I know that? Oh, sad.
Colorful hair. I was thinking about...
I knew her dad passed away. I didn't know her mom passed away too. Oh, that's so sad.
Maybe doing a little bit of something, but I don't know, man. I'm maybe just not feeling that right now. So it's gonna be black, it's gonna be human, so it's gonna be in my hair for a little bit.
Cute.
I love my hair. And I'm very thankful that I have partners.
I hope that was ethically sourced. I just learned that human hair is definitely not ethically sourced, and so it scares me now.
Who largely do.
There are women in developing countries who grow their hair out just so you guys can have hair extensions, but they don't even get the pleasure of having long hair in their life because they can afford to. I am devastated for the world. I'm devastated for the world.
Not care about my hair. The only partner of mine who has a lot to say about my hair is Edward. Edward definitely tends to prefer what I look like with alternative hairstyles, but he has communicated to me that he's kind of sick of this hairstyle. He's kind of sick of this hairstyle because, to be fair, it is the hairstyle that I've been wearing for well over a year now. So maybe it is time to switch it up. I think the thing I appreciate also about my partners is that they sort of expect for me to have different hair. It is really interesting to see the different way that people react to me based on my hair. I mean, if I have my natural hair out, that is basically the hair that I can have to feel invisible. If I ever want to feel incognito in society, I just wear my natural hair. And I guess for me, that's almost like a superpower because I frequently want to not be perceived. I'm so thankful that my partners wouldn't want to dump me for my hairstyles. And I know that if I shaved my head tomorrow, my partners would be fairly indifferent to it. But my partners would also know me well enough to know that I'm probably gonna pop a wig on in a week. I find that hair is such an interesting way that occasionally the patriarchy tries to control women. The patriarchy really hates when women cut their hair. You'll notice that when they criticize women and their expression, a lot of times it relates to that, right? Blue-haired, crazy feminist, right? That's kind of what that's all about, right? A lot of men have a visceral reaction to women who choose to do something outside of the male gaze for their hair. Anyway, I hope that Mary makes whatever decision is right for her, but I really do hope that she follows her intuition and pursues what she knows makes herself feel better. It is not a bad thing for you to feel at home in your body. In fact, so many forces in this society are trying to make you not feel comfortable with your body. And I think it means a lot that she, in this moment, was able to do something for herself and is able to move forward with an attitude of self-care. Personally, I think that's a good sign. And the only reason why, you know, her husband would try to convince her that it's a bad thing, that she's crazy, that she's a lesbian, is because he wants to discourage that kind
You're crazy, you're a lesbian.
of strength. And that is unfortunately, you know, her husband would try to convince her that it's a bad thing, that she's crazy, that she's a lesbian, is because he wants to discourage that kind of strength. And that is unfortunately kind of why
Definitely.
patriarchy exists, really, to police women and keep them down and to make sure that they never quite get as strong as they really can be. And I hope that she continues to pursue her strength, even if it means she stays with her husband. I mean, girl, I would leave, but you know, I'm not saying that it's impossible. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you guys. I'm so curious how you guys feel about this. How would you feel if your partner was like, look, I can't be around you with that hairstyle. You need to put a wig on. I would die.
I would die. I would
absolutely
literally die.
So I'm
I'd be
really
like, oh, hello, are we getting divorced?
curious how you guys feel about that.
Absolutely not.
Anyway, on that note, I will talk to you guys later. If you guys enjoyed this,
Absolutely not. I'm going to share this video in the chat, obviously. If my partner came to me and said like, oh, you need to like cover your face for me to talk to you, I'd be like, you're about to lose yours. I'm just kidding. I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so. Okay. It's just ridiculous. I couldn't even process that information. Like I would literally be like, are we fighting? Like, I'm sorry, is this a fight? Like sometimes my partner and I will like say something to each other as like you know, we like to poke at each other a little bit. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, are we fighting right now? Is this our first fight? Is this our first fight? And then, you know, there's like that big joke because we don't fight. I'm like, oh, we're about first fight's about to happen, you know? Yeah, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not, girls. Please, I want you to be so happy in your life. I want you to be happy in everything that you do. And I just want you to be married to somebody, if you're going to do life with somebody in that way, who really sees you as a person. And if you do something out of the ordinary, like cut all your hair off, their first thought is, hey, I love you. Are you okay? Why don't you tell me about this? Hey, that was such an interesting decision. Can you tell me more about it? Or, hey, you look good. Why the sudden change? Tell me about it. Did you go out and get it done yourself? Did you do it yourself? Did you go out and get it done? You know, like, I understand like the initial like, oh, what's happening here? But also, you know, I wish married people, they felt safe enough to say, I really want to cut my hair and I think I'm going to go do it now. Or like, I really did this. And by the way, this also is related to purchases. Like I know some people get married and don't want their partners to tell them how to spend their money. But look, if I'm married and I'm doing life with somebody, then I'm doing life with somebody that I respect as much as myself. And I would never go out and make an impulsive purchase as a healthy person. So as a healthy version of myself, as a person who used to be unhealthy and make impulsive decisions, I check in with my partner. We check in with each other before we buy anything. Even if it's like a $5 video game, my partner's like, hey, I want to buy this video game. I'm like, okay. But like, they don't just do it because again, it's not their money or my money, it's our money. And at the end of the day, like that $5 video game, that whatever thing you're spending, is like, it's all allocated to goal, like building for the future. And it's just like, it's just a way for us to be on the same page, not to be blindsided, not to feel surprised, and to agree that like we have spending money. So if you want to buy a video game, like I don't care. But also, what if you wanted to buy $10, $70 video games? Well, hold up, we have to talk about that. Video games can be $70 a pop. And what if my partner just out of the blue bought 10 of them? And then I looked at our bills and I said, whoa, what'd you spend all this money for? They're like, oh, I just wanted it. What do you mean you just wanted it? I want a lot of things too. I can't just go around spending money. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't just go around. But like if you want to buy a $5 video game, we can put that in the budget. Hell, if you want to buy a $70 video game, we can also put that in the budget. But it's got to go in the budget. Okay? So it's like this idea that like we're working towards something that we so want. We want this house. We want, you know, because like, you know, I don't want to be at the mercy of my landlord. I don't always want to be in a position where I don't know if I'm going to have a house in the next 6 months. I would just like to buy something and have some sort of security. And I know it's not a guaranteed security, but it's better than nothing. Okay. And we're not going to buy that house if I turn around and you just spent $600 on video games without telling me. You know, chat says you got to hit them with the money doesn't grow on trees. Money, you think money grows on trees? You know what I mean? So it's like, this is all I'm trying to say. Is I'm trying to say like your marriage should be a partnership that you guys are excited to do together because your goals are the same and you're excited to talk about any changes that come up. So let's say you're in a relationship and you want to go in one direction, your partner wants to go in another. That's okay. Let's see if even if we go in a separate direction for a second, can we get back together at the end? Even if I have to go here and you have to go here, can we wave at each other while we're on the other side and then come together at the end? Right? So again, like, I think there's something just to be said about, you know, our mutual goals and like how we have to do it as a team. Otherwise we're never going to make it happen. You know, like it's just, I am never Yeah, I could not imagine planning on making money and trying to buy a house and just not having my partner involved in that process. You know, also like I grew up in a very sharey family. Like we just share a lot of stuff. So it feels like, I don't know. It feels weird not to want to include my partner, right? It feels weird not to want to engage with them and be excited for them, you know? I don't know. Chess says, I texted my boyfriend, what would you think if I shaved my head? And he said, I know it would be a clone because you like your curls too much to shave them. Damn, bro. That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. That's great. Let's see. Chat says, for me, I'm not the provider, but I have my own money and I don't care what he buys and he doesn't care what I buy. But it's because we were both super responsible and we'll call each other out if we need to. There you go. There you go. And like, look, I love, you know, again, we have our own like spending money. So like, it's not that we like, if it's your own personal spending money, like I don't care what he spends money on. But if we're dipping into the not personal spending money, well, then we have to have a conversation. Or like, we don't have a budget right now where our personal spending money is like a lot of money. So let's say like something's coming up and he wants to do something and we don't have a budget for it. We have to fit it in somewhere. If I want to do something, like if I want to go bowling, we don't technically have money for that. So it has to go into a budget. But eventually the goal is to have our personal spending money for the month, like actually get to the point where we never have to worry about what the person is spending because it's like so much that it's not going to have to come out of that budget, right? But we're not there yet. We're like most Americans, we're like, you know, and the good, like for us right now, our saving grace is the fact that I have a credit card we could use if we really need it. But the truth is like, we're like most Americans, like 2 to 3 paychecks away from homelessness. And if you're that much away from homelessness, we're not just spending $600 on a video game. You know what I mean? Like we cannot be 2 paychecks away from homelessness and we're spending that money on video games, right? Like we have to put it into the budget. So that's the reality. Until I feel very secure, like until we're at, you know, 3 to 6 months worth of expenses and savings, those personal spending budgets like are not going up. But, you know, that's a part of the responsibility part, the patience part that's so hard. Yeah, that's the part that's like so difficult. I'm telling you right now, if I could go back and be 21 again, I would tell myself to put $50 a month into a savings account, high yield savings account, and leave it alone. $50 a month into an account, don't look at it. That's what I would tell myself to do. Yeah, that's the one thing, because like it would have been doable and I couldn't touch it for 10 years. $50 every month into an account I don't touch for 10 years. That's what I would tell myself. So if you're 21, that's my advice to you girls. Do that, okay? And then when you're 31, you can decide what to do with it. But don't touch it, okay? All right, girls, that's it. I did it. Let's go ahead and end it here. I will go ahead and talk to you tomorrow. Wait, did I have something to do? No, I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. Be here or be gay, okay? Actually, be here and be gay. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye-bye.